Number 2 branch line. The engine driver.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Number 2 branch line. The engine driver.
Altogether? Well, altogether, since 1841, I've killed 7 men and boys. 'Tain't many in all those years.
These startling words he uttered in a serious tone as he leant against the station wall. He was a thick-set, ruddy-faced man with coal-black eyes, the whites of which were not white, but a brownish yellow, and apparently scarred and seamed as if they had been operated upon. They were eyes that had worked hard in looking through wind and weather. He was dressed in a short black pea-jacket and grimy white canvas trousers, and wore on his head a flat black cap. There was no sign of levity in his face. His look was serious even to sadness, and there was an air of responsibility about his whole bearing which assured me that he spoke in earnest. "Yes, sir, I've been for 25 years a locomotive engine driver, and in all that time I've only killed 7 men and boys. There's not many of my mates as can say as much for themselves. Steadiness, sir, steadiness in keeping your eyes open is what does it. When I say 7 men and boys, I mean my mates, stokers, porters, and so forth. I don't count passengers."
How did he become an engine driver?
"My father," he said, "was a wheelwright in a small way, and lived in a little cottage by the side of the railway which runs twixt Leeds and Selby. It was the second railway laid down in the kingdom, second after the Liverpool and Manchester, where Mr. Huskisson was killed, as you may have heard, sir. When the mains rushed by, we young uns used to run out and look at them and hooray. I noticed the driver turning handles and making it go, and I thought to myself it would be a fine thing to be an engine driver and have the control of a wonderful machine like that. For the railway, the driver of the mail coach was the biggest man I knew. I thought I should like to be the driver of a coach. We had a picture in our cottage of George III in a red coat. I always mixed up the driver of the mail coach, who had a red coat, with the king. Only he had a low-crowned, broad-brimmed hat, which the king hadn't. In my idea, the king couldn't be a greater man than the driver of the mail coach. I always had a fancy to be head man of some kind. When I went to Leeds once and saw a man conducting an orchestra, I thought I should like to be the conductor of an orchestra. When I went home, I made myself a baton and went about the fields conducting an orchestra. It wasn't there, of course, but I pretended it was. At another time, a man with a whip and a speaking trumpet on the stage outside a show took my fancy, and I thought I should like to be him. But when the train came, the engine driver put them all in the shade, and I was resolved to be an engine driver. It wasn't long before I had to do something to earn my own living, though I was only a young un. My father died suddenly. He was killed by thunder and lightning while standing under a tree out of the rain, and mother couldn't keep us all. The day after my father's burial, I walked down to the station and said I wanted to be an engine driver. The station master laughed a bit and said I was for beginning early, but that I was not quite big enough yet. He gave me a penny and told me to go home and grow and come again in 10 years' time. I didn't dream of danger then. If I couldn't be an engine driver, I was determined to have something to do about an engine. So, as I could get nothing else, I went on board a Humber steamer and broke up coals for the stoker. That's how I began. Then I became a stoker. First on board a boat, and then on a locomotive. Then, after 2 years' service, I became a driver on the very line that passed our cottage. My mother and my brothers and sisters came out to look at me the first day I drove. I was watching for them, and they was watching for me. They waved their hands and hurrahed, and I waved my hand to them. I had the steam well up and was going at a rattling pace, and rare proud I was that minute. Never was so proud in my life. When a man has a liking for a thing, it's as good as being clever. In a very short time I became one of the best drivers on the line. That was allowed. I took a pride in it, you see, and I liked it. No, I don't know much about the engine scientifically, as you call it, but I could put her to rights if anything went out of gear. That's to say, if there was nothing broken. But I couldn't have explained how the steam worked inside. Starting an engine, it's just like drawing a drop of gin. You turn a handle and off she goes. Then you turn the handle the other way, put on the brakes, and you stop her. There's not much more in it so far. It's no good being scientific and knowing the principle of the engine inside. No good at all. Fitters who know all the ins and outs of the engine make the worst drivers. That's well known. They know too much. It's just as I've heard of a man with regard to his inside. If he knew what a complicated machine it is, he'd never eat or drink or dance or run or do anything for fear of busting something. So it is with the fitters. But as are not troubled with such thoughts, we go ahead. But starting an engine's one thing, and driving of her is another. Anyone, a child almost, can turn on the steam and turn it off again. But it ain't everyone that can keep an engine well on the road. No more than it ain't everyone who can ride a horse properly. It's much the same thing. If you gallop a horse right off for a mile or two, you take the wind out of him. And for the next mile or two you must let him trot or walk. So it is with an engine. If you put on too much steam to get over the ground at the start, you exhaust the boiler. Then you'll have to crawl along till your fresh water boils up. A great thing in driving is to go steady. Never let your water get too low, nor your fire too low. It's the same with a kettle. If you fill it up when it's about half empty, it soon comes to the boil again. But if you don't fill it up until the water's nearly out, it takes a long time in coming to the boil again. Another thing, you should never make spurts, unless you're detained and lose time. You should go up an incline and down an incline at the same pace. Sometimes a driver will waste his steam, and when he comes to a hill, he has scarcely enough to drag him up. When you're in a train that goes by fits and starts, you may be sure there is a bad driver on the engine. That kind of driving frightens passengers dreadful. When the train, after rattling along, suddenly slackens speed when it ain't near a station, it may be in the middle of a tunnel. The passengers think there's danger, but generally it's because the driver has exhausted his steam. I drove the Brighton Express 4 or 5 years before I come here, and the annuals, that's the passengers who have annual tickets, all have said they knew when I was on the engine, because they wasn't jerked. Gentlemen used to say, as they came on the platform, "Who drives today? Jim Martin?" And when the guard told them yes, they'd say, "Ah, all right," and took their seats quite comfortable. But the driver never gets so much as a shilling. The guard comes in for all that, and he does nothing much. Few ever think of the driver. I dare say they think the train goes along all of itself. Yet if we didn't keep a sharp lookout, know our duty, and do it, they might all go smash at any moment. I used to make that journey to Brighton in 52 minutes. Papers said 49 minutes, but that was coming it a little too strong. I had to watch signals all the way, one every 2 miles, so that me and my stoker were on the stretch all the time, doing 2 things at once, attending to the engine and looking out. I've driven on this line 81 miles and 3/4 in 86 minutes. There's no danger in speed if you have a good road, a good engine, and not too many coaches behind. No, we don't call them carriages, we call them coaches. Yes, oscillation means danger. If you're ever in a coach that oscillates much, tell of it at the first station and get it coupled up closer. Coaches, when they're too loose, are apt to jump or swing off the rails, and it's quite as dangerous when they're coupled up too close. There ought to be just enough space for the buffers to work easy. Passengers are frightened in tunnels, but there's less danger now in tunnels than anywhere else. We never enter a tunnel unless it's signalled clear. train can be stopped wonderful quick, even when running express, if the guards act with the driver and clap on all the brakes promptly. Much depends on the guards. One brake behind is as good as two in front. The engine, you see, loses weight as she burns her coals and consumes her water, but the coaches behind don't alter. We have a good deal of trouble with young guards. In their anxiety to perform their duties, they put the brakes on too soon, so that sometimes we can scarcely drag the train into the station. When they grow older at it, they're not so anxious and don't put them on soon enough. It's no use to say when an accident happens that they didn't put the brakes on in time. They swear they did, and you can't prove they didn't. Do I think the tapping of wheels with a hammer is a mere ceremony? Well, I don't know exactly. Shouldn't like to say. It's not often that the chaps find anything wrong. They may sometimes be half asleep when a train comes into a station in the middle of the night. You would be yourself. They ought to tap the axle box, but they don't. Many accidents take place that never get into the papers. Many trains full of passengers escape being dashed to pieces by next door to a miracle. Nobody knows anything about it but the driver and the stoker. I remember once, when I was driving on the eastern counties, going round a curve, I suddenly saw a train coming along on the same set of rails. I clapped on the brake when it was too late, I thought. Seeing the engine almost close upon us, I cried to my stoker to jump. He jumped off the engine, almost before the words were out of my mouth. I was just taking my hand off the lever to follow, when the coming train turned off on the points, and the next instant the hind coach passed my engine by a shave. It was the nearest touch I ever saw. My stoker was killed. Another half second I should have jumped off and been killed too. What would have become of the train without us is more than I can tell you. There are heaps of people run over that no one ever hears about. One dark night in the Black Country, me and my mate felt something wet and warm splash in our faces. That didn't come from the engine, Bill, I said. No, he said, it's somewhat thick, Jim. It was blood, that's what it was. We heard afterwards that a collier had been run over. When we kill any of our own chaps, we say as little about it as possible. It's generally, mostly always, their own fault. No, we never think of danger ourselves. We're used to it, you see. But we're not reckless. I don't believe there's any body of men that takes more pride in their work than engine drivers do. We're as proud and as fond of our engines as if they were living things. As proud of them as a huntsman or a jockey is of his horse. And an engine has almost as many ways as a horse. She's a kicker, a plunger, a roarer, or what not, in her way. Put a stranger onto my engine, he wouldn't know what to do with her. Yes, there's wonderful improvements in engines since the last great exhibition. Some of them take up their water without stopping. That's a wonderful invention. It's as simple as ABC. There are water troughs at certain places, lying between the rails. By moving the lever, you let down the mouth of a scoop into the water, and as you rush along, the water's forced into the tank at the rate of 3,000 gallons a minute. The engine driver's chief anxiety is to keep time. That's what he thinks most of. When I was driving the Brighton Express, I always felt as if I was riding a race against time. I had no fear of the pace. What I feared was losing way and not getting into the minute. We have to give in an account of our time when we arrive. The company provides us with watches, and we go by them. Before starting on a journey, we pass through a room to be inspected. That's to see if we're sober. But they don't say nothing to us, and a man who was a little gone might pass easy. I've known a stoker that had passed the inspection, come onto the engine as drunk as a fly, flop down among the coals and sleep there like a log for the whole run. I had to be my own stoker then. If you ask me if engine drivers are drinking men, I must answer you that they are pretty well. It's trying work. One half of you as cold as ice, t'other half as hot as fire. Wet one minute, dry the next. If ever a man had an excuse for drinking, that man's an engine driver. And yet, I don't know if ever a driver goes on his engine drunk. If he was to, the wind would soon sober him. I believe engine drivers as a body are the healthiest fellows alive, but they don't live long. The cause of that, I believe, to be cold food and the shaking. By the cold food, I mean that an engine driver never gets his meals comfortable. He's never at home for his dinner. When he starts away, first thing in the morning, he takes a bit of cold meat and a piece of bread with him for his dinner, and generally he has to eat it in the shed, for he mustn't leave his engine. You can understand how the jolting and shaking knocks a man up after a bit. The insurance companies won't take us at ordinary rates. We're obliged to be foresters or old friends or that sort of thing, where they ain't so particular. The wages of an engine driver average about 8 shillings a day. But if he's a good schemer with his coals, yes, I mean if he economises his coals, he's allowed so much more. Some will make from 5 to 10 shillings a week that way. I don't complain of the wages particular, but it's hard lines for such as us to have to pay income tax. The company gives an account of all our wages, and we have to pay. It's a shame. Our domestic life? Our life at home, do you mean? Well, as to that, we don't see much of our families. I leave home at 7:30 in the morning, and don't get back until 9:30, or maybe later. Children aren't up when I leave, and they've gone to bed again before I come home. This is about my day. Leave London 8:45, drive for 4 hours and a half, cold snack on the engine step, see to engine, drive back again, clean engine, report myself and home. 12 hours hard and anxious work, and no comfortable victuals. Yes, our wives are anxious about it, for we never know when we go out if we'll ever come back again. We ought to go home the minute we leave the station, and report ourselves to those that are thinking on us and depending on us. But I'm afraid we don't always. Perhaps we go first to the public house. And perhaps you would, too, if you were in charge of an engine all day long. But the wives have a way of their own of finding out if we're all right. They inquire among each other. "Have you seen my Jim?" one says. "No," says the other, "but Jack saw him coming out of the station half an hour ago." Then she knows that her Jim's all right, and knows where to find him if she wants him. It's a sad thing when any of us have to carry bad news to a mate's wife. None of us likes that job. And I remember when Jack Davidge was killed. None of us could face his poor missus with the news. She had 7 children, poor thing, and 2 of them, the youngest, was down with the fever. We got old Mrs. Berridge, Tom Berridge's mother, to break it to her. But she knew something was the matter the minute the old woman went in, and afore she spoke a word, fell down like as if she was dead. She lay all night like that, and never heard from mortal lips until next morning that her Jack was killed. But she knew it in her heart. It's a pitch and toss kind of life, ours. And yet I never was nervous on an engine but once. I never think of my own life. You go in for staking that when you begin, and you get used to the risk. I never think of the passengers either. The thoughts of an engine driver never go behind his engine. If he keeps his engine all right, the coaches behind will be all right, as far as the driver's concerned. But once I did think of the passengers. My little boy Bill was among them that morning. He was a poor little cripple fellow that we all loved more than the others, because he was a cripple, and so quiet and wise-like. He was going down to his aunt in the country, who was to take care of him for a while. We thought the country air would do him good. I did think there were lives behind me that morning. At least I thought hard of one little life that was in my hands. There were 20 coaches on. My little Bill seemed to me in every one of them. My hand trembled as I turned on the steam. I felt my heart thumping as we drew close to the pointsman's box. As we neared the junction, I was all into a cold sweat. At the end of the first 50 miles, I was nearly 11 minutes behind time. "What's the matter with you this morning?" my stoker said. "Did you ever drop too much last night?" "Don't speak to me, Fred," I said, "till we get to Peterborough. And keep a sharp look-out, there's a good fellow." I never was so thankful in my life as when I shut off steam to enter the station at Peterborough. Little Bill's aunt was waiting for him, and I saw her lift him out of the carriage. I called out to her to bring him to me, and I took him on the engine and kissed him 20 times, I should think, making him in such a mess with grease and coal dust as you never saw. I was all right for the rest of the journey, and I do believe, sir, the passengers were safer after little Bill was gone. It would never do, you see, for engine drivers to know too much or to feel too much. End of number 2 branch line, The Engine Driver.
Whole Hogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Charles Dickens, 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Whole Hogs by Charles Dickens. The public market has been of late more than unusually remarkable for transactions on the American principle in whole and indivisible hogs. The market has been heavy, not the least approach to briskness having been observed in any part of it. But the transactions, such as they have been exclusively for whole hogs. Those who may only have had a retail inclination for sides, ribs, limbs, cheeks, face, trotters, snout, ears, or tail, have been required to take the whole hog, sinking none of the offal, but consenting to it all, and a great deal of it too. It has been discovered that mankind at large can only be regenerated by a teetotal society, or by a peace society, or by always dining on vegetables. It is to be particularly remarked that either of these certain means of regeneration is utterly defeated, if so much as a hair's breadth of the tip of either ear of that particular pig be left out of the bargain. Qualify your water with a teaspoonful of wine or brandy, we beg pardon, alcohol, and there is no virtue in temperance. Maintain a single sentry at the gate of the Queen's palace, and it is utterly impossible that you can be peaceful. Stew so much as the bone of a mutton chop in the pot with your vegetables, and you will never make another Eden out of a kitchen garden. You must take the whole hog, sir, and every bristle on him, or you and the rest of mankind will never be regenerated. Now, without inquiring at present whether means of regeneration that are so easily spoiled may not a little resemble the pair of dancing shoes in the story which the lady destroyed by walking across a room in them, we will consider the whole hog question from another point of view. First, stand aside to see the great teetotal procession come by. It is called a temperance procession, which is not an honest use of a plain word, but never mind that. Hurrah, hurrah! The flags are blue, and the letters golden. Hurrah, hurrah! Here are a great many excellent, straightforward, thoroughly well-meaning, and exemplary people, 4 and 4, or 2 and 2. Hurrah, hurrah! Here are a great many children, also 4 and 4, or 2 and 2. Who are they? They, sir, are the juvenile temperance bands of hope. Lord bless me! What are the juvenile temperance bands of hope? They are the infantine brigade of regenerators of mankind. Indeed? Hurrah, hurrah! These young citizens being pledged to total abstinence, and being fully competent to pledge themselves to anything for life, and it being the custom of such young citizens' parents in the existing state of unregenerated society to bring them up on ardent spirits and strong beer, both of which are commonly kept in barrels behind the door on tap in all large families, expressly for persons of tender years, of whom it is calculated that 7/8 always go to the bed drunk. This is a grand show, so again, hurrah, hurrah! Who are these gentlemen, walking two and two, with medals on their stomachs, and bows in their buttonholes? These, sir, are the committee. Are they? Hurrah, hurrah! One cheer more for the committee! Hurrah! A cheer for the Reverend Jabez Fireworks, fond of speaking. A cheer for the gentleman with the stand-up collar, Mr. Gloss, fond of speaking. A cheer for the gentleman with the massive watch chain, who smiles so sweetly on the surrounding fare, Mr. Glib, fond of speaking. A cheer for the rather dirty little gentleman, who looks like a converted hyena, Mr. Scradger, fond of speaking. A cheer for the dark-eyed brown gentleman of the Dove Delegate from America, fond of speaking. A cheer for the swarm who follow, blackening the procession, regenerators from everywhere in general, all good men, all fond of speaking, and all going to speak. I have no right to object, I am sure. Hurrah, hurrah! The Reverend Jabez Fireworks, and the great Mr. Gloss, and the popular Mr. Glib, and the eminent Mr. Scradger, and the Dove Delegate from America, and the distinguished swarm from everywhere, have ample opportunity, and profit by it too, for speaking to their heart's content. For is there not today a grand demonstration meeting? And tomorrow another grand demonstration meeting? And the day after tomorrow, a grand united regenerative zoological visitation, and the day after that, a grand aggregate general demonstration, and the day after that, a grand associated regenerative breakfast, and the day after that, a general associated regenerative tea, and the day after that, a final grand aggregate compounded united and associated steamboat river demonstration? And do the regenerators go anywhere without speaking by the bushel? Still, what offence to me? None. Still, I am content to cry, hurrah, hurrah! If the regenerators, though estimable men, be the most tiresome men as speakers under heaven, if their sincerest and best followers cannot, in the infirmity of human nature, bear the infliction of such oratory, but occupy themselves in preference with tea and rolls, or resort for comfort to the less terrible society of lions, elephants, and bears, or drown the regenerative eloquence in the clash of brazen bands, I think it sensible and right, and still exclaim, hurrah! But how, if with the matter of such eloquence, when any of it happens to be heard, and also happens not to be a singular compound of references to the Bible, and selections from Joe Miller, I find, on drawing nearer, that I have some business? How, if I find that the distinguished swarm are not of that quiet class of gentlemen whom Mr. Carlyle describes as consuming their own smoke, but that they emit a vast amount of smoke and blacken their neighbors very considerably? Then, as a neighbor myself, I have perhaps a right to speak? In Bedlam, and in all other madhouses, society is denounced as being wrongfully combined against the patient. In Newgate, and in all other prisons, society is denounced as being wrongfully combined against the criminal. In the speeches of the Reverend Jabez and the other regenerators, society is denounced as being wrongfully and wickedly combined against their own particular whole hog, who must be swallowed every bristle, or there is no pork in him. The proof? Society won't come in and sign the pledge. Society won't come in and recruit the juvenile temperance bands of hope. Therefore, society is fond of drunkenness, sees no harm in it, favors it very much, is a drunkard, a base, worthless, sensual, profligate brute. Fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, divines, physicians, Lawyers, editors, authors, painters, poets, musicians, queen, lords, ladies, and commons are all in league against the regenerators, are all violently attached to drunkenness, are all the more dangerous if by any chance they be personal examples of temperance in the real meaning of the word, which last powerful steam hammer of logic has become a pet one, and is constantly to be observed in action. Against this sweeping misrepresentation I take the liberty of entering my feeble protest. With all respect to Jabez, for Gloss, for Glib, for Dove Delegate, and for Scrodger, I must make so bold as to observe that when a Malay runs amok he cannot be considered in a temperate state of mind. Also, that when a thermometer stands at fever heat, it cannot claim to indicate temperate weather. A man to be truly temperate must be temperate in many respects, in the rejection of strong words no less than of strong drinks. And I crave leave to assert against my good friends the regenerators that, in such gross statements, they set a most intemperate example. I even doubt whether an equal number of drunkards, under the excitement of the strongest liquors, could set a worse example. And I would beg to put it seriously to the consideration of those who have sufficient powers of endurance to stand about the platform, listening, whether they think of this sufficiently, whether they ever knew the like of this before, whether they have any experience or knowledge of a good cause that was ever promoted by such bad means, whether they ever heard of an association of people deliberately, by their chosen vessel, throwing overboard every effort but their own, made for the amelioration of the condition of men, unscrupulously vilifying all other laborers in the vineyard, calumniously setting down as aiders and abettors of an odious vice which they know to be held in general abhorrence, and consign to general shame the great compact mass of the community, of its intelligence, of its morality, of its earnest endeavours after better things, if, upon consideration, they know of no such other case, then the enquiry will perhaps occur to them, whether in supporting a so conducted cause they really be upholders of temperance, dealing with words which should be signs for truth, according to the truth that is in them. Mankind can only be regenerated, proclaim the fatteners of the Whole Hog No. 2, by means of a peace society. Well, I call out to the nearest peace society my worthy friend John Bates, an excellent workman and a sound man, lineally descended from that sturdy soldier of the same name who spake with King Henry V. on the night before the battle of Agincourt. Bates, says I, how about this regeneration? Why can it only be effected by means of a peace society? Says Bates in answer, because war is frightful, ruinous, and unchristian, because the details of one battle, because the horrors of one siege would so appall you, if you knew them, that probably you never could be happy afterwards. Because man was not created in the image of his Maker to be blasted with gunpowder, or pierced with bayonets, or gashed with swords, or trampled under iron hoofs of horses into a puddle of mire and blood, because war is a wickedness that always costs us dear, because it wastes our treasure, hardens our hearts, paralyzes our industry, cripples our commerce, occasions losses, ills, and devilish crimes unspeakable and out of number. Says I sadly, but have I not, O Bates, known all this for this many a year? It may be so, says Bates. Then come into the Peace Society. Says I, why come in there, Bates? Says Bates, because we declare we won't have war or show of war. We won't have armies, navies, camps, or ships. England shall be disarmed, we say, and all these horrors ended. Says I, how ended, Bates? Says Bates, by arbitration. We have a dove delegate from America, and a mouse delegate from France, and we are establishing a bond of brotherhood, and that'll do it. Alas! It will not do it, Bates. I too have thought upon the horrors of war, of the blessings of peace, and of the fatal distraction of men's minds, from seeking them, by the roll of the drum and the thunder of the inexorable cannon. However, Bates, the world is not so far upon its course yet, but that there are tyrants and oppressors left upon it, watchful to find freedom weak, that they may strike, and backed by great armies. O John Bates, look out towards Austria, look out towards Russia, look out towards Germany, look out towards the Purple Sea, that lies so beautiful and calm beyond the filthy jails of Naples. Do you see nothing there? Says Bates, like the sister in Bluebeard, but much more triumphantly. I see nothing there but dust. And this is one of the inconveniences of a fattened whole and indivisible hog, that it fills up the doorway and its breeders cannot see beyond it. Dust, says Bates. I tell Bates that it is because there are, behind that dust, oppressors and oppressed, arrayed against each other. That it is because there are, beyond his dove delegate and his mouse delegate, the wild beast of the forest. That it is because I dread and hate the miseries of tyranny and war. That it is because I would not be soldier-ridden, nor have other men so, that I am not for the disarming of England, and cannot be a member of his peace society, admitting all his premises but denying his conclusion. Whereupon Bates, otherwise just and sensible, insinuates that, not being for his whole and indivisible hog, I can be for no part of his hog, and that I have never felt or thought what his society now tells me it, and only it, feels and thinks as a new discovery, and that when I am told of the new discovery, I don't care for it. Mankind can only be regenerated by dining on vegetables. Why? Certain worthy gentlemen have dined, it seems, on vegetables for ever so many years, and are none the worse for it. Straightway these excellent men, excited to the highest pitch, announce themselves by public advertisement as distinguished vegetarians, vault upon a platform, hold a vegetable festival, and proceed to show, not without prolixity and weak jokes, that a vegetable diet is the only true faith, and that in eating meat mankind is wholly mistaken and partially corrupt. Distinguished vegetarians! As the men who wear nankeen trousers might hold a similar meeting, and become distinguished Nankinarians. But am I to have no meat? If I take a pledge to eat 3 cauliflowers daily in the cauliflower season, a peck of peas daily in the pea time, a gallon of broad Windsor beans daily when beans are in, and a young cabbage or so every morning before breakfast, with perhaps a little ginger between meals, as a vegetarian substance corrective of that windy diet, may I not be allowed half an ounce of gravy beef to flavor my potatoes? Not a shred. Distinguished vegetarians can acknowledge no imperfect animal. Their hog must be a whole hog, according to the fashion of the time. Now we would so far renew the custom of sacrificing animals as to recommend that an altar be erected to our country, at present sheltering so many of those very inconvenient and unwieldy hogs, on which their grosser portions should be burnt and purged away. The whole hog of the temperance movement, divested of its intemperate assumption of infallibility, and of its intemperate determination to run grunting at the legs of the general population of this empire, would be a far less unclean and a far more serviceable creature than at present. The whole hog of the Peace Society, acquiring the recognition of a community of feeling between itself and many who hold war in no less abhorrence, but who yet believe that, in the present era of the world, some preparation against it is a preservative of peace, and a restraint upon despotism, would become as much enlightened as its learned predecessor Toby, of immortal memory. And if distinguished vegetarians of all kinds would only allow a little meat, and if distinguished flesh-meatarians of all kinds would only yield a little vegetable, if the former, quietly devouring the fruits of the earth to any extent, would admit the possible morality of mashed potatoes with beef, and if the latter would concede a little spinach with gammon, and if both could manage to get on with a little less platforming, there being at present rather an undue preponderance of cry over wool, if all of us, in short, were to yield up something of our whole and entire animals, it might be very much the better in the end, both for us and for them. After all, my friends and brothers, even the best whole and indivisible hog may be but a small fragment of the higher and greater work called education. End of Whole Hogs.
The Formal Couple, from Sketches of Young Couples. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Formal Couple, by Charles Dickens. The formal couple are the most prim, cold, immovable, and unsatisfactory people on the face of the earth. Their faces, voices, dress, house, furniture, walk, and manner are all the essence of formality, unrelieved by one redeeming touch of frankness, heartiness, or nature. Everything with the formal couple resolves itself into a matter of form. They don't call upon you on your account, but their own; not to see how you are, but to show how they are. It is not a ceremony to do honor to you, but to themselves; not due to your position, but to theirs. If one of a friend's children die, the formal couple are as sure and punctual in sending to the house as the undertaker. If a friend's family be increased, the monthly nurse is not more attentive than they. The formal couple, in fact, joyfully seize all occasions of testifying their good breeding and precise observance of the little usages of society. And for you, who are the means to this end, they care as much as a man does for the tailor who has enabled him to cut a figure, or a woman for the milliner who has assisted her to a conquest. Having an extensive connection among that kind of people who make acquaintances and eschew friends, the formal gentleman attends from time to time a great many funerals, to which he is formally invited, and to which he formally goes, as returning a call for the last time. Here his deportment is of the most faultless description. He knows the exact pitch of voice it is proper to assume, the sombre look he ought to wear, the melancholy tread which should be his gait for the day. He is perfectly acquainted with all the dreary courtesies to be observed in a mourning coach, knows when to sigh and when to hide his nose in the white handkerchief, and looks into the grave and shakes his head when the ceremony is concluded, with the sad formality of a mute. "What kind of funeral was it?" says the formal lady when he returns home. "Oh," replies the formal gentleman, "there never was such a gross and disgusting impropriety. There were no feathers." "No feathers!" cries the lady, as if on wings of black feathers dead people fly to heaven, and lacking them they must of necessity go elsewhere. Her husband shakes his head, and further adds that they had seed cake instead of plum cake, and that it was all white wine. "All white wine!" exclaims his wife. "Nothing but sherry and Madeira," says the husband. "What, no port?" "Not a drop. No port, no plums, and no feathers. You'll recollect, my dear," says the formal lady in a voice of stately reproof, "that when we first met this poor man, who is now dead and gone, and he took that very strange course of addressing me at dinner without being previously introduced, I ventured to express my opinion that the family were quite ignorant of etiquette, and very imperfectly acquainted with the decencies of life. You have now had a good opportunity of judging for yourself, and all I have to say is that I trust you will never go to a funeral there again." "My dear," replies the formal gentleman, "I never will." So the informal deceased is cut in his grave, and the formal couple, when they tell the story of the funeral, shake their heads, and wonder what some people's feelings are made of, and what their notions of propriety can be. If the formal couple have a family, which they sometimes have, they are not children, but little, pale, sour, sharp-nosed men and women, and so exquisitely brought up that they might be very old dwarfs for anything that appeareth to the contrary. Indeed, they are so acquainted with forms and conventionalities, and conduct themselves with such strict decorum, that to see the little girl break a looking-glass in some wild outbreak, or the little boy kick his parents, would be to any visitor an unspeakable relief and consolation. The formal couple are always sticklers for what is rigidly proper, and have a great readiness in detecting hidden impropriety of speech or thought, which by less scrupulous people would be wholly unexpected. Thus, if they pay a visit to the theatre, they sit all night in a perfect agony lest anything improper or immoral should proceed from the stage. And if anything should happen to be said which admits of a double construction, they never fail to take it up directly, and to express by their looks the great outrage which their feelings have sustained. Perhaps this is their chief reason for absenting themselves almost entirely from places of public amusement. They go sometimes to the exhibition of the Royal Academy, but that is often more shocking than the stage itself, and the formal lady thinks that it is really high time Mr. Etty was prosecuted and made a public example of. We made one at a christening party not long since, where there were amongst the guests a formal couple who suffered the acutest torture from certain jokes, incidental to such an occasion, cut, and very likely dried also, by one of the godfathers. A red-faced elderly gentleman, who was being highly popular with the rest of the company, had it all his own way, and was in great spirits. It was at supper time that this gentleman came out in full force. We, being of a grave and quiet demeanour, had been chosen to escort the formal lady downstairs, and sitting beside her, had a favourable opportunity of observing her emotions. We have a shrewd suspicion that in the very beginning, and in the very first blush, literally the first blush, of the matter, the formal lady had not felt quite certain whether the being present at such a ceremony, and encouraging it, as it were, the public exhibition of a baby, was not an act involving some degree of indelicacy and impropriety. But certain we are that when the baby's health was drunk, and allusions were made, by a grey-headed gentleman proposing it, to the time when he had dandled it in his arms, and the young Christian's mother, certain we are that then the formal lady took the alarm, and recoiled from the old gentleman as from a hoary profligate. Still she bore it. She fanned herself with an indignant air, but still she bore it. A comic song was sung, involving a confession from some imaginary gentleman that he had kissed a female, and yet the formal lady bore it. But when at last the health of the godfather before mentioned being drunk, the godfather rose to return thanks, and in the course of his observations darkly hinted at babies yet unborn, and even contemplated the possibility of the subject of that festival having brothers and sisters, the formal lady could endure no more. but bowing slightly round, and sweeping haughtily past the offender, left the room in tears, under the protection of the formal gentleman. End of The Formal Couple. Recording by Ashley Jane.
The Begging Letter Writer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. Charles Dickens, 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Begging Letter Writer by Charles Dickens. The amount of money he annually diverts from wholesome and useful purposes in the United Kingdom would be a set-off against the window tax. He is one of the most shameless frauds and impositions of this time, in his idleness, his mendacity, and the immeasurable harm he does to the deserving, dirtying the stream of true benevolence, and muddling the brains of foolish justices, with inability to distinguish between the base coin of distress and the true currency we have always among us. He is more worthy of Norfolk Island than three-fourths of the worst characters who are sent there. Under any rational system he would have been sent there long ago. I, the writer of this paper, have been for some time a chosen receiver of begging letters. For 14 years my house has been made as regular a receiving house for such communications as any one of the great branch post offices is for general correspondence. I ought to know something of the begging letter writer. He has besieged my door at all hours of the day and night. He has fought my servants. He has lain in ambush for me, going out and coming in. He has followed me out of town into the country. He has appeared at provincial hotels where I have been staying for only a few hours. He has written to me from immense distances when I have been out of England. He has fallen sick. He has died and been buried. He has come to life again and again departed from this transitory scene. He has been his own son, his own mother, his own baby, his idiot brother, his uncle, his aunt, his aged grandfather. He has wanted a greatcoat to go to India in, a pound to set him up in life forever, a pair of boots to take him to the coast of China, a hat to get him into a permanent situation under government. He has frequently been exactly 7 and 6pence short of independence. He has had such openings at Liverpool, posts of great trust and confidence in merchants' houses, which nothing but 7 and 6pence was wanting to him to secure, that I wonder he is not mayor of that flourishing town at the present moment. The natural phenomena of which he has been the victim are of a most astounding nature. He has had 2 children who have never grown up, who have never had anything to cover them at night, who have been continually driving him mad by asking in vain for food, who have never come out of fevers and measles, which I suppose has accounted for his fuming his letters with tobacco smoke as a disinfectant, who have never changed in the least degree through the 14 long revolving years. As to his wife, what that suffering woman has undergone, nobody knows. She has always been in an interesting situation through the same long period, and has never been confined yet. His devotion to her has been unceasing. He has never cared for himself. He could have perished. He would rather, in short. But was it not his Christian duty, as a man, a husband, and a father, to write begging letters when he looked at her? He has usually remarked that he would call in the evening for an answer to this question. He has been the sport of the strangest misfortunes. What his brother has done to him would have broken anybody else's heart. His brother went into business with him and ran away with the money. His brother got him to be security for an immense sum and left him to pay it. His brother would have given him employment to the tune of hundreds a year if he would have consented to write letters on a Sunday. His brother enunciated principles incompatible with his religious views, and he could not, in consequence, permit his brother to provide for him. His landlord has never shown a spark of human feeling. When he put in that execution I don't know, but he has never taken it out. The broker's man has grown gray in possession. They will have to bury him some day. He has been attached to every conceivable pursuit. He has been in the army, in the navy, in the church, in the law, connected with the press, the fine arts, public institutions, every description and grade of business. He has been brought up as a gentleman. He has been at every college in Oxford and Cambridge. He can quote Latin in his letters, but generally misspells some minor English word. He can tell you what Shakespeare says about begging better than you know it. It is to be observed that in the midst of his afflictions he always reads the newspapers, and rounds off his appeal with some allusion that may be supposed to be, in my way, to the popular subject of the hour. His life presents a series of inconsistencies. Sometimes he has never written such a letter before. He blushes with shame. That is the first time, that shall be the last. Don't answer it, and let it be understood that then he will kill himself quietly. Sometimes, and more frequently, he has written a few such letters. Then he encloses the answers with an intimation that they were of inestimable value to him, and a request that they may be carefully returned. He is fond of enclosing something, verses, letters, pawnbrokers' duplicates, anything to necessitate an answer. He is very severe upon the pampered minion of fortune, who refused him the half-sovereign referred to in the enclosure number 2, but he knows me better. He writes in a variety of styles, sometimes in low spirits, sometimes quite jocosely. When he is in low spirits he writes downhill and repeats words, these little indications being expressive of the perturbation of his mind. When he is more vivacious he is frank with me. He is quite the agreeable rattle. I know what human nature is. Who better? Well, he had a little money once, and he ran through it, as many men have done before him. He finds his old friends turn away from him now. Many men have done that before him, too. Shall he tell me why he writes to me? Because he has no kind of claim upon me. He puts it on that ground plainly, and begs to ask for the loan, as I know human nature, of 2 sovereigns, to be repaid next Tuesday 6 weeks, before 12 at noon. Sometimes, when he is sure that I have found him out, and that there is no chance of money, he writes to inform me that I have got rid of him at last. He has enlisted into the company's service, and is off directly, but he wants a cheese. He is informed by the sergeant that it is essential to the prospects in the regiment that he should take out a single Gloucester cheese, weighing from 12 to 15 pounds. 8 or 9 shillings would buy it. He does not ask for money after what has passed, but if he calls at 9 tomorrow morning, may he hope to find a cheese? And is there anything he can do to show his gratitude in Bengal? Once he wrote me a rather special letter proposing relief in kind. He had got into a little trouble by leaving parcels of mud done up in brown paper at people's houses on the pretence of being a railway porter, in which character he received carriage money. This sportive fancy he expiated in the House of Correction. Not long after his release, and on a Sunday morning, he called with a letter, having first dusted himself all over, in which he gave me to understand that, being resolved to earn an honest livelihood, he had been travelling around the country with a cart of crockery; that he had been doing pretty well until the day before, when his horse had dropped down dead near Chatham in Kent; that this had reduced him to the unpleasant necessity of getting into the shafts himself, and drawing the cart of crockery to London, a somewhat exhausting pull of 30 miles; that he did not venture to ask for money, but that if I have the goodness to leave him out a donkey, he would call for the animal before breakfast. At another time my friend, I am describing actual experiences, introduced himself as a literary gentleman in the last extremity of distress. He had had a play accepted at a certain theatre, which was really open. Its representation was delayed by the indisposition of a leading actor, who was really ill, and he and his were in a state of absolute starvation. If he made his necessities known to the manager of the theatre, he put it to me to say what kind of treatment he might expect. Well, we got over that difficulty to our mutual satisfaction. A little while afterwards he was in some other strait. I think Mrs. Southcote, his wife, was in extremity, and we adjusted that point too. A little while afterwards he had taken a new house, and was going headlong to ruin for want of a water-butt. I had my misgivings about the water-butt, and did not reply to that epistle. But a little while afterwards I had reason to feel penitent for my neglect. He wrote me a few broken-hearted lines, informing me that the dear partner of his sorrows died in his arms last night at 9 o'clock. I dispatched a trusty messenger to comfort the bereaved mourner and his poor children, but the messenger went so soon that the play was not ready to be played out. My friend was not at home, and his wife was in the most delightful state of health. He was taken up by the Mendicity Society, informally it afterwards appeared, and I presented myself at a London police office with my testimony against him. The magistrate was wonderfully struck by his educational acquirements, deeply impressed by the excellence of his letters, exceedingly sorry to see a man of his attainments there, complimented him highly on his powers of composition, and was quite charmed to have the agreeable duty of discharging him. A collection was made for the poor fellow, as he was called in the reports, and I left the court with a comfortable sense of being universally regarded as a sort of monster. Next day comes to me a friend of mine, the governor of a large prison. "Why did you ever go to the police office against that man," says he, "without coming to me first? I know all about him and his frauds. He lodged in the house of my warders at the very time when he first wrote to you, and then he was eating spring lamb at 18 pence a pound, and early asparagus at I know not how much a bundle. On that very same day, and in that very same hour, my injured gentleman wrote a solemn address to me, demanding to know what compensation I proposed to make him for his having passed the night in a loathsome dungeon. The next morning an Irish gentleman, a member of the same fraternity, who had read the case, and was very well persuaded I should be chary of going to that police office again, positively refused to leave my door for less than a sovereign, and resolved to besiege me into compliance, literally sat down before it for 10 mortal hours. The garrison being well provisioned, I remained within the walls, and he raised the siege at midnight with a prodigious alarum on the bell. The begging letter writer often has an extensive circle of acquaintance. Whole pages of the Court Guide are ready to be references for him. Noblemen and gentlemen write to say there never was such a man for probity and virtue. They have known him time out of mind, and there is nothing they wouldn't do for him. Somehow they don't give him that £1.10 he stands in need of, but perhaps it is not enough. They want to do more, and his modesty will not allow it. It is to be remarked of his trade that it is a very fascinating one. He never leaves it, and those who are near to him become smitten with a love of it too, and sooner or later set up themselves. He employs a messenger, man, woman, or child. That messenger is certainly ultimately to become an independent begging letter writer. His sons and daughters succeed to his calling, and write begging letters when he is no more. He throws off the infection of begging letter writers like the contagion of disease. What Sydney Smith so happily called the dangerous luxury of dishonesty is more tempting and more catching, it would seem, in this instance than any other. He always belongs to a corresponding society of begging letter writers. Anyone who will may ascertain this fact. Give money today in recognition of a begging letter, no matter how unlike a common begging letter, and for the next fortnight you will have a rush of such communications. Steadily refuse to give, and the begging letters become angels' visits, until the society is from some cause or other in a dull way of business, and may as well try you as anybody else. It is of little use inquiring into the begging letter writer's circumstances. He may be sometimes accidentally found out, as in the case already mentioned, though that was not the first inquiry made. But apparent misery is always a part of his trade, and real misery very often is in the intervals of spring lamb and early asparagus. It is naturally an incident of his dissipated and dishonest life. That the calling is a successful one, and that large sums of money are gained by it, must be evident to anybody who reads the police reports of such cases. But prosecutions are of rare occurrence relatively to the extent to which the trade is carried on. The cause of this is to be found, as no one knows better than the begging letter writer, for it is part of his speculation, in the aversion people feel to exhibit themselves as having been imposed upon, or as having weakly gratified their consciences with lazy, flimsy substitute for the noblest of all virtues. There is a man at large, at the moment when this paper is preparing for the press, on the 29th of April, 1850, and never once taken up yet, who within these 12 months has been probably the most audacious and most successful swindler that even this trade has ever known. There has been something singularly base in this fellow's proceedings. It has been his business to write to all sorts and conditions of people, in the names of persons of high reputation and unblemished honour, professing to be in distress, the general admiration and respect for whom has ensured a ready and generous reply. Now, in the hope that the results of the real experience of a real person may do something more to induce reflection on this subject than any abstract treatise, and with a personal knowledge of the extent to which the begging letter trade has been carried on for some time, and has been for some time constantly increasing, the writer of this paper entreats the attention of his readers to a few concluding words. His experience is a type of the experience of many, some on a smaller, some on an infinitely larger scale. All may judge of the soundness or unsoundness of his conclusions from it. Long doubtful of the efficacy of such assistance in any case whatever, and able to recall but one, within his whole individual knowledge, in which he had the least after reason to suppose that any good was done by it, he was led last autumn into some serious considerations. The begging letters flying about by every post made it perfectly manifest that a set of lazy vagabonds were interposed between the general desire to do something to relieve the sickness and misery under which the poor were suffering, and the suffering poor themselves. That many who sought to do some little to repair the social wrongs, inflicted in the way of preventable diseases and death upon the poor, were strengthening those wrongs, however innocently, by wasting money on pestilent knaves cumbering society. That imagination, soberly following one of these knaves into his life of punishment in jail, and comparing it with the life of one of these poor in a cholera-stricken alley, or one of the children of one of those poor, soothed in its dying hour by the late lamented Mr. Drouet, contemplated a grim farce, impossible to be presented very much longer before God or man. That the crowning miracle of all the miracles summed up in the New Testament, after the miracle of the blind seeing and the lame walking, and the restoration of the dead to life, was the miracle that the poor had the gospel preached to them. That while the poor were unnaturally and unnecessarily cut off by the thousand in the prematurity of their age, or in the rottenness of their youth. For of flower or blossom such youth has none. The gospel was not preached to them, saving in hollow and unmeaning voices. That of all wrongs, this was the first mighty wrong the pestilence warned us to set right, and that no post office order to any amount, given to a begging letter writer for the quieting of an uneasy breast, would be presentable on the last great day as anything towards it. The poor never write these letters. Nothing could be more unlike their habits. The writers are public robbers, and we who support them are parties to their depredations. They trade upon every circumstance within their knowledge that affects us, public or private, joyful or sorrowful. They pervert the lessons of our lives. They change what ought to be our strength and virtue into weakness, and encouragement of vice. There is a plain remedy, and it is in our own hands. We must resolve at any sacrifice of feeling to be deaf to such appeals, and crush the trade. There are degrees in murder. Life must be held sacred among us in more ways than one. Sacred not merely from the murderous weapon, or the subtle poison, or the cruel blow, but sacred from preventable diseases, distortions, and pains. That is the first great end we have to set against this miserable imposition. Physical life respected, moral life comes next. What will not content a begging letter writer for a week would educate a score of children for a year. Let us give all we can. Let us give more than ever. Let us do all we can. Let us do more than ever. But let us give and do with a high purpose, not to endow the scum of the earth to its own greater corruption with the offals of our duty. End of the begging letter writer.
Section 5. Fortune Wildred. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Fortune Wildred by Charles Dickens. A great many years ago, 22 years to-night, I well remember what a cold wet night it was, with a thick sleet driving against the windows, and a melancholy moaning wind creeping through the leafless branches. It had been quite a sad winter time to us at home, the only sad one I had ever known, for it was just 2 or 3 weeks after the accident had happened that first laid me on my couch, and only a few days before my father had told me that I should never be able to rise from it any more. It had been a heavy blow to us all. We sat together in the drawing-room all the long evening, my father and my mother and I. My sister Kate had gone the day before to some friend of ours in the country. One gets so soon used to misfortunes and disappointments when just a little time has passed. But at the first they are often so hard to bear, and I think that never, at any time, did I feel such sorrow at the thought that I must be an invalid my whole life as I did that night. I was only a girl, not 15 yet, and at that age we are so full of bright dreams about the future, looking forward with such clear, joyous hopefulness to the world that is just beginning to open before us, stretching out our hands so eagerly to the golden light that we think we see in the far distance. It was so hard to have the bright view shut out forever, to have the bright dreams fade away, to have all the hopes that to me had made the thought of life so beautiful torn from me for ever in one moment. I had borne the knowledge of it all quite calmly at first. It was only now that I thought I really felt and knew all that I was losing. But, thank God, my life has not been what, in my faithlessness, I thought that night it might be. Thank God that the whole bitterness of those few hours' thought has never come to me as it did then again. Early in the evening my father had been reading to me aloud, but since he ceased no word had been spoken in the room. He had been writing for the last 2 hours. My mother, sitting by the fire, was reading. The whole house was silent, and from without the only sounds that came to us were the wind howling through the trees and the cold rain dashing on the windows, both cheerless sounds enough to hear. It was indeed a night for melancholy thoughts, and to one ill and weak as I was then, perhaps it was to be forgiven that, thinking of the future and the past, looking back upon the happy days that were gone, and forward to where the sunless clouds hung so heavily I should scarcely be able to press back the tears that tried to blind me. For when we are very young we shrink so from feeling prison bound. We pray so earnestly that if sorrow must come to us it may rather burst in sudden storm upon us, and passing away leave the blue sky clear again, than that our whole life should be wrapped up in a cold grey shroud, through which no deep sorrow can ever pierce into our hearts, no deep joy ever come to gladden us. And in that grey shroud I thought that my life was to lie hidden and withered, and now, while as yet it was only closing over me, while with passionate resistance I would still have struggled to tear it back, I felt that my hands were bound. A little thing will sometimes serve to divert our thoughts, even when they very much engross us, and so it was that night that I was suddenly startled out of the midst of my reverie by 2 loud sharp knocks upon the street door, a sound certainly by no means uncommon, and perhaps if nothing more had followed I might have fallen again into my former thoughts. But as I lay for a few moments listening the door was opened, and then there followed such strange hurried exclamations, half of surprise, half of alarm, mingled with such apparently irresistible bursts of laughter, that my first dull interest began rapidly to change into a far more active feeling. "My love, what's that?" asked my father, without looking up. "I can't imagine," my mother answered, in a puzzled tone, laying down her book. Just at this moment we heard a quick step running up the stairs, and all our eyes with one accord turned to the door, which in 2 or 3 minutes was burst open, and to our extreme amazement in rushed our servant Anne, with a little half-naked child in her arms. Yes, that little creature standing on the step was the only thing to be seen when she had opened the door. "'Pon my word, this is going too far," my father exclaimed when he had heard Anne's story. "It isn't 2 months since the same trick was played in town. Anne, call Tom to get a lantern immediately and follow me. We must make a search, though indeed it's hopeless to think of catching any one on such a night as this. Whoever has done it is out of reach by this time. My dear," he turned round as he was hurrying from the room, "don't do anything with the child until I come back. I'm afraid she's ill," and he closed the door. I shall never forget what a poor little object it was. It had scarcely an atom of clothing on it, just a torn old frock that would hardly hang together, and its poor little white shoulders and arms were all bare and wet with the heavy rain. Her pretty fair hair was wet too, but her face was what attracted and astonished me most, for in spite of the bitter coldness of the night it was glowing like fire, with a spot of the brightest scarlet on each cheek, and her large blue eyes so unnaturally bright that it was quite painful to look at them. Yet such a sweet face it was. My mother made her kneel beside me on my couch, and we talked to her, and kissed her, and taking off the old wet frock, wrapped my mother's shawl around her. But all the time, and though she was certainly more than 2 years old, she remained as perfectly unmoved as though she had been a little statue, only those great bright eyes were fixed upon my face, until I began to get absolutely frightened at her. In about 20 minutes my father returned from his useless search. "We can do nothing more to-night," he said, in a tone of considerable vexation, as he joined us again. "Poor child, she's very feverish indeed. Why, exposure on such a night is enough to kill her. My love, you must put her to bed. There's no help for it, and I'll see what I can do for her. But really it's a little too much to expect that all the sick children of the neighbourhood are not only to be cured for nothing, but to be housed too by the physician." And my father left the room to change his wet garments in no very contented state of mind. My mother put out her hands to lift the child from my side, and then for the first time a moaning sound broke from her, and leaning forward she caught my dress with her little hands and held it tight, half crying as if she feared to go away. I pressed her to me and clasped my arms around her. I couldn't help it, and she let me do it, and laid her head upon my bosom. The dear child, with that plaintive moaning, sounded again. I was almost weeping myself, half with pity, half with love, for I loved her so much already, as we love all things that cling to us, all things that, weaker than ourselves, appeal to us for protection. And so, for I could not bear that against her will she should be made to leave me, still keeping her in my arms, I had the couch wheeled into my bedroom, and there in Kate's bed we laid her, poor little weary, suffering thing. It would be too long to tell you all about her illness, for she was ill for many weeks. How patient she was, how anxious we all were for her, how, in spite of a few cross words at first, my kind father tended her with as much care as ever he bestowed upon his wealthiest patient, how my dear mother sat up night after night with her as though she had been her own child, how the little thing crept so into all our hearts that when at last one evening my father pronounced her out of danger, even his voice was broken with emotion, and we were fairly crying, both my mother and I. Nor will I trouble you with an account of all the fruitless search that was made to discover who she was or where she came from, but one thing I must mention, because it perplexed us very much, and added to our difficulty in deciding how to dispose of her. It was this, that we began to suspect, what at first had never entered our heads, that she had been stolen, and was not a poor woman's child. It was her own dim recollections of past things that gave rise to this supposition, but the fever had so confused all things in her poor little head that we never could reach any certainty upon the subject. Well, the end of all was that we could not part from her, for we had all grown to love her so well already, and we knew that if we sent her away from us, the only place that would receive her was the workhouse. So it was quite settled at last that she should stay with us, and because she had taken to me so much from the first, they pronounced, laughing, that she should be my child, and I was so happy. I called her Fortune. Fortune Wildred we baptized her. That she should never find her own surname, she might at least have some proper claim to ours. Of course she must have had a Christian name before. Indeed, she said she remembered it, and declared that it was Willie, but Willie seemed so odd a name to give a girl, that we agreed it would not do, and then I chose Fortune. My little Fortune! She was so dear to me, and she loved me too so well. Young as I was, our relation to each other became in many things like mother and child. It was strange that of her own accord from the first she called me Aunt Dinah, and I so soon grew accustomed to the title, and no soon too fell quite naturally into calling her my child, for though yet but a girl in years, I was becoming a woman very quickly, as I should think must often be the case with those who have their destiny in life fixed as early as mine was, for I had no other outward change to look forward to, as most girls have, and all my business was to settle down and be content. My life, I often think, might have been lonely and sad without my child, but with her I was very happy. It was as if I lived again in her, for all the hopes and wishes that my illness had crushed came into life again, but not for myself now. It was for her that I dreamed and hoped and thought, for the little bright-eyed child who loved to lie beside me, with her white arms round my neck, and her soft cheek pressed on to mine, who loved, heaven bless her, to be with me always, who never was so happy as when, even for hours, we two would be left alone together, and with the perfect confidence that only children have, she would talk to me of all things that came in her mind, gladdening my very heart with the loving things she said. They all loved her, but none as I did, for she loved none of them so well. They used to say that I should spoil her, but I never did. She was not made to be spoiled, my little Fortune, my sunny bright-haired child. She was my pupil for the first few years, and such dear lessons they were that we used to have together, dear to both of us, though most to me. She was so good and gentle, so sorry if she ever grieved me, so eager to be good and be forgiven again, as though my heart did not forgive her always, even before she asked it. So loving always. She never wearied of being with me, the kind child, not even when, as happened sometimes, I was too ill to bear her childish merriment, and she would have to sit quietly in my room and lower her sweet clear voice when she spoke to me, for she would hang upon my neck then too, and whisper to me how she loved me. Ah, I never shall forget it all. I never shall forget how good my little Fortune was to me. I may as well mention here that soon after it was settled she should stay with us, we had a little miniature portrait of her taken, which I have worn ever since as a locket round my neck. We did this on the chance that it might possibly serve, on some future day, as a means of identifying her. Here is the little picture now. It is so like her, as I have seen her 1,000 times, with her sunny veil of curls around her. The years went on and brought some changes with them. One change, which was very sad, my mother's death. It came upon us suddenly, at a time when we were least thinking of sorrow, for when her short illness began, we were preparing for my sister Kate's marriage. It was long before the gloom and grief about her loss threw upon our little household passed away, for she was dearly loved amongst us, and had been a most noble and true-hearted woman. When Kate had been married about a year, my father withdrew from practice, and, to be near her, we removed to Derbyshire, and he and I and Fortune kept house there, in a quiet, cheerful way together. And so the years went on until my child was about 17. In this new part of the country we had not many neighbours with whom we were intimate, but there was one family who since our first coming had shown us much kindness. Their name was Beresford, and they consisted of a father and mother and one son who was at college. They were wealthy people, with a good deal of property in the county. When we first knew them I had not been without a suspicion. I almost think it was a hope that Arthur Beresford and my Fortune might one day fall in love with one another. But it was not to be, for as they grew up, I saw that there was no thought of more than a common friendly love between them, and indeed boys of 21 are generally occupied with other things than falling in love, and girls of 17, I think, generally suppose that 21 is too young for them to have anything to do with, as no doubt it very often is. So they remain good friends, and nothing more. I remember well Arthur Beresford's return from college 2 or 3 months before he became of age, and how, on the day after, a bright June morning it was, he burst into our drawing-room with a gay exclamation, "Here I am, Aunt Dinah, and free for the next 4 months," and coming up to me took both my hands in his, and looked so gay and so happy and so handsome that it did me only good to look at him. He was in very high spirits indeed, for not only had he gained his freedom, as he called it, but he had succeeded in bringing back with him his cousin, Neville Arlington, a fellow and tutor at Oxford, who had done him, so he said, such services during his career there that had it not been for him he should never have been the happy fellow he was there, which, whether it was as true as he thought it or not, I liked the boy for saying and thinking. And 1 or 2 days afterwards Neville Arlington came with Mr. Beresford and Arthur to call upon us. He was 6 or 7 years older than Arthur, and neither so lively nor so handsome, but he had a firm, broad, thoughtful brow, and deep, lustrous eyes, and a voice so deep and rich and soft that it was like the sound of music to hear him speak. I liked him from the first, we all did, and it was not long before he became an almost daily visitor at our house, coming sometimes alone, on the excuse, I knew it was but an excuse, of bringing us books or news or some such thing, but more often with one or other of the Beresfords. Indeed, after a little time, I know that I, for one, fell quite into a habit of missing him if ever a day passed without his coming, for his quiet, gentle presence had in it a great charm to me, and he had fallen so kindly and naturally into my ways, that I had felt, almost from the first day, that he was not a stranger, but a friend. Nor was I the only one who watched for his daily visits, or felt lonely when he did not come. My dear child seldom spoke much of him when he was away. Even when he was with us she was often very quiet, but I knew soon that in both their hearts a deep true love was growing up, and that my darling would one day be Neville's wife. And he deserved her, and she him. Timid as she was now, I knew that it would not be always so. I knew that presently, when all was understood between them, her present reserve would pass away, and my Fortune, as she really was, with her bright sunny gaiety, with her graceful hoping woman's nature, with her deeply loving faithful heart, would stand beside him to illume and to brighten his whole life. Such happy days those were while these two young hearts were drawing to each other. Happy to them and me, though over my joy there was still one little cloud. Mr. and Mrs. Beresford were the only persons amongst our new friends to whom I had told my Fortune's story. I did not feel that it was a thing I needed to tell every one, but now I was anxious that Neville should know it, and felt uneasy as day after day passed, and kept him still in ignorance. But indeed I was perplexed what to do, for he and I were almost never alone, and in the state in which matters were yet between him and Fortune, it would have been premature and even indelicate to ask Mrs. Beresford to interfere. There was only one opportunity I had for speaking to him, and that I lost. I remember that day well. My father and Fortune had gone after dinner to my sister Kate's, expecting to be back in an hour, and when the hour had nearly elapsed, Neville came in alone, bringing a request that they would return with him to spend the evening at the Beresfords'. I thought they would soon be in, so he willingly agreed to wait, and sitting beside me at the open window, he presently began, it was the first time he had ever done so, to talk of Fortune. It was strange. Without a word of preparation or introduction, he spoke of her as only one who loved her could speak. For a moment I was startled. Then I fell into his tone, and I, too, talked of my child as I could have done to few but him. There was no explanation between us, but each read the other's heart fully and perfectly, and yet not even then did I tell him Fortune's story. I longed to do it. It was on my lips again and again, but I was expecting her return with my father every moment, and I feared to be interrupted when I had once begun. So the time went past, and I was vexed with myself when it was gone, that my tale was still untold. Though it was after sunset when they came in, Neville persuaded them still to accompany him back. I remember well his warm though silent farewell to me that night. I remember, too, when they were all away, how long I lay and thought in the summer twilight. I ought to have been glad, and I was glad, but yet some low sad voice, that I thought I had hushed to silence years ago, for ever, would awake in my heart again, making me break the beauty of that summer evening with my rebellious tears. It was only for a little time, for I who had been so happy, what right had I to weep because some hopes had died? I pressed my tears back, praying to be forgiven, and soon the soft stillness of the night calmed me, and I thought again of my dear child, and eagerly and hopefully as ever I had done when I was young, I dreamed bright dreams for her future life. When I was young, I was but 29 now, yet how far back my youth seemed. Strange there was scarcely 2 years between me and Neville, yet how everyone, how he, how I myself, looked on me as old compared with him. It was late when they came home that night, and I thought my darling looked sad. I had thought so once or twice of late. She slept in a room opening from mine, and always came the last thing to say good night to me. To-night when she came I was grieved, for she looked as if she had been weeping. She stood beside my couch, the light from behind, that streamed through the open door, falling on bright unbound hair, and also herself looking so pure and beautiful. My own Fortune! I kept her a few minutes by me, for I longed to cheer her, but she did not seem to care much to talk. I said something about Neville, and she asked me if he had been long here before they came. "About an hour," I said. "Ah, I am glad," she answered. "I was afraid my poor auntie had been alone the whole night. It was kind of him." "Yes, he is always kind, dear," I said, which she did not answer, but smiled gently to herself, and stood in silence with my hand in hers. Then suddenly she frightened me, for quickly stooping down she laid her head upon my shoulder, and I felt her sobbing. At first she would not tell me why she wept, but whispered through her tears that it would grieve me, that I should think she was ungrateful. I, who had always been so good to her, and loved her so well always. But when I pressed her earnestly, it came at last. It was because through the wide world she knew not where to seek for a father or a mother, because to the very name she bore she had no claim, because to all but us, she said, her life had ever been a deceit, and was so still, because she felt so humbled before those she loved, knowing that she had no right they should be true to her whose first step had been a falsehood to them. She told me this, pouring it out rapidly, passionately, and I understood it all, and far more than she told me. Alas, I might have guessed it all before. I comforted her as I could. I told her that her first grief she must bear still, hopefully, if she could, that for the rest she should not sorrow any longer, for all whose love she cared for should know what her history was. I told her to have courage, and I thanked her earnestly and truly for how she had spoken to me then. And presently, weeping still, but happier and full of love, my darling left me to weep, because a grief I should have known would come had fallen on me. I said that the Beresfords were landed proprietors, and Arthur was their only son, so his coming of age was to be a great day. Of course I very seldom moved from home, but it had long been a promise that on this occasion we were to spend a week with them, and the time was now close at hand. Indeed, it was on the second day, I think, after I had had this talk with my child, that our visit was to begin. So early on that day we went. I have not mentioned that, for the last fortnight, besides Neville, the Beresfords had had other visitors with them. A brother of Mrs. Beresford's, a Colonel Horton, with his wife, and their 2 children, a little boy and girl. They had just returned from India, where, indeed, Mrs. Horton had lived many years. She was in delicate health, and did not go out much, so that she was as yet almost a stranger to me. But the little I had seen of her, and all that Fortune had told me about her, pleased me so much that I was not at all sorry for this opportunity of knowing more of her. There was something graceful and winning in her manner, indeed, that prepossessed most people in her favour, and there was much both of beauty and refinement in her face. It was the day after we came, and a kind of preliminary excitement was through the house, for the next morning was to usher in Arthur's birthday, and to-day Mrs. Beresford was giving a large children's party, expressly in honour of little Agnes and Henry Horton. I think we had every child for 6 or 7 miles round assembled together, and there had been music and dancing, and a ceaseless peal of merry voices all through the long summer evening, and everybody looked gay and happy, and all went well, for not a few of the elder ones had turned themselves into children too, for the time, to aid them in their games. It was growing late, and even the lightest feet began to long for a little rest, when from one large group that had gathered together there came a loud call to play at forfeits, and in 2 or 3 moments all were busy gathering pretty things together to pour into Fortune's lap, and then they merrily began the game, and laughed and clapped their hands with delight as each holder of a forfeit was proclaimed. The most uproarious laughter had just been excited by Neville's performance of some penalty allotted to him, and then I recollect well how he came, looking very happy, to kneel at Fortune's feet and deliver the next sentence. She held up a little ring, and when she asked the usual question, what the possessor of it was to do, he answered gaily, to give us her autobiography. There was a pause for a moment while they waited for Fortune to declare whose the forfeit was, but she did not speak, for the ring was hers. Neville had risen from his knees, and seeing it he exclaimed laughing, for he knew it. "What, Miss Wildred, has this fallen to your lot?" She looked up hurriedly from him to me, and said, "Aunt Dinah," quickly, as if to ask me to speak. But before I had opened my lips, Mrs. Beresford came forward and said kindly, "Neville, I think it will be hardly fair to press this forfeit. We can't expect young ladies to be willing to declare their autobiographies in public, you know." I interrupted Neville, and answered, "But if you will take my account of Fortune's life instead of calling on her for her own, I think I can answer for her willingness to let you hear it. Shall it be so, Mr. Erlington?" But he was eager that it should be passed over, was even vexed that any word had been said about it at all. I understand his delicacy well, and thanked him for it in my heart. But I knew what my child's wish was, so I would not do what he asked me, but promised that when the children were away the story should be told, and then the game went on. It was past 10 o'clock when they gathered round me to hear my child's history. There was no one there but the Beresfords and the Hortons and Neville and ourselves. I saw that my poor child was agitated, but I would not have her either know that I guessed she was so, or that I shared her agitation, so I took out my knitting and began working away very quietly as I talked, just glancing up now and then into one or other of my hearers' faces, into Neville's oftenest, because there was that in the earnest look he fixed on me which seemed to ask it more than the rest. There was not really very much to tell, and I had gone on without interruption nearly to the end, and I was just telling them how I called her Fortune Wildred, because we thought the name she said she had was so strange, when, as I said the word Willie, a sudden cry rang through the room. It fell upon my heart with a strange terror, and in an instant every eye was turned to whence it came. Pale as death, her figure eagerly bent forward, her hand grasping Fortune's shoulder, Mrs. Horton sat. From my child's cheek, too, all color had fled. Motionless like two marble figures, they fronted one another, their eyes fixed on each other's faces with a wild hope, a wild doubt in each. It lasted but a moment, then both, as by one impulse, rose. Mrs. Horton stretched out her hands. "Mother!" burst from Fortune's lips. There was a passionate sob, and they were wrapped into one another's arms. I saw like one in a dream, not feeling, not understanding, not believing. A giddiness came over me, a sudden dimness before my eyes, a feeling of deadly sickness as we feel when we are fainting. There began to be a buzz of voices, but I could distinguish nothing clearly until I heard my own name spoken. "Dinah," my father was saying hurriedly, "you have that little portrait. Give it to me." I roused myself by a great effort, and taking the locket from my bosom, put it in his hand. Another moment and there was a second cry, but this time it was a cry only of joy. "Yes, yes," I hear Mrs. Horton passionately saying in a voice all broken with emotion. "I knew it, I knew it. It is my child, my Willie, my little Willie." And she pressed the portrait to her lips, and looked on it as even I had scarcely ever done. Ah, I needed no other proofs. I needed nothing more than that one look to tell me I had lost my child. Mrs. Horton had sunk upon her seat again, and my darling was kneeling at her feet, clasping her hand and weeping. They spoke no more, they nor any one. Then, when a minute or two had passed, Colonel Horton raised my child kindly from the ground, and placing her mother's hand in hers, led them silently together from the room. I closed my eyes and turned away, but still the tears would force their way through the closed lids upon my cheek, and as I wept, feeling, that night I could not help it, so lonely and so sad, a warm, firm clasp came gently and closed upon my hand. It was Neville who was standing by my side, and as I felt that friendly pressure, and met the look that was bent upon me, I knew that there was one at least who, rejoicing in my Fortune's joy, could yet feel sympathy for me. It was not long before Colonel Horton came back, and from him we learnt all that there was to tell. Mrs. Horton, when very young, had married a Captain Morton, and accompanied him to India, where my child was born, and called after her mother, Wilhelmina. but she was delicate, and the doctor said that the Indian climate would kill her. So before she was 2 years old they were forced to send her home to England to relations in the north. An English servant was sent in charge of her, and both were committed to the care of an intimate friend of theirs who was returning to England in the same vessel. But the lady died during the passage, and of neither child nor nurse were there ever more any tidings heard, except the solitary fact, which the captain proved, that they did arrive in England. It was 15 years ago. The woman had money with her belonging to Mrs. Horton, as well as the whole of the child's wardrobe, quite enough to tempt her to dishonesty. And such was the history of my fortune's birth. I went away as soon as I could to my room, and lay there waiting for my child, for I knew that she would come. The moonlight streamed in brightly and softly, and the shadow of the trees without the window came and waved upon my couch, rocking gently to and fro with a low music like a song of rest. It stilled my heart, that quiet sound, and lying there alone I prayed that I might have strength to rejoice and not to mourn at all. And then, after a long time, I grew quite calm and waited quietly. My darling came at last, but not alone. Her mother entered the room with her, and they came together, hand in hand, up to my couch, and stood beside me, with the moonlight falling on them, and shining on my child's white dress, as if it was a robe of silver. We spoke little, but from Mrs. Horton's lips there fell a few most gentle, earnest, loving words, which sank into my heart and gladdened me. And then she left me with my child, alone. My darling clung around my neck and wept, and calmer now myself, I poured out all my love upon her, and soothed her as I could. And then we talked together, and she told me all her joy. And there were some words that she said that night that I have never since forgotten, nor ever will forget, words that have cheered me often since, that live in my heart now, beautiful, distinct, and clear as when she spoke them first. God bless her, my own child! Brightly as ever the sun rose upon an August morning did his first rays beam through our window to welcome Arthur's birthday. There was nothing but joy throughout the house, and happy faces welcoming each other, and gay voices and merry laughter making the roof ring. There are a few days in our lives which stand out from all others we have ever known, days on which it seems to us as if the flood of sunlight around us is gilded with so bright a glory, that even the commonest things on which it falls glow with a beauty we never felt before, days on which the fresh breeze passing over us, and sweeping through the green leaves overhead, whispers ever to us to cast all sorrow from our hearts, for that in the great world around us there is infinite joy and happiness and love. Such a day was this, and bright and beautiful, with the blue clear sky, with the golden sunbeams, with the light, laughing wind. It rises in my memory now, day never to be forgotten. I was not very strong, and in the afternoon I had my couch moved into one of the quiet rooms, and lay there resting, with only the distant sound of gay voices reaching me now and then, and everything else quite still. I had not seen much of my child during the morning, but I know that she was happy, so I was quite content. And indeed I too myself was very happy, for the sunlight seemed to have pierced into my heart, and I felt so grateful and so willing that all should be as it was. I had lain there alone about half an hour, when I heard steps upon the garden walk without. The head of my couch was turned from the window, so I could not easily see who it was, but in a few moments they came near, and Fortune and Neville entered the room by the low open window. "I was longing to see my child," I said softly, and with a few loving words she bent her head down over me, kissing me quickly many times. Neville stood by her side, and smiling, asked, "Will you not give me a welcome too?" I said warmly, for I am sure I felt it, "You know that you are always welcome." He pressed my hand, and after a moment's pause, half seriously and half gaily, he went on, "Aunt Dinah, I have come to ask a boon, the greatest boon I ever ask of any one. Will you grant it, do you think?" I looked at him earnestly, wondering, hoping, doubting, but I could not speak, nor did he wait long for an answer, but bending his head low, "Will you give me," he said, and the exquisite tenderness of his rich voice is with me still, "will you give me your fortune to be evermore my fortune and my wife?" I glanced from him to her. I saw his beaming smile as he stood by her, and her glowing cheek and downcast eyes, and then I knew that it was true, and tried to speak. But they were broken, weeping, most imperfect words, saying, I well know so faintly and so ill, the deep joy that was in my heart, and yet they understood me, and whispering, "God bless you," Neville stooped and kissed my brow, and my darling pressed me in her arms, and gazing in my face with her bright tearful eyes, I saw in their blue depths a whole new world of happiness. A few more words will tell you all the rest. My child was very young, and Neville had little beside his fellowship to depend upon, and that of course his marriage would deprive him of. So it was settled that they should wait a year or two before they married, and at the close of the autumn they parted, Neville, who had been some time ordained to go to a curacy near London, and Fortune, with her mother, to relations further north. It was to me a very sad winter, for I was lonely without my child, but I looked forward hopefully, and every one was very kind. And in the spring an unexpected happiness befell us, for a living near us in Mr. Beresford's gift became vacant suddenly, and before it was quite summer again Neville was established as the new rector there, and then my darling and he were married. There is a little child with dark blue eyes and golden hair, who often makes sunshine in my room, whose merry laughter thrills my heart, whose low sweet songs I love to hear, as nestled by my side she sings to me. They call her Dinah, and I know she is my darling's little girl, but when I look upon her face I can forget that 20 years have passed away, and still believe she is my little Fortune, come back to be a child again. End of Fortune Wildred.
Romance. From the pen of Lieutenant Colonel Robin Redforth, age 9. From Holiday Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3, Romance. From the pen of Lieutenant Colonel Robin Redforth, age 9, by Charles Dickens. The subject of our present narrative would appear to have devoted himself to the pirate profession at a comparatively early age. We find him in command of a splendid schooner of 100 guns loaded to the muzzle, ere yet he had had a party in honor of his 10th birthday. It seems that our hero, considering himself spited by a Latin grammar master, demanded the satisfaction due from one man of honor to another. Not getting it, he privately withdrew his haughty spirit from such low company, bought a second-hand pocket-pistol, folded up some sandwiches in a paper bag, made a bottle of Spanish licorice water, and entered on a career of valor. It were tedious to follow Boldheart, for such was his name, through the commencing stages of his story. Suffice it, that we find him bearing the rank of Captain Boldheart, reclining in full uniform on a crimson hearth-rug spread out upon the quarter-deck of his schooner the Beauty in the China Seas. It was a lovely evening, and, as his crew lay grouped about him, he favoured them with the following melody: "Oh, landsmen are folly! Oh, pirates are jolly! Oh, diddle-dum-dolly-dee!" Chorus: "Heave, yo!" The soothing effect of these animated sounds floating over the waters, as the common sailors united their rough voices to take up the rich tones of Boldheart, may be more easily conceived than described. It was under these circumstances that the lookout at the masthead gave the word, "Whales!" All was now activity. "Where away?" cried Captain Boldheart, starting up. "On the larboard bow, sir," replied the fellow at the masthead, touching his hat. for such was the height of discipline on board of the Beauty, that even at that height he was obliged to mind it, or be shot through the head. "This adventure belongs to me," said Boldheart. "Boy, my harpoon. Let no man follow." And leaping alone into his boat, the captain rowed with admirable dexterity in the direction of the monster. All was now excitement. "He nears him," said an elderly seaman, following the captain through his spyglass. "He strikes him," said another seaman, a mere stripling, but also with a spyglass. "He tows him towards us," said another seaman, a man in the full vigour of life, but also with a spyglass. In fact, the captain was seen approaching, with a huge bulk following. We will not dwell on the deafening cries of "Boldheart! Boldheart!" with which he was received, when, carelessly leaping on the quarter deck, he presented his prize to his men. They afterwards made 2417 pound 10 and sixpence by it. Ordering the sail to be braced up, the captain now stood west-north-west. The Beauty flew rather than floated over the dark blue waters. Nothing particular occurred for a fortnight, except taking, with considerable slaughter, 4 Spanish galleons, and a snow from South America, all richly laden. Inaction began to tell upon the spirits of the men. Captain Boldheart called all hands aft, and said, "My lads, I hear there are discontented ones among ye. Let any such stand forth." After some murmuring, in which the expressions "Aye, aye, sir," "Union Jack," "Avast," "Starboard," "Port," "Bowsprit," and similar indications of a mutinous undercurrent, though subdued, were audible, Bill Boozey, captain of the foretop, came out from the rest. His form was that of a giant, but he quailed under the captain's eye. "What are your wrongs?" said the captain. "Why, d'ye see, Captain Boldheart," replied the towering manner, "I've sailed, man and boy, for many a year, but I never yet knowed the milk served out for the ship's company's teas to be so sour as 'tis aboard this craft." At this moment the thrilling cry, "Man overboard!" announced to the astonished crew that Boozey, in stepping back, as the captain, in mere thoughtfulness, laid his hand upon the faithful pocket pistol which he wore in his belt, had lost his balance and was struggling with the foaming tide. All was now stupefaction. But with Captain Boldheart to throw off his uniform coat, regardless of the various rich orders with which it was decorated, and to plunge into the sea after the drowning giant, was the work of a moment. Maddening was the excitement when boats were lowered. Intense was the joy when the captain was seen holding up the drowning man with his teeth. Deafening the cheering when both were restored to the main deck of the Beauty. And from the instant of his changing his wet clothes for dry ones, Captain Boldheart had no such devoted though humble friend as William Boozey. Boldheart now pointed to the horizon, and called the attention of his crew to the taper spars of a ship lying snug in harbour under the guns of a fort. "She shall be ours at sunrise," said he. "Serve out a double allowance of grog, and prepare for action." All was now preparation. When morning dawned, after a sleepless night, it was seen that the stranger was crowding on all sail to come out of the harbour and offer battle. As the two ships came nearer to each other, the stranger fired a gun and hoisted Roman colours. Boldheart then perceived her to be the Latin grammar master's bark. Such indeed she was, and had been tacking about the world in unavailing pursuit from the time of his first taking to a roving life. Boldheart now addressed his men, promising to blow them up if he should feel convinced that their reputation required it, and giving orders that the Latin grammar master should be taken alive. He then dismissed them to their quarters, and the fight began with a broadside from the Beauty. She then veered around and poured in another. The Scorpion, so was the bark of the Latin grammar master appropriately called, was not slow to return her fire, and a terrific cannonading ensued, in which the guns of the Beauty did tremendous execution. The Latin grammar master was seen upon the poop, in the midst of the smoke and fire, encouraging his men. To do him justice, he was no craven, though his white hat, his short grey trousers, and his long snuff-coloured surcoat, reaching to his heels, the self-same coat in which he had spited Boldheart, contrasted most unfavourably with the brilliant uniform of the latter. At this moment Boldheart, seizing a pike and putting himself at the head of his men, gave the word to board. A desperate conflict ensued in the hammock nettings, or somewhere in about that direction, until the Latin grammar master, having all his masts gone, his hull and rigging shot through, and seeing Boldheart slashing a path towards him, hauled down his flag himself, gave up his sword to Boldheart, and asked for quarter. Scarce had he been put into the captain's boat, ere the Scorpion went down with all on board. On Captain Boldheart's now assembling his men, a circumstance occurred. He found it necessary with one blow of his cutlass to kill the cook, who, having lost his brother in the late action, was making at the Latin grammar master in an infuriated state, intent on his destruction with a carving knife. Captain Boldheart then turned to the Latin grammar master, severely reproaching him with his perfidy, and put it to his crew what they considered that a master who spited a boy deserved. They answered with one voice, "Death." "It may be so," said the captain, "but it shall never be said that Boldheart stained his hour of triumph with the blood of his enemy. Prepare the cutter." The cutter was immediately prepared. "Without taking your life," said the captain, "I must yet for ever deprive you of the power of spiting other boys. I shall turn you adrift in this boat. You will find in her 2 oars, a compass, a bottle of rum, a small cask of water, a piece of pork, a bag of biscuit, and my Latin grammar. Go! And spite the natives, if you can find any." Deeply conscious of this bitter sarcasm, the unhappy wretch was put into the cutter, and was soon left far behind. He made no effort to row, but was seen lying on his back with his legs up, when last made out by the ship's telescopes. A stiff breeze now beginning to blow, Captain Boldheart gave orders to keep her south-south-west, easing her a little during the night by falling off a point or two, west by west, or even by west-south, if she complained much. He then retired for the night, having in truth much need of repose. In addition to the fatigues he had undergone, this brave officer had received 16 wounds in the engagement, but had not mentioned it. In the morning a white squall came on, and was succeeded by other squalls of various colours. It thundered and lightened heavily for 6 weeks. Hurricanes then set in for 2 months. Waterspouts and tornadoes followed. The oldest sailor on board, and he was a very old one, had never seen such weather. The Beauty lost all idea where she was, and the carpenter reported 6 feet 2 of water in the hold. Everybody fell senseless at the pumps every day. Provisions now ran very low. Our hero put the crew on short allowance, and put himself on shorter allowance than any man in the ship, but his spirit kept him fat. In this extremity the gratitude of Boozy, the captain of the foretop, whom our readers may remember, was truly affecting. The loving though lowly William repeatedly requested to be killed, and preserved for the captain's table. We now approach a change of affairs. One day, during a gleam of sunshine, and when the weather had moderated, the man at the masthead, too weak now to touch his hat, besides its having been blown away, called out, "Savages!" All was now expectation. Presently 1,500 canoes, each paddled by 20 savages, were seen advancing in excellent order. They were of a light green colour, the savages were, and sang with great energy the following strain: Chew a chew tooth, munch, munch nicey. Chew a chew tooth, munch, munch nicey. As the shades of night were by this time closing in, these expressions were supposed to embody this simple people's views of the evening hymn, but it too soon appeared that the song was a translation of "For what we are going to receive," etc. The chief, imposingly decorated with feathers of lively colors, and having the majestic appearance of a fighting parrot, no sooner understood (he understood English perfectly) that the ship was the Beauty, Captain Boldheart, than he fell upon his face on the deck, and could not be persuaded to rise until the captain had lifted him up and told him he wouldn't hurt him. All the rest of the savages also fell on their faces with marks of terror, and also had to be lifted up one by one. Thus the fame of the great Boldheart had gone before him, even among these children of nature. Turtles and oysters were now produced in astonishing numbers, and on these and yams the people made a hearty meal. After dinner the chief told Captain Boldheart that there was better feeding up at the village, and that he would be glad to take him and his officers there. Apprehensive of treachery, Boldheart ordered his boat's crew to attend him completely armed, and well were it for other commanders if their precautions—but let us not anticipate. When the canoes arrived at the beach, the darkness of the night was illumined by the light of an immense fire. Ordering his boat's crew, with the intrepid though illiterate William at their head, to keep close and be upon their guard, Boldheart bravely went on, arm in arm with the chief. But how to depict the captain's surprise when he found a ring of savages singing in chorus that barbarous translation of "For what we are going to receive," etc., which has been given above, and dancing hand in hand round the Latin grammar master, in a hamper with his head shaved, while 2 savages floured him before putting him to the fire to be cooked? Boldheart now took counsel with his officers on the course to be adopted. In the meantime, the miserable captive never ceased begging pardon and imploring to be delivered. On the generous Boldheart's proposal, it was at length resolved that he should not be cooked, but should be allowed to remain raw on 2 conditions, namely, 1. That he should never, under any circumstances, presume to teach any boy anything any more. 2. That, if taken back to England, he should pass his life in traveling to find out boys who wanted their exercises done, and should do their exercises for those boys for nothing, and never say a word about it. Drawing the sword from its sheath, Boldheart swore him to these conditions on its shining blade. The prisoner wept bitterly, and appeared acutely to feel the errors of his past career. The captain then ordered his boat's crew to make ready for a volley, and after firing to reload quickly. "And expect a score or 2 of ye to go head over heels," murmured William Boozey, "for I'm a looking at ye." With those words, the derisive though deadly William took a good aim. "Fire!" The ringing voice of Boldheart was lost in the report of the guns and the screeching of the savages. Volley after volley awakened the numerous echoes. Hundreds of savages were killed, hundreds wounded, and thousands ran howling into the woods. The Latin grammar master had a spare nightcap lent him, and a long-tailed coat, which he wore hindside before. He presented a ludicrous though pitiable appearance, and serve him right. We now find Captain Boldheart, with this rescued wretch on board, standing off for other islands. At one of these, not a cannibal island, but a pork and vegetable one, he married, only in fun on his part, the king's daughter. Here he rested some time, receiving from the natives great quantities of precious stones, gold dust, elephants' teeth, and sandalwood, and getting very rich. This, too, though he almost every day made presents of enormous value to his men. The ship being at length as full as she could hold of all sorts of valuable things, Boldheart gave orders to weigh the anchor, and turn the Beauty's head towards England. These orders were obeyed with 3 cheers, and ere the sun went down, full many a hornpipe had been danced on deck by the uncouth though agile William. We next find Captain Boldheart about 3 leagues off Madeira, surveying through his spy-glass a stranger of suspicious appearance making sail towards him. On his firing a gun ahead of her to bring her to, she ran up a flag, which he instantly recognized as the flag from the mast in the back garden at home. Inferring from this that his father had put to sea to seek his long-lost son, the captain sent his own boat on board the stranger to inquire if this was so, and, if so, whether his father's intentions were strictly honourable. The boat came back with a present of greens and fresh meat, and reported that the stranger was the family of 1,200 tons, and had not only the captain's father on board, but also his mother, with the majority of his aunts and uncles, and all his cousins. It was further reported to Boldheart that the whole of these relations had expressed themselves in a becoming manner, and were anxious to embrace him and thank him for the glorious credit he had done them. Boldheart at once invited them to breakfast next morning on board the Beauty, and gave orders for a brilliant ball that should last all day. It was in the course of the night that the captain discovered the hopelessness of reclaiming the Latin grammar master. That thankless traitor was found out, as the two ships lay near each other, communicating with the family by signals, and offering to give up Boldheart. He was hanged at the yardarm the first thing in the morning, after having it impressively pointed out to him by Boldheart that this was what spiders came to. The meeting between the captain and his parents was attended with tears. His uncles and aunts would have attended their meeting with tears too, but he wasn't going to stand that. His cousins were very much astonished by the size of his ship and the discipline of his men, and were greatly overcome by the splendor of his uniform. He kindly conducted them round the vessel, and pointed out everything worthy of notice. He also fired his 100 guns, and found it amusing to witness their alarm. The entertainment surpassed everything ever seen on board ship, and lasted from 10 in the morning until 7 the next morning. Only one disagreeable incident occurred. Captain Boldheart found himself obliged to put his cousin Tom in irons for being disrespectful. On the boy's promising amendment, however, he was humanely released after a few hours' close confinement. Boldheart now took his mother down into the great cabin, and asked after the young lady with whom, it was well known to the world, he was in love. His mother replied that the object of his affections was then at school at Margate for the benefit of sea bathing (it was the month of September), but that she feared the young lady's friends were still opposed to the union. Boldheart at once resolved, if necessary, to bombard the town. Taking the command of his ship with this intention, and putting all but fighting men on board the Family, with orders to that vessel to keep in company, Boldheart soon anchored in Margate Roads. Here he went ashore well armed, and attended by his boat's crew, at their head the faithful though ferocious William, and demanded to see the mayor, who came out of his office. "Dost know the name of yon ship, mayor?" asked Boldheart fiercely. "No," said the mayor, rubbing his eyes, which he could scarce believe when he saw the goodly vessel riding at anchor. "She is named the Beauty," said the captain. "Ha!" exclaimed the mayor with a start. "And you, then, are Captain Boldheart?" "The same." A pause ensued. The mayor trembled. "Now, mayor," said the captain, "choose! Help me to my bride, or be bombarded." The mayor begged for 2 hours' grace, in which to make inquiries respecting the young lady. Boldheart accorded him but one, and during that one placed William Boozey sentry over him with a drawn sword, and instructions to accompany him wherever he went, and to run him through the body if he showed a sign of playing false. At the end of the hour the mayor reappeared, more dead than alive, closely waited on by Boozey, more alive than dead. "Captain," said the mayor, "I have ascertained that the young lady is going to bathe. Even now she waits her turn for a machine. The tide is low, though rising. I, in one of our town boats, shall not be suspected. When she comes forth in her bathing dress into the shallow water from behind the hood of the machine, My boat shall intercept her and prevent her return. Do you the rest." "Mayor," returned Captain Boldheart, "thou hast saved thy town." The captain then signalled his boat to take him off, and, steering her himself, ordered her crew to row towards the bathing ground, and there to rest upon their oars. All happened as had been arranged. His lovely bride came forth. The mayor glided in behind her. She became confused, and had floated out of her depth, when, with one skilful touch of the rudder, and one quivering stroke from the boat's crew, her adoring Boldheart held her in his strong arms. There her shrieks of terror were changed to cries of joy. Before the Beauty could get under way, the hoisting of all the flags in the town and harbour, and the ringing of all the bells, announced to the brave Boldheart that he had nothing to fear. He therefore determined to be married on the spot, and signalled for a clergyman and clerk, who came off promptly in a sailing boat named the Skylark. Another great entertainment was then given on board the Beauty, in the midst of which the mayor was called out by a messenger. He returned with the news that the government had sent down to know whether Captain Boldheart, in acknowledgment of the great services he had done his country by being a pirate, would consent to be made a lieutenant colonel. For himself, he would have spurned the worthless boon, but his bride wished it, and he consented. Only one thing further happened before the good ship Family was dismissed with rich presents to all on board. It is painful to record, but such is human nature in some cousins, that Captain Boldheart's unmannerly cousin Tom was actually tied up to receive 3 dozen with a rope's end, for cheekiness and making game, when Captain Boldheart's lady begged for him, and he was spared. The Beauty then refitted, and the captain and his bride departed for the Indian Ocean to enjoy themselves for evermore. End of Romance, from the pen of Lieutenant Colonel Robin Redforth, aged 9. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Lynn. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Old Lady's Story by Charles Dickens. The Old Lady's Story. I have never told you my secret, my dear nieces. However, this Christmas, which may well be the last to an old woman, I will give the whole story. For though it is a strange story and a sad one, it is true. And what sin there was in it, I trust I may have expiated by my tears and my repentance. Perhaps the last expiation of all is this painful confession. We were very young at the time, Lucy and I, and the neighbors said we were pretty. So we were, I believe, though entirely different. For Lucy was quiet and fair, and I was full of life and spirits, wild beyond any power of control, and reckless. I was the elder by 2 years, but more fit to be in leading strings myself than to guide or govern my sister. But she was so good, so quiet, and so wise, that she needed no one's guidance. For if advice was to be given, it was she who gave it, not I, and I never knew her judgment or perception fail. She was the darling of the house. My mother had died soon after Lucy was born. A picture in the dining-room of her, in spite of all the differences of dress, was exactly like Lucy. And as Lucy was now 17, and my mother had been only 18 when it was taken, there was no discrepancy of years. One All-Hallows Eve, a party of us, all young girls, not one of us 20 years of age, were trying our fortunes round the drawing-room fire, throwing nuts into the brightest blaze to hear if the mythic He's loved any of us, and in what proportion, or pouring hot lead into water to find cradles and rings, or purses and coffins, or breaking the whites of eggs into tumblers half full of water, then drawing up the white into pictures for the future. The prettiest experiment of all. I remember Lucy could only make a recumbent figure of hers, like a marble monument in miniature, and I a maze of masks and skulls and things that looked like dancing apes or imps, and vapory lines that did not require much imagination to fashion into ghosts or spirits, for they were clearly human in outline, but thin and vapory. And we all laughed a great deal and teased one another, and were as full of fun and mischief and innocence and thoughtlessness as a nest of young birds. There was a certain room at the other end of our rambling old manor house, which was said to be haunted, and which my father had therefore discontinued as a dwelling room, so that we children might not be frightened by foolish servants. And he had made it into a lumber place, a kind of ground-floor granary where no one had any business. Well, it was proposed that one of us should go into this room alone, lock the door, stand before a glass, pare and eat an apple very deliberately, looking fixedly in the glass all the time, and then, if the mind never once wandered, the future husband would be clearly shown in the glass. As I was always a foolhardy girl of every party, and was, moreover, very desirous of seeing that apocryphal individual, my future husband, whose non-appearance I used to wonder at and bewail in secret, I was glad enough to make the trial, notwithstanding the entreaties of some of the more timid. Lucy, above all, clung to me, and besought me earnestly not to go, at last almost with tears. But my pride of courage, and my curiosity, and a certain nameless feeling of attraction were too strong for me. I laughed Lucy and her abettors into silence, uttered half a dozen bravados, and taking up a bedroom candle, passed through the long silent passages to the cold, dark, deserted room, my heart beating with excitement, my foolish head dizzy with hope and faith. The church clock chimed 12:15 as I opened the door. It was an awful night. The windows shook as if every instant they would burst in with some strong man's hand on the bars and his shoulder against the frames, and the trees howled and shrieked as if each branch were sentient and in pain. The ivy beat against the window, sometimes with fury, and sometimes with the leaves slowly scraping against the glass and drawing out long, shrill sounds, like spirits crying to each other. In the room itself it was worse. Rats had made refuge for many years, and they rushed behind the wainscot and down inside the walls, bringing with them showers of lime and dust, which rattled like chains, or sounded like men's feet hurrying to and fro. And every now and then a cry broke through the room. One could not tell from where or from what, but a cry, distinct and human. Heavy blows seemed to be struck on the floor, which cracked like parting ice beneath my feet, and loud knockings shook the walls. Yet in this tumult I was not afraid. I reasoned on each new sound very calmly and said, "Those are rats," or "Those are leaves," and birds in the chimney or owls in the ivy, as each new howl or scream struck my ear. And I was not in the least frightened or disturbed. It all seemed natural and familiar. I placed a candle on the table in the midst of the room, where an old broken mirror stood, and, looking steadily into the glass, having first wiped off the dust, I began to eat Eve's forbidden fruit, wishing intently, as I had been bidden, for the apparition of my future husband. In about 10 minutes I heard a dull, vague, unearthly sound, felt, not heard. It was as if countless wings rushed by, and small, low voices whispering too, as if a crowd, a multitude of life was about me, as if shadowy faces crushed up against me, and eyes and hands and sneering lips all mocked me. I was suffocated. The air was so heavy, so filled with life, that I could not breathe. I was pressed on from all sides, and could not turn nor move without parting thickening vapors. I heard my own name. I can swear to that today. I heard it repeated through the room. And then bursts of laughter followed, and the wings rustled and fluttered, and the whispering voices mocked and chattered, and the heavy air, so filled with life, hung heavier and thicker, and the things that pressed up to me closer, and checked their breath on my lips with the clammy breath from theirs. I was not alarmed. I was not excited, but I was fascinated and spellbound, yet with every sense seeming to possess 10 times its natural power. I still went on looking in the glass, still earnestly desiring an apparition, when suddenly I saw a man's face peering over my shoulder in the glass. Girls, I could draw that face to this hour, the low forehead with the short curling hair, black as jet, growing down in a sharp point, the dark eyes beneath thick eyebrows burning with a peculiar light, the nose and the dilating nostrils, the thin lips curled into a smile. I see them all plainly before me now, and oh, the smile that it was, the mockery and sneer, the derision, the sarcasm, the contempt, the victory that were in it. Even then it struck into me a sense of submission. The eyes looked full into mine, those eyes and mine fastened on each other. And, as I ended my task, the church clock chimed the half-hour. And suddenly released, as if from a spell, I turned round, expecting to see a living man standing beside me. But I met only the chill air coming in from the loose window, and the solitude of the dark night. The life had gone. The wings had rushed away. The voices had died out, and I was alone, with the rats behind the wainscot, the owls hooting in the ivy, and the wind howling through the trees. Convinced that either some trick had been played me, or that someone was concealed in the room, I searched every corner of it. I lifted lids of boxes filled with the dust of ages, and with rotting paper lying like bleaching skin. I took down the chimney board, and soot and ashes flew up in clouds. I opened dim old closets, where all manner of foul insects had made their homes, and where daylight had not entered for generations. But I found nothing. Satisfied that nothing human was in the room, and that no one could have been there tonight, nor for many months, if not years, and still nerved to a state of desperate courage, I went back to the drawing-room. But as I left that room, I felt that something flowed out with me, and all through the long passages I retained the sensation that this something was behind me. My steps were heavy, the consciousness of pursuit having paralyzed, not quickened me. For I knew that when I left that haunted room, I had not left it alone. As I opened the drawing-room door, the blazing fire and strong lamplight bursting out upon me with a peculiar expression of cheerfulness and welcome, I heard a laugh close at my elbow, and felt a hot blast across my neck. I started back, but the laugh died away, and all I saw were 2 points of light, fiery and flaming, that somehow fashioned themselves into eyes beneath their heavy brows, and looked at me meaningly through the darkness. They all wanted to know what I had seen, but I refused to say a word, not liking to tell a falsehood then, and not liking to expose myself to ridicule, for I felt that what I had seen was true, and that no sophistry and no argument, no reasoning and no ridicule could shake my belief in it. My sweet Lucy came up to me, seeing me look so pale and wild, threw her arms round my neck, and leaned forward to kiss me. As she bent her head, I felt the same warm blast rush over my lips, and my sister cried, "Why, Lizzie, your lips burn like fire." And so they did, and for long after. The presence was with me still, never leaving me day or night. By my pillow, its whispering voice often waking me from wild dreams. By my side, in the broad sunlight. By my side in the still moonlight, never absent, busy at my brain, busy at my heart. A form ever banded to me. It flitted like a cold cloud between my sweet sister's eyes and mine, and dimmed them so that I could scarcely see their beauty. It drowned my father's voice, and his words fell confused and indistinct. Not long after, a stranger came into our neighborhood. He bought Green Howe, a deserted old property by the riverside, where no one had lived for many, many years, not since the young bride, Mrs. Braithwaite, had been found in the river one morning, entangled among the dank weeds and dripping alders, strangled and drowned, and her husband dead, none knew how, lying by the chapel door. The place had had a bad name ever since, and no one would live there. However, it was said that a stranger who had been long in the East, a Mr. Felix, had now bought it, and that he was coming to reside there. And, true enough, one day the whole of our little town of Thornhill was in a state of excitement, for a travelling carriage and four, followed by another full of servants, Hindoos, or Lascars, or Negroes, dark-colored, strange-looking people passed through, and Mr. Felix took possession of Green Howe. My father called on him after a time, and I, as the mistress of the house, went with him. Green Howe had been changed, as if by magic, and we both said so together as we entered the iron gates that led up to the broad walk. The ruined garden was one mass of plants, fresh and green, many of them quite new to me, and the shrubbery, which had been a wilderness, was restored to order. The house looked larger than before, now that it was so beautifully decorated, and the broken trellis work, which used to hang dangling among the ivy, was matted with creeping roses and jasmine, which left on me the impression of having been in flower, which was impossible. It was a fairy palace, and we could scarcely believe that this was the deserted, ill-omened Green Howe. The foreign servants, too, in Eastern dresses covered with rings and necklaces and earrings, the foreign smells of sandalwood and camphor and musk, the curtains that hung everywhere in place of doors, some of velvet and some of cloth of gold, the air of luxury such as I, a simple country girl, had never seen before, made such a powerful impression on me that I felt as if carried away to some unknown region. As we entered, Mr. Felix came to meet us, and drawing aside a heavy curtain that seemed all of gold and fire, for the flame-colored flowers danced and quivered on the gold, he led us into an inner room, where the darkened light, the atmosphere heavy with perfumes, the statues, the birds like living jewels, the magnificence of stuffs, and the luxuriousness of arrangement overpowered me. I felt as if I had sunk into a lethargy, in which I heard only the rich voice and saw only the fine form of our stranger host. He was certainly very handsome, tall, dark, yet pale as marble. His very lips were pale, with eyes that were extremely bright, but which had an expression behind them that subdued me. His manners were graceful. He was very cordial to us, and made us stay a long time, taking us through his grounds to see his improvements, and pointing out here and there further alterations to be made, all with such a disregard for local difficulties and for cost, that Had he been one of the princes of the genii, he could not have talked more royally. He was more than merely attentive to me, speaking to me often and in a lower voice, bending down near to me, and looking at me with eyes that thrilled through every nerve and fibre. I saw that my father was uneasy, and when we left, I asked him how he liked our new neighbor. He said, "Not much, Lizzie," with a grave and almost displeased look, as if he had probed the weakness I was scarcely conscious of myself. I thought at the time that he was harsh. However, as there was nothing positively to object to in Mr. Felix, my father's impulse of distrust could not well be indulged without rudeness, and my dear father was too thoroughly a gentleman ever to be rude even to his enemy. We therefore saw a great deal of the stranger, who established himself in our house on the most familiar footing, and forced on my father and Lucy an intimacy they both disliked, but could not avoid, for it was forced with such consummate skill and tact that there was nothing which the most rigid could object to. I gradually became an altered being under his influence. In one thing only a happier, in the loss of the voice and the form which had haunted me. Since I had known Felix, this terror had gone. The reality had absorbed the shadow. But in nothing else was this strange man's influence over me beneficial. I remember that I used to hate myself for my excessive irritability of temper when I was away from him. Everything at home displeased me. Everything seemed so small and mean and old and poor after the lordly glory of that house. And the very caresses of my family and olden schoolday friends were irksome and hateful to me. All except my Lucy lost its charm, and to her I was faithful as ever. To her I never changed, but her influence seemed to war with his, wonderfully. When with him I felt borne away in a torrent, his words fell upon me mysterious and thrilling, and he gave me fleeting glimpses into worlds which had never opened themselves to me before, glimpses seen and gone like the Arabian gardens. When I came back to my sweet sister, her pure eyes and the holy light that lay in them, her gentle voice speaking of the sacred things of heaven and the earnest things of life, seemed to me like a former existence, a state I had lived in years ago. But this divided influence nearly killed me. It seemed to part my very soul and wrench my being in twain. And this, more than all the rest, made me sad beyond anything people believed possible in one so gay and reckless as I had been. My father's dislike to Felix increased daily, and Lucy, who had never been known to use a harsh word in her life, from the first refused to believe a thought of good in him, or to allow him one single claim to praise. She used to cling to me in a wild, beseeching way, and entreat me with prayers, such as a mother might have poured out before an erring child, to stop in time, and to return to those who loved me. "For your soul is lost from among us, Lizzie," she used to say, "and nothing but a frame remains of the full life of love you once gave us." But one word, one look from Felix was enough to make me forget every ear and every prayer of her who, until now, had been my idol and my law. At last, my dear father commanded me not to see Felix again. I felt as if I should have died. In vain I wept and prayed. In vain I gave full license to my thoughts, and suffered words to pour from my lips which ought never to have crept into my heart. In vain. My father was inexorable. I was in the drawing-room. Suddenly, noiselessly, Felix was beside me. He had not entered by the door which was directly in front of me, and the window was closed. I never could understand this sudden appearance, for I am certain that he had not been concealed. "Your father has spoken of me, Lizzie," he said with a singular smile. I was silent. "And has forbidden you to see me again," he continued. "Yes," I answered, impelled to speak by something stronger than my will. "And you intend to obey him?" "No," I said again, in the same manner, as if I had been talking in a dream. He smiled again. Who was he so like when he smiled? I could not remember, and yet I knew that he was like someone I had seen, a face that hovered outside my memory, on the horizon, and never floated near enough to be distinctly realized. "You are right, Lizzie," he said then. "There are ties which are stronger than a father's commands, ties which no man has the right and no man has the power to break. Meet me tomorrow at noon in the Low Lane. We will speak further." He did not say this in any supplicating nor in any loving manner. It was simply a command, unaccompanied by one tender word or look. He had never said he loved me, never. It seemed to be too well understood between us to need assurances. I answered, "Yes," burying my face in my hands, in shame at this my first act of disobedience to my father. And when I raised my head, he was gone. Gone as he had entered, without a footfall sounding ever so lightly. I met him the next day, and it was not the only time that I did so. Day after day I stole at his command from the house, to walk with him in the Low Lane, the lane which the country people said was haunted, and which was consequently always deserted. And there we used to walk, or sit under the blighted elm tree for hours, he talking, but I not understanding all he said, for there was a tone of grandeur and of mystery in his words that overpowered without enlightening me, and that left my spirit dazzled rather than convinced. I had to give reasons at home for my long absences, and he bade me say that I had been with old Dame Todd, the blind widow of Thornhill Rise, and that I had been reading the Bible to her, and I obeyed, although while I said it, I felt Lucy's eyes fixed plaintively on mine, and heard her murmur a prayer that I might be forgiven. Lucy grew ill. As the flowers and the summer sun came on, her spirit faded more rapidly away. I have known since that it was grief more than a malady which was killing her. The look of nameless suffering, which used to be in her face, has haunted me through life with undying sorrow. It was suffering that I, who ought to have rather died for her, had caused. But not even her illness stayed me. In the intervals I nursed her tenderly and lovingly as before, but for hours and hours I left her, all through the long days of summer, to walk in the Low Lane and to sit in my world of poetry and fire. When I came back, my sister was often weeping, and I knew that it was for me. I, who once would have given my life to save her from 1 hour of sorrow. Then I would fling myself on my knees beside her in an agony of shame and repentance, and promise better things of the morrow, and vow strong efforts against the power and the spell that were on me. But the morrow subjected me to the same unhallowed fascination, the same faithlessness. At last Felix told me that I must come with him, that I must leave my home and take part in his life, that I belonged to him and to him only, and that I could not break the tablet of fate ordained, that I was his destiny and he mine, and that I must fulfill the law which the stars had written in the sky. I fought against this. I spoke of my father's anger and of my sister's illness. I prayed to him for pity, not to force this on me, and knelt in the shadows of the autumn sunset to ask him for forbearance. I did not yield to this day, nor the next, nor for many days. At last he conquered. When I said yes, he kissed the scarf I wore round my neck. Until then, he had never touched even my hand with his lips. I consented to leave my sister, who I well knew was dying. I consented to leave my father, whose whole life had been one act of love and care for his children, and to bring a stain on our name, unstained until then. I consented to leave those who loved me, all I loved, for a stranger. All was prepared. The hurrying clouds, lead-colored, and the howling wind, the fit companions in nature with the evil and the despair of my soul. Lucy was worse today. But though I felt going to my death and leaving her, I could not resist. Had his voice called me to the scaffold, I must have gone. It was the last day of October, and at midnight when I was to leave the house. I had kissed my sleeping sister, who was dreaming in her sleep, and cried and grasped my hand and called aloud, "Lizzie, Lizzie, come back!" But the spell was on me, and I left her. And still her dreaming voice called out, choking with sobs, "Not there, not there, Lizzie, come back to me." I was to leave the house by the large old haunted room that I have spoken of before, Felix waiting for me outside. And a little after 12 o'clock, I opened the door to pass through. This time, the chill and the damp and the darkness unnerved me. The broken mirror was in the middle of the room as before, and in passing it, I mechanically raised my eyes. Then I remembered that it was All Hallows' Eve, the anniversary of the apparition of last year. As I looked, the room which had been so deadly still became filled with the sound I had heard before. The rushing of large wings and the crowd of whispering voices flowed like a river around me, and again, glaring into my eyes, was the same face in the glass that I had seen before. The sneering smile even more triumphant, the blighting stare of the fiery eyes, the low brow and the coal-black hair, and the look of mockery, all were there, and all I had seen before and since, for it was Felix who was gazing at me from the glass. When I turned to speak to him, the room was empty. Not a living creature was there, only a low laugh and the far-off voices whispering, and the wings. And then a hand tapped on the window, and the voice of Felix cried from outside, "Come, Lizzie, come." I staggered rather than walked to the window, and as I was close to it, my hand raised to open it, there stood between me and it a pale figure clothed in white, her face more pale than the linen around it. Her hair hung down on her breast, and her blue eyes looked earnestly and mournfully into mine. She was silent, and yet it seemed as if a volume of love and of entreaty flowed from her lips, as if I heard words of deathless affection. It was Lucy, standing there in this bitter midnight cold, giving her life to save me. Felix called to me again impatiently, and as he called, the figure turned and beckoned me, beckoning me gently, lovingly, beseechingly, and then slowly faded away. The chime of the half-hour sounded, and I fled from the room to my sister. I found her lying dead on the floor, her hair hanging over her breast, and one hand stretched out as if in supplication. The next day, Felix disappeared. He and his whole retinue and Green Howe fell into ruins again. No one knew where he went, as no one knew whence he came. And to this day I sometimes doubt whether or not he was a clever adventurer who had heard of my father's wealth, and who, seeing my weak and imaginative character, had acted on it for his own purposes. All that I do know is that my sister's spirit saved me from ruin, and that she died to save me. She had seen and known all, and gave herself for my salvation down to the last and supreme effort she made to rescue me. She died at that hour of 12:30, and at 12:30, as I live before you all, she appeared to me and recalled me. And this is the reason why I never married, and why I pass All Hallows Eve in prayer by my sister's grave. I have told you tonight this story of mine, because I feel that I shall not live over another last night of October, but that before the next white Christmas roses come out like winter stars on the earth, I shall lie in peace in the grave. Not in the grave. Let me rather hope with my blessed sister in heaven. End of the Old Lady's Story. Recording by Pamela Lynn. Website, callingallgoddesses.com.
Preface, an excerpt from the letters of Charles Dickens, 1833 to 1837. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection Volume 3. The Letters of Charles Dickens. By Charles Dickens. Edited by Mamie Dickens and Georgia Hogarth. Preface. We intend these collections of letters to be a supplement to the Life of Charles Dickens by John Forster. That work, perfect and exhaustive as a biography, is only incomplete as regards correspondence, the scheme of the book having made it impossible to include in its space and letters, or hardly any, besides those addressed to Mr. Forster. As no man ever expressed himself better in his letters than Charles Dickens, we believe that in publishing this carefully selected from his general correspondence, we shall be supplying a want which has been universally felt. Our request for the loan of letters was so promptly and fully responded to, that we have been provided with more than sufficient material for our work. By arranging the letters in chronological order, we find that they very frequently explain themselves and form a narrative of the events of each year. Our collection dates from 1833, the commencement of Charles Dickens' literary life, just before the starting of the Pickwick Papers, and is carried on up to the day before his death in 1870. We find some difficulty in being quite accurate in the arrangement of letters up to the end of 1839, for he had a careless habit in those days about dating his letters, very frequently putting only the day of the week on which he wrote, curiously in contrast with the habit of his later life, when his dates were almost of the very fullest. A blank is made in Charles Dickens' correspondence with his family by the absence of any letter addressed to his daughter Kate, Mrs. Perugini, to her great regret and to ours. In 1873 her furniture and other possessions were stored in the warehouse at the Pantechnicon at the time of the great fire there. All her property was destroyed, and, among other things, a box of papers which included her letters from her father. It was our intention, as well as our desire, to have thanked, individually, every one, both living friends and representatives of dead ones, for their readiness to give us every possible help to make our work complete. But a number of such friends, besides correspondents hitherto unknown, who have volunteered contributions of letters, make it impossible in our space to do otherwise than to express, collectively, our earnest and heartfelt thanks. A separate word of gratitude, however, must be given by us to Mr. Wilkie Collins for the invaluable help which we have received from his great knowledge and experience in the technical part of our work, and for the deep interest which he has shown from the beginning in our undertaking. It is a great pleasure to us to have the name of Henry Fielding Dickens associated with this book. To him, for the very important assistance he has given in making our index, we return our loving thanks. In writing our explanatory notes we have, we hope, left nothing out which in any way requires explanation from us. But we have purposely made them as short as possible, our great desire being to give to the public another book from Charles Dickens' own hands, as it were, a portrait of himself by himself. Those letters which need no explanation, and of those we have many, we give without a word from us. In publishing the more private letters, we do so with the view of showing him in his homely domestic life, of showing how in the midst of his own constant and arduous work, no household matter was considered too trivial to claim his care and attention. He would take as much pains about the hanging of a picture, the choosing of furniture, the superintending any little improvement in the house, as he would about the more serious business of his life, thus carrying out to the very letter his favourite motto of "What is worth doing at all is worth doing well." Mamie Dickens, Georgina Hogarth, London, October 1879. 1833 or 1834 and 1835-1836. Narrative. We have been able to procure so few early letters of any general interest that we put these first years together. Charles Dickens was then living, as a bachelor, in Furnival's Inn, and was engaged as a parliamentary reporter on the Morning Chronicle. The sketches by Boz were written during these years, published first in the Monthly Magazine, and continued in the Evening Chronicle. He was engaged to be married to Catherine Hogarth in 1835. The marriage took place on the 2nd of April 1836, and he continued to live in Furnival's Inn with his wife for more than a year after their marriage. They passed the summer months of that year in a lodging at Chalk, near Gravesend, in a neighbourhood associated with all his life, from his childhood to his death. The two letters which we publish, addressed to his wife as Miss Hogarth, have no date, but were written in 1835. The first of the two refers to the offer made to him by Chapman and Hall to edit a monthly periodical, the emolument, which he calls "too tempting to resist," to be £14 a month. The bargain was concluded, and this was the starting of the Pickwick Papers. The first number was published in March 1836. The second letter to Miss Hogan was written after he had completed 3 numbers of Pickwick, and the character who is to "make a decided hit" is Jingle. The first letter of this book is addressed to Henry Austen, a friend from his boyhood, who afterwards married his second sister Letitia. It bears no date, but must have been written in 1833 or 1834, during the early years of his reporting for the Morning Chronicle, the journey on which he was ordered being for that paper. Mr. Henry Austen, Furnival's Inn, Wednesday night, past 12. Dear Henry, I have just been ordered on a journey, the length of which is at present uncertain. I may be back on Sunday very probably, and start again on the following day. Should this be the case, you shall hear from me before. Don't laugh. I am going alone, in a gig, and, to quote the eloquent inducement which the proprietors of Hampstead Chase hold out to Sunday riders, the gentleman drives himself. I am going to Essex and Suffolk. It strikes me I shall be split before I pay a turnpike. I have a presentiment I shall run over an only child before I reach Chelmsford, my first stage. Let the evident haste of this specimen of the polite letter writer be its excuse, and, believe me, dear Henry, most sincerely yours. Note. To avoid the monotony of a constant repetition, we propose to dispense with the signature at the close of each letter, excepting to the first and last letters of our collection. Charles Dickens' handwriting altered so much during these years of his life that we have thought it advisable to give a facsimile of his autograph to this our first letter, and we reproduce in the same way his latest autograph. Miss Hogarth, Furnival's Inn, Wednesday evening, 1835. My dearest Kate, the house is up, but I am very sorry to say that I must stay at home. I have had a visit from the publishers this morning, and the story cannot be any longer delayed. It must be done to morrow, as there are more important considerations than the mere payment for the story involved too. I must exercise a little self-denial, and set to work. They, Chapman and Hall, have made me an offer of £14 a month, to write and edit a new publication they contemplate, entirely by myself, to be published monthly, and each number to contain 4 woodcuts. I am to take my estimate and calculation, and to give them a decisive answer on Friday morning. The work will be no joke, but the emolument is too tempting to resist. Miss Hogarth, Sunday evening. I have at this moment got Pickwick and his friends on the Rochester coach, and they are going on swimmingly, in company with a very different character from any I have yet described, who I flatter myself will make a decided hit. I want to get them from the ball to the inn before I go to bed, and I think that will make me until 1 or 2 o'clock at the earliest. The publishers will be here in the morning, so you will readily suppose I have no alternative but to stick at my desk. 1837. Narrative. From the commencement of the Pickwick Papers, and of Charles Dickens' married life, dates the commencement of his literary life and his sudden world-wide fame. And this year saw the beginning of many of those friendships which he most valued, and of which he had most reason to be proud, and which friendships were ended only by death. The first letter which we have been able to procure to Mr. Macready and Mr. Harley will be found under this date. In January 1837 he was living in Furnival's Inn, where his first child, a son, was born. It was an eventful year to him in many ways. He removed from Furnival's Inn to Doughty Street in March, and here he sustained the first great grief of his life. His young sister-in-law, Mary Hogarth, to whom he was devotedly attached, died very suddenly, at his house, on the 7th of May. In the autumn of this year he took lodgings at Broadstairs. This was his first visit to that pleasant little watering place, of which he became very fond, and whither he removed for the autumn months with all his household, for many years in succession. Besides the monthly numbers of Pickwick, which were going on through this year until November, when the last number appeared, he had commenced Oliver Twist, which was appearing also monthly in the magazine called Bentley's Miscellany, long before Pickwick was completed. And during this year he had edited, for Mr. Bentley, the Life of Grimaldi, the celebrated clown. To this book he wrote himself only the preface, and altered and rearranged the autobiographical MS., which was in Mr. Bentley's possession. The letter to Mr. Harley, which bears no date, but must have been written either in 1836 or 1837, refers to a farce called The Strange Gentleman, founded on one of the sketches called The Great Winglebury Duel, which he wrote expressly for Mr. Harley, and which was produced at the St. James's Theatre under the management of Mr. Braham. The only other piece which he wrote for that theatre was the story of an operetta called The Village Coquettes, the music of which was composed by Mr. John Hullah. Mr. J. P. Harley, 48 Doughty Street, Saturday morning. My dear Sir, I have considered the terms on which I could afford just now to sell Mr. Braham the acting copyright in London of an entirely new piece for the St. James's Theatre, and I could not sit down to write one in a single act of about 1 hour long, under £100. For a new piece in 2 acts, £150 would be the sum I should require. I do not know whether, with reference to arrangements that were made with any other writers, this may or may not appear a large item. I state it merely with regard to the value of my own time and writings at this moment, and in so doing I assure you I place the remuneration below the mark rather than above it. As you begged me to give you my reply upon this point, perhaps you will lay it before Mr. Braham. If these terms exceed his inclination or the ability of the theatre, there is an end of the matter and no harm done. Believe me ever faithfully yours, Mr. W. C. Macready, 48 Doughty Street, Wednesday evening. My dear Sir, there is a semi-business, semi-pleasure little dinner which I intend to give at the Prince of Wales, in Leicester Place, Leicester Square, on Saturday, at 5 for half past precisely, at which only Talfourd, Forster, Ainsworth, Jerdan, and the publishers will be present. It is to celebrate (that is too great a word, but I can think of no better) the conclusion of my Pickwick labours, and so I intend, before you take that roll upon the grass you spoke of, to beg your acceptance of one of the first complete copies of the work. I shall be much delighted if you would join us. I know too well the many anxieties that press upon you just now, to seek to persuade you to come if you would prefer a night's repose and quiet. Let me assure you, notwithstanding, most honestly and heartily, that there is no one I should be more happy or gratified to see, and that among your brilliant circle of well-wishers and admirers you number none more unaffectedly and faithfully yours than, my dear Sir, yours most truly. End of the Letters of Charles Dickens, 1833 to 1837. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. 12th of February, 2012. Excerpt from the Letters of Charles Dickens, 1838. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Letters of Charles Dickens. By Charles Dickens. Edited by Mamie Dickens and Georgina Hogarth. 1838. Narrative. In February of this year Charles Dickens made an expedition with his friend, and the illustrator of most of his books, Mr. Hablot K. Browne, Phys., to investigate for himself the real facts as to the condition of the Yorkshire schools, and it may be observed that portions of a letter to his wife, dated Greta Bridge, Yorkshire, which will be found among the following letters, were reproduced in Nicholas Nickleby. In the early summer he had a cottage at Twickenham Park. In August and September he was again at Broadstairs, and in the late autumn he made another bachelor excursion, Mr. Browne being again his companion, in England, which included his first visit to Stratford-on-Avon and Kenilworth. In February appeared the first number of Nicholas Nickleby, on which work he was engaged all through the year, writing each number ready for the following month, and never being in advance, as was his habit with all his other periodical works, until his very latest ones. The first letter which appears under this date, from Twickenham Park, is addressed to Mr. Thomas Mitton, a schoolfellow at one of his earliest schools, and afterwards for some years his solicitor. The letter contains instructions for his first will. The friend of almost his whole life, Mr. John Forster, being appointed executor to his will, as he was to the last, to which he was called upon to act, only 3 years before his own death. The letter which we give in this year to Mr. Justice Talfourd is, unfortunately, the only one we have been able to procure to that friend, who was, however, one with whom he was most intimately associated, and with whom he maintained a constant correspondence. The letter beginning, "Respected Sir," was an answer to a little boy, Master Hastings Hugh, who had written to him as Nicholas Nickleby approached completion, stating his views and wishes as to the rewards and punishments to be bestowed on the various characters in the book. The letter was sent to him through the Reverend Thomas Barham, author of the Ingoldsby Legends. The two letters to Mr. Macready at the end of this year refer to a farce which Charles Dickens wrote, with an idea that it might be suitable for Covent Garden Theatre, then under Mr. Macready's management. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Greta Bridge, Thursday, February 1st, 1838. My dearest Kate, I am afraid you will receive this later than I could wish, as the mail does not come through this place until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, I have availed myself of the very first opportunity of writing, so the fault is that mail's, and not this. We reached Grantham between 9 and 10 on Thursday night, and found everything prepared for our reception in the very best inn I have ever put up at. It is odd enough that an old lady, who had been outside all day, and came in towards dinner time, turned out to be the mistress of a Yorkshire school returning from the holiday stay in London. She was a very queer old lady, and showed us a long letter she was carrying to one of the boys from his father, containing a severe lecture, enforced and aided by many texts of Scripture, on his refusing to eat boiled meat. She was very communicative, drank a great deal of brandy and water, and towards evening became insensible, in which state we left her. Yesterday we were up again shortly after 7 a.m., came on upon our journey by the Glasgow mail, which charged us the remarkably low sum of £6 fare for 2 places inside. We had a very droll male companion until 7 o'clock in the evening, and a most delicious lady's maid for 20 miles, who implored us to keep a sharp look out at the coach windows, as she expected the carriage was coming to meet her, and she was afraid of missing it. We had many delightful wantings of the same kind, but in the end it is scarcely necessary to say that the coach did not come, but a very dirty girl did. As we came further north, the mire grew deeper. About 8 o'clock it began to fall heavily, and, as we crossed the wild heaths hereabout, there was no vestige of a track. The mail kept on well, however, and at 11 we reached a bare place, with a house standing alone in the midst of a dreary moor, which the guard informed us was Greta Bridge. I was in a perfect agony of apprehension, for it was fearfully cold, and there was no outward signs of anybody being up in the house. But to our great joy we discovered a comfortable room, with drawn curtains and a most blazing fire. In half an hour they gave us a smoking supper and a bottle of mulled port, in which we drank your health, and then we retired to a couple of capital bedrooms, in each of which there was a rousing fire half way up the chimney. We have had for breakfast toast, cakes, a Yorkshire pie, a piece of beef about the size and much to shave for my portmanteau, tea, coffee, ham, and eggs, and are now going to look about us. Having finished our discoveries, we start in a post-chaise for Bernard Castle, which is only 4 miles off, and there I deliver the letter given me by Mitton's friend. All the schools are round about that place, and a dozen old abbeys besides, which we shall visit by some means or other to morrow. We shall reach York on Saturday, I hope, and, God willing, I trust I shall be at home on Wednesday morning. I wish you would call on Mrs. Bentley and thank her for the letter. You can tell her when I expect to be in York. 1,000 loves and kisses to the darling boy whom I see in my mind's eye crawling about the floor of this Yorkshire inn. Bless his heart, I would give 2 sovereigns for a kiss. Remember me too to Frederick, who I hope is attentive to you. Is it not extraordinary that the same dreams which have constantly visited me since poor Mary died follow me everywhere? After all the change of scene and fatigue, I have dreamt of her ever since I left home, and no doubt shall till I return. I should be sorry to lose such visions, for they are very happy ones, if it be only the seeing her in one's sleep. I would fain believe too, sometimes, that her spirit may have some influence over them, but their perpetual repetition is extraordinary. Love to all my friends, ever, my dear Kate, your affectionate husband. Mr. Thomas Mitton. Twickenham Park, Tuesday night. Dear Tom, I sat down this morning and put on paper my testamentary meaning. Whether it is sufficiently legal or not is another question, but I hope it is. The rough draft of the clauses which I enclose will be preceded by as much of the fair copy as I send you, and followed by the usual clause about the receipts of the trustees being a sufficient discharge. I also wish to provide that if all our children should die before 21, and Kate married again, half the surplus should go to her and half to my surviving brothers and sisters, share and share alike. This will be all, except a few lines I wish to add, which there will be no occasion to consult you about, as they will merely bear reference to a few tokens of remembrance and one or two slight funeral directions. And so pray God that you may be grey, and forced to bold, long before you are called upon to act as my executors. I suppose I shall see you at the water party on Thursday. We will then make an appointment for Saturday morning, and if you think my clauses will do, I will complete my copy, seal it up, and leave it in your hands. There are some other papers which you ought to have. We must get a box. Ever yours, Mr. Serjeant Talfourd, M.P. Twickenham Park, Sunday, July 15th, 1838. My dear Talfourd, I cannot tell you how much pleasure I have derived from the receipt of your letter. I have heard little of you, and seen less, for so long a time, that your handwriting came like the renewal of some old friendship, and gladdened my eyes like the face of some old friend. If I hear from Lady Holland before you return, I shall, as in duty bound, present myself at her bidding. But between you and me and the General Post I hope she may not renew her invitation until I can visit her with you, as I would rather avail myself of your personal introduction. However, whatever her ladyship may do I shall respond to, and any way shall be only too happy to avail myself of what I am sure cannot fail to form a very pleasant and delightful introduction. Your kind invitation and reminder of the subject of a pleasant conversation in one of our pleasant rides, has thrown a gloom over the brightness of Twickenham, for here I am chained. It is indispensably necessary that Oliver Twist should be published in 3 volumes, in September next. I have only just begun the last one, and, having the constant drawback of my monthly work, shall be sadly harassed to get it finished in time, especially as I have several very important scenes important to the story, I mean yet to write. Nothing would give me so much pleasure as to be with you for a week or so. I can only imperfectly console myself with the hope that when you see Oliver you will like the close of the book, and approve my self-denial in staying here to write it. I should like to know your address in Scotland when you leave town, so that I may send you the earliest copy, if it be produced in the vacation, which I pray heaven it may. Meanwhile, believe that though my body is on the banks of the Thames, half my heart is going the Oxford circuit. Mrs. Dickens and Charley desire their best remembrances. The latter expresses some anxiety, not unmixed with apprehension, relative to the copyright bill, in which he conceives himself interested. With hearty wishes that you may have a fine autumn, which is all you want, being sure of all other means of enjoyment that a man can have. I am, my dear Talfourd, ever faithfully yours. P.S. I hope you are able to spare a moment now and then to glance at the Nicholas Nickleby, and that you have as yet found no reason to alter the opinion you formed on the appearance of the first number. You know, I suppose, that they elected me at the Athenaeum. Pray thank Mr. Serjeant Storks for me. Mrs. Charles Dickens. Lion Hotel, Shrewsbury, Thursday, November 1st, 1838. My dearest love, I received your welcome letter on arriving here last night, and am rejoiced to hear that the dear children are so much better. I hope that in your next, or your next but one, I shall learn that they are quite well. 1,000 kisses to them. I wish I could convey them myself. We found a roaring fire, an elegant dinner, a snug room, and capital beds, all ready for us at Leamington, after a very agreeable, but very cold, ride. We started in a post chaise next morning for Kenilworth, with which we were both enraptured, and where I really think we must have lodgings next summer, please God that we are in good health and all goes well. You cannot conceive how delightful it is. To read among the ruins in fine weather would be perfect luxury. From here we went on to Warwick Castle, which is an ancient building, newly restored, and possessing no very great attraction beyond a fine view and some beautiful pictures, and thence to Stratford upon Avon, where we sat down in the room where Shakespeare was born, and left our autographs, and read those of other people, and so forth. We remained at Stratford all night, and found, to our unspeakable dismay, that father's plan of proceeding by bridge north was impracticable, as there were no coaches, so we were compelled to come here by way of Birmingham and Wolverhampton, starting at 8 o'clock through a cold wet fog, and travelling, when the day had cleared up, through miles of cinder paths, and blazing furnaces, and roaring steam engines, and such a mass of dirt, gloom, and misery as I never before witnessed. We got pretty well accommodated here when we arrived at 4:30, and are now going off in a post chaise to Llangollen, 30 miles, where we shall remain to night, and where the Bangor mail will take us up to morrow. Such are our movements up to this point, and when I have received your letter at Chester I shall write to you again and tell you when I shall be back. I can say positively that I shall not exceed the fortnight, and I think it is very possible that I may return a day or two before it expires. We were at a play last night. It was a bespeak, The Love Chase, a ballet, with a phenomenon, diverse songs, and a Roland for an Oliver. It is a good theatre, but the actors are very funny. Brown laughed with such indecent heartiness at one point of the entertainment, that an old gentleman in the next box suffered the most violent indignation. The bespeak party occupied 2 boxes. The ladies were full dressed, and the gentlemen, to a man, in white gloves with flowers in the buttonholes. It amused us mightily, and was really as like the Miss Snevellicci business as it could well be. My side has been very bad since I left home, although I have been very careful not to drink much, remaining to the full as abstemious as usual, and have not eaten any great quantity, having no appetite. I suffered such an ecstasy of pain all night at Stratford, that I was half dead yesterday, and was obliged last night to take a dose of henbane. The effect was most delicious. I slept soundly, and without feeling the least uneasiness, and am a great deal better this morning. Neither do I find that the henbane has affected my head, which, from the great effect it had upon me, exhilarating me to the most extraordinary degree, and yet keeping me sleepy, I feared it would. If I had not got better, I should have turned back to Birmingham, and come straight home by the railroad. As it is, I hope I shall make out the trip. God bless you, my darling. I long to be back with you again, and to see the sweet Babs. Your faithful and most affectionate husband, Master Hastings Hughes, Doughty Street, London, December 12th, 1838. Respected Sir, I have given Squares 1 cut on the neck and 2 on the head, at which he appeared much surprised, and began to cry, which, being a cowardly thing, is just what I should have expected from him. Wouldn't you? I have carefully done what you told me in your letter about the lamb and the 2 sheeps for the little boys. They have also had some good ale and porter, and some wine. I am sorry you didn't say what wine you would like them to have. I gave them some sherry, which they liked very much, except one boy, who was a little sick and choked a good deal. He was rather greedy, and that's the truth, and I believe it went the wrong way, which I say served him right, and I hope you will say so too. Nicholas had his roast lamb, as you said he was to, but he could not eat it all, and says if you do not mind his doing so, he should like to have the rest hashed to-morrow with some greens, which he is very fond of, and so am I. He said he did not like to have his porter hot, for he thought it spoilt the flavour, so I let him have it cold. You should have seen him drink it. I thought he never would have left off. I also gave him 3 pounds of money, all in sixpences, to make it seem more, and he said directly that he should give more than half to his mamma and sister, and divide the rest with poor Smike. And I say he is a good fellow for saying so, and if anybody says he isn't I am ready to fight him whenever they like. There! Fanny Squares shall be attended to, depend upon it. Your drawing of her is very like, except that I don't think the hair is quite curly enough. The nose is particularly like hers, and so are the legs. She is a nasty disagreeable thing, and I know it will make her very cross when she sees it, and what I say is that I hope it may. You will say the same, I know. At least I think you will. I meant to have written you a long letter, but I cannot write very fast when I like the person I am writing to, because that makes me think about them, and I like you, and so I tell you. Besides, it is just 8 o'clock at night, and I always go to bed at 8 o'clock, except when it is my birthday, and then I sit up to supper. So I will not say anything more besides this, and that is my love to you and Neptune, and if you will drink my health every Christmas Day, I will drink yours. Come. I am, respected sir, your affectionate friend. P.S. I don't write my name very plain, but you know what it is, you know, so never mind. Mr. W. C. Macready, Doughty Street, Monday morning. My dear Macready, I have not seen you for the past week, because I hoped when we next met to bring The Lamplighter in my hand. It would have been finished by this time, but I found myself compelled to set to work first at a Nickleby, on which I am at present engaged, and which I regret to say, after my close and arduous application last month, I find I cannot write as quickly as usual. I must finish it at latest by the 24th. A doubtful comfort, and the instant I have done so I will apply myself to the farce. I am afraid to name any particular day, but I pledge myself that you shall have it this month, and you may calculate on that promise. I send you with this a copy of a farce I wrote for Harley when he left Drury Lane, and in which he acted for some 70 nights. It is the best thing he does. It is barely possible you might like to try it. Any local or temporary allusions could be easily altered. Believe me that I only feel gratified and flattered by your inquiry after the farce, and that if I had as much time as I have inclination, I would write on and on and on, farce after farce and comedy after comedy, until I wrote you something that will run. You do me justice when you give me credit for good intentions. But the extent of my good will and strong and warm interest in you personally and your great undertaking, you cannot fathom nor express. Believe me, my dear Macready, ever faithfully yours. P.S. For heaven's sake don't fancy that I hold the strange gentleman in any estimation or have a wish upon the subject. Mr. W. C. Macready, 48 Doughty Street, December 13th, 1838. My dear Macready, I can have but one opinion on the subject. Withdraw the farce at once, by all means. I perfectly concur in all you say, and thank you most heartily and cordially for your kind and manly conduct, which is only what I should have expected from you, though, under such circumstances, I sincerely believe there are few but you, if any, who would have adopted it. Believe me that I have no other feeling of disappointment connected with this matter but that arising from the not having been able to be of some use to you. And trust me that, if the opportunity should ever arrive, my ardour will only be increased, not dampened, by the result of this experiment. Believe me always, my dear Macready, faithfully yours. End of the Letters of Charles Dickens, 1838. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 12th of February, 2012.
Our English Watering Place. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Our English Watering Place, by Charles Dickens. In the autumn time of the year, when the great metropolis is so much hotter, so much noisier, so much more dusty, or so much more water-carded, so much more crowded, so much more disturbing and distracting in all respects than it usually is, a quiet sea-beach becomes indeed a blessed spot. Half awake and half asleep, This idle morning in our sunny window on the edge of a chalk cliff in the old-fashioned watering place to which we are a faithful resorter, we feel a lazy inclination to sketch its picture. The place seems to respond. Sky, sea, beach, and village lie as still before us as if they were sitting for the picture. It is dead low water. A ripple plays among the ripening corn upon the cliff, as if it were faintly trying from recollection to imitate the sea. And the world of butterflies hovering over the crop of radish seed are as restless in their little way as the gulls are in their larger manner when the wind blows. But the ocean lies winking in the sunlight like a drowsy lion. Its glassy waters scarcely curve upon the shore. The fishing boats in the tiny harbor are all stranded in the mud. Our two colliers, our watering place has a maritime trade employing that amount of shipping, have not an inch of water within a quarter of a mile of them, and turn exhausted on their sides, like faint fish of an antediluvian species. Rusty cables and chains, ropes and rings, undermost parts of posts and piles, and confused timber defences against the waves, lie strewn about in a brown litter of tangled seaweed and fallen cliff, which looks as if a family of giants had been making tea here for ages, and had observed an untidy custom of throwing their tea-leaves on the shore. In truth, our watering place itself has been left somewhat high and dry by the tide of years. Concerned as we are for its honor, we must reluctantly admit that the time when this pretty little semicircular sweep of houses, tapering off at the end of the wooden pier into a point in the sea, was a gay place, and when the lighthouse overlooking it shone at daybreak on company dispersing from public balls, is but dimly traditional now. There is a bleak chamber in our watering place which is yet called the Assembly Rooms, and understood to be available on hire for balls or concerts, and some few seasons since an ancient little gentleman came down and stayed at the hotel, who said that he had danced there, in bygone ages, with the Honourable Miss Peepy, well known to have been the beauty of her day, and the cruel occasion of innumerable duels. But he was so old and shrivelled, and so very rheumatic in the legs, that it demanded more imagination than our watering place can usually muster to believe him. Therefore, except the master of the rooms, who to this hour wears knee-breeches, and who confirmed the statement with tears in his eyes, nobody did believe in the little lame old gentleman, or even in the Honourable Miss Peepy, long deceased. As to subscription balls in the Assembly Rooms of our watering place now, red-hot cannon balls are less improbable. Sometimes a misguided wanderer of a ventriloquist, or an infant phenomenon, or a juggler, or somebody with an orrery that is several stars behind the time, takes the place for a night, and issues bills with the name of his last town lined out, and the name of ours ignominiously written in. But you may be sure this never happens twice to the same unfortunate person. On such occasions the discoloured old billiard table that is seldom played at, unless the ghost of the Honourable Miss Peepy plays at pool with other ghosts, is pushed into a corner, and benches are solemnly constituted into front seats, back seats, and reserve seats, which are much the same after you have paid, and a few dull candles are lighted, wind permitting, and the performer and the scanty audience play out a short match which will make the other most low-spirited, which is usually a drawn game. After that, the performer instantly departs with maledictory expressions, and is never heard of more. But the most wonderful feature of our Assembly Rooms is that an annual sale of fancy and other china is announced here with mysterious constancy and perseverance. Where the china comes from, where it goes to, why it is annually put up to auction when nobody ever thinks of bidding for it, how it comes to pass that it is always the same china, whether it would not have been cheaper, with the sea at hand, to have thrown it away, say in 1830, are standing enigmas. Every year the bills come out. Every year the master of rooms gets into a little pulpit on a table and offers it for sale. Every year nobody buys it. Every year it is put away somewhere till next year, when it appears again as if the whole thing were a new idea. We have a faint remembrance of an unearthly collection of clocks, purporting to be the work of Parisian and Genevese artists, chiefly bilious-faced clocks, supported on sickly white crutches, with their pendulums dangling like lame legs, to which a similar course of events occurred for years, until they seemed to lapse away of mere imbecility. Attached to our assembly rooms is a library. There is a wheel of fortune in it, but it is rusty and dusty, and never turns. A large doll with movable eyes was put up to be raffled for, by 25 members at 2 shillings, 7 years ago this autumn, and the list is not full yet. We are rather sanguine now that the raffle will come off next year. We think so, because we only want 9 members, and should only want 8. But for number 2 having grown up since her name was entered, and withdrawn it when she was married. Down the street there is a toy ship of considerable burden, in the same condition. 2 of the boys who were entered for that raffle have gone to India in real ships since, and one was shot and died in the arms of his sister's lover, by whom he sent his last words home. This is the library for the Minerva Press. If you want that kind of reading, come to our watering place. The leaves of the romances, reduced to a condition very like curl paper, are thickly studded with notes in pencil, sometimes complimentary, sometimes jocose. Some of these commentators, like commentators in a more extensive way, quarrel with one another. One young gentleman who sarcastically writes "Oh" after every sentimental passage, is pursued through his literary career by another who writes "Insulting beast." Miss Julia Mills has read the whole collection of these books. She has left marginal notes on these pages, as "Is not this truly touching? J.M. How thrilling! J.M. Entranced here by the magician's potent spell. J.M." She has also italicized her favorite traits in the description of the hero, as "his hair, which was dark and wavy, clustered in rich profusion around a marble brow, whose lofty paleness bespoke the intellect within." It reminds her of another hero. She adds, "How like B.L. Can this be mere coincidence? J.M." You would hardly guess which is the main street of our watering place, but you may know it by its being always stopped up with donkey chaises. Whenever you come here and see harnessed donkeys eating clover out of barrows drawn completely across a narrow thoroughfare, you may be quite sure you are in our High Street. Our police you may know by his uniform, likewise by his never on any account interfering with anybody, especially the tramps and vagabonds. In our fancy shops we have a capital collection of damaged goods, among which the flies of countless summers have been roaming. We are great in obsolete seals, and in faded pin-cushions, and in rickety camp-stools, and in exploded cutlery, and in miniature vessels, and in stunted little telescopes, and in objects made of shells that pretend not to be shells. Diminutive spades, barrows, and baskets are our principal articles of commerce, but even they don't look quite new somehow. They always seem to have been offered and refused somewhere else, before they came down to our watering place. Yet it must not be supposed that our watering place is an empty place, deserted by all visitors except a few staunch persons of approved fidelity. On the contrary, the chances are that if you came down here in August or September, you wouldn't find a house to lay your head in. As to finding either house or lodging of which you could reduce the terms, you could scarcely engage in a more hopeless pursuit. For all this, you are to observe that every season is the worst season ever known, and that the householding population of our watering place are ruined regularly every autumn. They are like the farmers, in regard that it is surprising how much ruin they will bear. We have an excellent hotel, capital baths, warm, cold, and shower, first-rate bathing machines, and as good butchers, bakers, and grocers as heart could desire. They all do business, it is to be presumed, from motives of philanthropy. But it is quite certain that they are all being ruined. Their interest in strangers, and their politeness under ruin, bespeak their amiable nature. You would say so, if you only saw the baker helping a newcomer to find suitable apartments. So far from being at a discount as to company, we are in fact what would be popularly called rather a nobby place. Some tip-top nobs come down occasionally, even dukes and duchesses. We have known such carriages to blaze among the donkey chaises, as made beholders wink. Attendant on these equipages come resplendent creatures in plush and powder, who are sure to be stricken disgusted with the indifferent accommodation of our watering place, and who, of an evening, particularly when it rains, may be seen very much out of drawing, in rooms far too small for their fine figures, looking discontentedly out of little back windows into by-streets. The lords and ladies get on well enough, and quite good-humouredly. But if you want to see the gorgeous phenomena who wait upon them at a perfect nonplus, you should come and look at the resplendent creatures with little back parlours for servants' halls, and turned-up bedsteads to sleep in, at our watering place. You have no idea how they take it to heart. We have a pier, a queer old wooden pier, fortunately without the slightest pretensions to architecture, and very picturesque in consequence. Boats are hauled up upon it, ropes are coiled all over it, lobster-pots, nets, masts, oars, spars, sails, ballast, and rickety capstans make a perfect labyrinth of it. For ever hovering about this pier, with their hands in their pockets, or leaning over the rough bulwark it opposes to the sea, gazing through telescopes which they carry about in the same profound receptacles, are the boatmen of our watering place. Looking at them, you would say that surely these must be the laziest boatmen in the world. They lounge about, in obstinate and inflexible pantaloons that are apparently made of wood, the whole season through. Whether talking together about the shipping in the Channel, or gruffly unbending over mugs of beer at the public house, you would consider them the slowest of men. The chances are 1,000 to 1 that you might stay here for 10 seasons, and never see a boatman in a hurry. A certain expression about his loose hands, when they are not in his pockets, as if he were carrying a considerable lump of iron in each, without any inconvenience, suggests strength, but he never seems to use it. He has the appearance of perpetually strolling. Running is too inappropriate a word to be thought of, to seed. The only subject on which he seems to feel any approach to enthusiasm is pitch. He pitches everything he can lay hold of, the pier, the palings, his boat, his house. When there is nothing else left he turns to and even pitches his hat, or his rough-weather clothing. Do not judge him by deceitful appearances. These are among the bravest and most skilful mariners that exist. Let a gale arise and swell into a storm, let a sea run that might appall the stoutest heart that ever beat. Let the light boat on these dangerous sands throw up a rocket in the night, or let them hear through the angry roar the signal guns of a ship in distress, and these men spring up into activity so dauntless, so valiant and heroic, that the world cannot surpass it. Cavillers may object that they chiefly live upon the salvage of valuable cargoes. So they do, and God knows it is no great living that they get out of the deadly risks they run. But put that hope of gain aside. Let these rough fellows be asked, in any storm, who volunteers for the lifeboat to save some perishing souls, as poor and empty-handed as themselves, whose lives the perfection of human reason does not rate at the value of a farthing each, and that boat will be manned as surely and as cheerfully as if 1,000 pounds were told down on the weather-beaten pier. For this, and for the recollection of their comrades whom we have known, whom the raging sea has engulfed before their children's eyes in such brave efforts, whom the secret sand has buried, we hold the boatmen of our watering place in our love and honor, and are tender of the fame they well deserve. So many children are brought down to our watering place, that, when they are not out of doors, as they usually are in fine weather, it is wonderful where they are put, the whole village seeming much too small to hold them under cover. In the afternoons you see no end of salt and sandy little boots drying on upper window-sills. At bathing time in the morning, the little bay re-echoes with every shrill variety of shriek and splash, after which, if the weather be at all fresh, the sands teem with small blue mottled legs. The sands are the children's great resort. They cluster there, like ants, so busy burying their particular friends, and making castles with infinite labor which the next tide overthrows, that it is curious to consider how their play, to the music of the sea, foreshadows the realities of their after-lives. It is curious, too, to observe a natural ease of approach that there seems to be between the children and the boatmen. They mutually make acquaintance, and take individual likings, without any help. You will come upon one of those slow, heavy fellows sitting down patiently mending a little ship for a mite of a boy, whom he could crush to death by throwing his lightest pair of trousers on him. You will be sensible of the oddest contrast between the smooth little creature and the rough man who seems to be carved out of hard-grained wood, between the delicate hand expectantly held out and the immense thumb and finger that can hardly feel the rigging of thread they mend, between the small voice and the gruff growl. And yet there is a natural propriety in the companionship, always to be noted in confidence between a child and a person who has any merit of reality and genuineness, which is admirably pleasant. We have a preventive station at our watering place, and much the same thing may be observed, in a lesser degree because of their official character, of the coast blockade. A steady, trusty, well-conditioned, well-conducted set of men, with no misgivings about looking you full in the face, and with a quiet, thorough-going way of passing along to their duty at night, carrying huge sou'wester clothing in reserve, that is fraught with all good prepossession. They are handy fellows, neat about their houses, industrious at gardening, would get on with their wives, one thinks, in a desert island, and people it, too, soon. As to the naval officer of the station, with his hearty fresh face, and his blue eye that has pierced all kinds of weather, it warms our hearts when he comes into church on a Sunday, with that bright mixture of blue coat, buff waistcoat, black neckerchief, and gold epaulet, that is associated in the minds of all Englishmen with brave, unpretending, cordial, national service. We like to look at him in his Sunday state, and if we were First Lord, really possessing the indispensable qualification for the office of knowing nothing whatever about the sea, we would give him a ship to-morrow. We have a church, by the by, of course, a hideous temple of flint, like a great petrified haystack. Our chief clerical dignitary, who to his honor has done much for education both in time and money, and has established excellent schools, is a sound, shrewd, healthy gentleman, who has got into a little occasional difficulties with the neighbouring farmers, but has had a pestilent trick of being right. Under a new regulation he has yielded the church of our watering place to another clergyman. Upon the whole we get on in church well. We are a little bilious sometimes about these days of fraternization, and about nations arriving at new and more unprejudiced knowledge of each other, which our Christianity doesn't quite approve, but it soon goes off, and then we get on very well. There are 2 dissenting chapels, besides, in our small watering place, being in about the proportion of 120 guns to a yacht. But the dissension that has torn us lately has not been a religious one. It has arisen on the novel question of gas. Our watering place has been convulsed by the agitation, gas or no gas. It was never reasoned why no gas, but there was a great no gas party. Broadsides were printed and stuck about, a startling circumstance in our watering place. The no gas party rested content with chalking "No gas" and "Down with gas," and other such angry war whoops, on the few back gates and scraps of wall which the limits of our watering place afford. But the gas party printed and posted bills, wherein they took the high ground of proclaiming against the no gas party, that it was said let there be light, and there was light, and that not to have light, that is, gas light, in our watering place, was to contravene the great decree. Whether by these thunderbolts or not, the no gas party were defeated, and in the present season we have had our handful of shops illuminated for the first time. Such of the no gas party, however, as have got shops, remain in opposition and burn tallow, exhibiting in their windows the very picture of the sulkiness that punishes itself, and a new illustration of the old adage about cutting off your nose to be revenged on your face, in cutting off their gas to be revenged on their business. Other population than we have indicated, our watering place has none. There are a few old used-up boatmen who creep about in the sunlight with the help of sticks, and there is a poor imbecile shoemaker who wanders his lonely life away among the rocks, as if he were looking for his reason, which he will never find. Sojourners in neighbouring watering places come occasionally in flies to stare at us, and drive away again as if they thought us very dull. Italian boys come, punch comes, the fantoccini come, the tumblers come, the Ethiopians come, glee singers come at night, and hum and vibrate, not always melodiously, under our windows, but they all go soon, and leave us to ourselves again. We once had a travelling circus and Wombwell's menagerie at the same time. They both know better than ever to try it again, and the menagerie had nearly raised us from the face of the earth in getting the elephant away. His caravan was so large and the watering place so small. We have a fine sea, wholesome for all people, profitable for the body, profitable for the mind. The poet's words are sometimes on its awful lips. And the stately ships go on to their haven under the hill. But oh, for the touch of a vanished hand, and the sound of a voice that is still. Break, break, break at the foot of thy crags, O sea! But the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to me. Yet it is not always so, for the speech of the sea is various, and wants not abundant resource of cheerfulness, hope, and lusty encouragement. And since I have been idling at the window here, the tide has risen. The boats are dancing on the bubbling water, the colliers are afloat again, the white-boarded waves rush in. The children do chase the ebbing Neptune and do fly him when he comes back. The radiant sails are gliding past the shore, and shining on the far horizon. All the sea is sparkling, heaving, swelling up with life and beauty, this bright morning. End of Our English Watering Place. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
The Lost Arctic Voyagers, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Lost Arctic Voyagers, Part 2, from Household Words. We resume our subject of last week. The account of the sufferings of the shipwrecked men in Don Juan will rise into most minds as our topic presents itself. It is founded, so far as such a writer as Byron may choose to resort to facts in aid of what he knows intuitively, on several real cases. Bligh's undecked boat navigation after the mutiny of the Bounty, and the wrecks of the Centaur, the Peggy, the Pandora, the Juno, and the Thomas, had been, among other similar narratives, attentively read by the poet. In Bligh's case, though the endurances of all on board were extreme, there was no movement towards the last resource, and this, though Bligh in the memorable voyage which showed his knowledge of navigation to be as good as his temper was bad, which is very high praise, could only serve out, at the best, about an ounce of pork to each person, and was fain to weigh the allowance of bread against a pistol bullet, and in the most urgent need could only administer wine or rum by the teaspoonful. Though the necessities of the party were so great that when a stray bird was caught its blood was poured into the mouths of 3 of the people who were nearest death, and "the body with the entrails, beak, and feet was divided into 18 shares." Though of a captured dolphin there was "issued about 2 ounces, including the offals, to each person," and though the time came when, in Bligh's words, "there was a visible alteration for the worse in many of the people, which excited great apprehensions in me. Extreme weakness, swelled legs, hollow and ghastly countenances, with an apparent debility of understanding, seemed to me the melancholy presages of approaching dissolution." The Centaur, man of war, sprung a leak at sea in very heavy weather, was perceived after great labour to be fast settling down by the head, and was abandoned by the captain and 11 others in the pinnace. They were "in a leaky boat with one of the gunwales stove in nearly the middle of the Western Ocean, without compass, quadrant, or sail, wanting greatcoat or cloak, all very thinly clothed, in a gale of wind and with a great sea running. They had 1 biscuit divided into 12 morsels for breakfast, and the same for dinner. The neck of a bottle, broke off with the cork in it, served for a glass, and this, filled with water, was the allowance for 24 hours to each man." This misery was endured without any reference whatever to the last resource, for 15 days, at the expiration of which time they happily made land. Observe the captain's words at the height. "Our sufferings were now as great as human strength could bear, but we were convinced that good spirits were a better support than great bodily strength. For on this day Thomas Matthews, quartermaster, perished from hunger and cold. On the day before he had complained of want of strength in his throat, as he expressed it, to swallow his morsel, and in the night grew delirious, and died without a groan." What were their reflections? That they could support life on the body. "As it became next to certainty that we should all perish in the same manner in a day or 2, it was somewhat comfortable to reflect that dying of hunger was not so dreadful as our imaginations had represented." The Pandora, frigate, was sent out to Otaheite to bring home for trial such of the mutineers of the Bounty as could be found upon the island. In Endeavour Straits, on her homeward voyage, she struck upon a reef, was got off by great exertion, but had sustained such damage that she soon heeled over and went down. 110 persons escaped in the boats, and entered on a long and dangerous voyage. The daily allowance to each was a musket ball weight of bread and 2 small wine glasses of water. "The heat of the sun and reflection of the sand became intolerable, and the quantity of salt water swallowed by the men created the most parching thirst. Excruciating tortures were endured, and one of the men went mad and died." Perhaps this body was devoured. No. "The people at length neglected weighing their slender allowance, their mouths becoming so parched that few attempted to eat, and what was not claimed was returned to the general stock." They were a fine crew, but not so fine as Franklin's, and in a state of high discipline. Only this one death occurred, and all the rest were saved. The Juno, a rotten and unseaworthy ship, sailed from Rangoon for Madras with a cargo of teak wood. She had been out 3 weeks, and had already struck upon a sandbank and sprung a leak, which the crew imperfectly stopped, when she became a wreck in a tremendous storm. The second mate and others, including the captain's wife, climbed into the mizzen top and made themselves fast to the rigging. The second mate is the narrator of their distresses, and opens them with this remarkable avowal: "We saw that we might remain on the wreck till carried off by famine, the most frightful shape in which death could appear to us. I confess it was my intention, as well as that of the rest, to prolong my existence by the only means that seemed likely to occur, eating the flesh of any whose life might terminate before my own. But this idea we did not communicate or even hint to each other until long afterwards, except once, that the gunner, a Roman Catholic, asked me if I thought there would be a sin in having recourse to such an expedient." Now it might reasonably be supposed, with this beginning, that the wreck of the Juno furnishes some awful instances of the last resource of the Eskimo stories. Not one. But perhaps no unhappy creature died in this mizzen top where the second mate was. 6 at least died there, and the body of one Lascar getting entangled in the rigging, so that the survivors in their great weakness could not for some time release it and throw it overboard, which was their manner of disposing of the other bodies, hung there for 2 or 3 days. It is worthy of all attention that as the mate grew weaker, the terrible phantom which had been in his mind at first, as it might present itself to the mind of any other person not actually in the extremity imagined, grew paler and more remote. At first he felt sullen and irritable. On the night of the 4th day he had a refreshing sleep, dreamed of his father, a country clergyman, thought that he was administering the sacrament to him, and drew the cup away when he stretched out his hand to take it. He chewed canvas, lead, any substance he could find, would have eaten his shoes early in his misery, but that he wore none. And yet he says, and at an advanced stage of his story too, "After all that I suffered, I believe it fell short of the idea I had formed of what would probably be the natural consequence of such a situation as that to which we were reduced. I had read or heard that no person could live without food beyond a few days, and when several had elapsed I was astonished at my having existed so long, and concluded that every succeeding day must be the last. I expected, as the agonies of death approached, that we should be tearing the flesh from each other's bones." Later still he adds, "I can give very little account of the rest of the time. The sensation of hunger was lost in that of weakness, and when I could get a supply of fresh water I was comparatively easy." When land was at last descried, he had become too indifferent to raise his head to look at it, and continued lying in a dull and drowsy state, much as Adam the interpreter lay with Franklin at his side. The Peggy was an American sloop, sailing home from the Azores to New York. She encountered great distress of weather, ran short of provision, and at length had no food on board, and no water, "except about 2 gallons, which remained dirty at the bottom of a cask." The crew ate a cat they had on board, the leather from the pumps, their buttons and their shoes, the candles and the oil. Then they went aft and down into the captain's cabin, and said they wanted him to see lots fairly drawn who should be killed to feed the rest. The captain refusing with horror, they went forward again, contrived to make the lot fall on a negro whom they had on board, shot him, fried a part of him for supper, and pickled the rest, with the exception of the head and fingers, which they threw overboard. The greediest man among them dying raving mad on the 3rd day after this event, they threw his body into the sea, it would seem because they feared to derive a contagion of madness from it if they ate it. 9 days having elapsed in all since the negro's death, and they being without food again, they went below once more and repeated their proposal to the captain, who lay weak and ill in his cot, having been unable to endure the mere thought of touching the negro's remains, that he should see lots fairly drawn. As he had no security but that they would manage, if he still refused, that the lot should fall on him, he consented. It fell on a foremast man, who was the favourite of the whole ship. He was quite willing to die, and chose the man who had shot the negro to be his executioner. While he was yet living, the cook made a fire in the galley, but they resolved, when all was ready for his death, that the fire should be put out again, and that the doomed foremast man should live until an hour before noon next day, after which they went once more into the captain's cabin, and begged him to read prayers, with supplications that a sail might heave in sight before the appointed time. A sail was seen at about 8 o'clock next morning, and they were taken off the wreck. Is there any circumstance in this case to separate it from the others already described, and from the case of the lost Arctic voyagers? Let the reader judge. The ship was laden with wine and brandy. The crew were incessantly drunk from the first hour of their calamities falling upon them. They were not sober, even at the moment when they proposed the drawing of lots. They were with difficulty restrained from making themselves wildly intoxicated while the strange sail bore down to their rescue, and the mate, who should have been the exemplar and preserver of discipline, was so drunk after all that he had no idea whatever of anything that had happened, and was rolled into the boat which saved his life. In the case of the Thomas, the surgeon bled the man to death on whom the lot fell, and his remains were eaten ravenously. The details of this shipwreck are not within our reach, but we confidently assume the crew to have been of an inferior class. The useful and accomplished Sir John Barrow, remarking that it is but too well established, "that men in extreme cases have destroyed each other for the sake of appeasing hunger," instances the English ship the Nautilus and the French ship the Medusa. Let us look into the circumstances of these 2 shipwrecks. The Nautilus, sloop of war, bound for England with despatches from the Dardanelles, struck one dark and stormy January night on a coral rock in the Mediterranean, and soon broke up. A number of the crew got upon the rock, which scarcely rose above the water, and was less than 400 yards long, and not more than 200 broad. On the 4th day, they having been in the meantime hailed by some of their comrades, who had got into a small whale boat which was hanging over the ship's quarter when she struck, and also knowing that boat to have made for some fishermen not far off, these shipwrecked people ate the body of a young man who had died some hours before, notwithstanding that Sir John Barrow's words would rather imply that they killed some unfortunate person for the purpose. Now, surely, after what we have just seen of the extent of human endurance under similar circumstances, we know this to be an exceptional and uncommon case. It may likewise be argued that few of the people on the rock can have eaten of this fearful food, for the survivors were 50 in number, and were not taken off until the 6th day, and the eating of no other body is mentioned, though many persons died. We come then to the wreck of the Medusa, of which there is a lengthened French account by two surviving members of the crew, which was very indifferently translated into English some 35 years ago. She sailed from France for Senegal in company with 3 other vessels, and had about 240 souls on board, including a number of soldiers. She got among shoals and stranded a fortnight after her departure from Aix Roads. After scenes of tremendous confusion and dismay, the people at length took to the boats, and to a raft made of topmast yards and other stout spars strongly lashed together. 150 mortals were crammed together on the raft, of whom only 15 remained to be saved at the end of 13 days. The raft has become the ship, and may always be understood to be meant when the wreck of the Medusa is in question. Upon this raft every conceivable and inconceivable horror possible under the circumstances took place. It was shamefully deserted by the boats, though the land was within 15 leagues at that time, and it was so deep in the water that those who clung to it fore and aft were always immersed in the sea to their middles, and it was only out of the water amidships. It had a pole for a mast on which the topgallant sail of the Medusa was hoisted. It rocked and rolled violently with every wave, so that even in the dense crowd it was impossible to stand without holding on. Within the first few hours people were washed off by dozens, flung themselves into the sea, were stifled in the press, and getting entangled among the spars, rolled lifeless to and fro underfoot. There was a cask of wine upon it, which was secretly broached by the soldiers and sailors, who drank themselves so mad that they resolved to cut the cords asunder, and send the whole living freight to perdition. They were headed by "an Asiatic and soldier in a colonial regiment, of a colossal stature, with short curled hair, an extremely large nose, an enormous mouth, a sallow complexion, and a hideous air." Him an officer cast into the sea, upon which his comrades made a charge at the officer, threw him into the sea, and on his being recovered by their opponents, who launched a barrel to him, tried to cut out his eyes with a penknife. Hereupon an incessant and infernal combat was fought between the two parties, with sabres, knives, bayonets, nails, and teeth, until the rebels were thinned and cowed, and they were all ferociously wild together. On the 3rd day they "fell upon the dead bodies with which the raft was covered, and cut off pieces, which some instantly devoured. Many did not touch them, almost all the officers were of this number." On the 4th, "we dressed some fish (they had fire on the raft), which we devoured with extreme avidity, but our hunger was so great, and our portion of fish so small, that we added to it some human flesh, which dressing rendered less disgusting. It was this which the officers touched for the first time. From this day we continued to use it, but we could not dress it any more, as we were entirely deprived of the means," through the accidental extinction of their fire, and their having no materials to kindle another. Before the 4th night the raving mutineers rose again, and were cut down and thrown overboard, until only 30 people remained alive upon the raft. On the 7th day there were only 27, and 12 of these, being spent and ill, were every one cast into the sea by the remainder, who then, in an access of repentance, threw the weapons away too, all but one sabre. After that the soldiers and sailors were eager to devour a butterfly which was seen fluttering on the mast. After that some of them began to tell the stories of their lives, and thus, with grim joking and raging thirst and reckless bathing among the sharks which had now begun to follow the raft, and general delirium and fever, they were picked up by a ship, to the number and after the term of exposure already mentioned. Are there any circumstances in this frightful case to account for its peculiar horrors? Again the reader shall judge. No discipline worthy of the name had been observed aboard the Medusa from the minute of her weighing anchor. The captain had inexplicably delegated his authority "to a man who did not belong to the staff. He was an ex-officer of the marine who had just left an English prison where he had been for 10 years." This man held the ship's course against the protest of the officers, who warned him what would come of it. The work of the ship had been so ill done that even the common manoeuvres necessary to the saving of a boy who fell overboard had been bungled, and the boy had been needlessly lost. Important signals had been received from one of the ships in company, and neither answered nor reported to the captain. The Medusa had been on fire through negligence. When she struck, desertion of duty, mean evasion, and fierce recrimination wasted the precious moments. "It is probable that if one of the first officers had set the example, order would have been restored, but every one was left to himself." The most virtuous aspiration of which the soldiers were sensible was to fire upon their officers, and failing that, to tear their eyes out and rend them to pieces. The historians compute that there were not in all upon the raft, before the sick were thrown into the sea, more than 20 men of decency, education, and purpose enough even to oppose the maniacs. To crown all, they described the soldiers as "wretches who were not worthy to wear the French uniform. They were the scum of all countries, the refuse of the prisons where they had been collected to make up the force. When, for the sake of health, they had been made to bathe in the sea, a ceremony from which some of them had the modesty to endeavour to excuse themselves, the whole crew had had ocular demonstration that it was not upon their breasts these heroes wore the insignia of the exploits which had led to their serving the state in the ports of Toulon, Brest, or Rochefort." And is it with the scourged and branded sweepings of the galleys of France, in their debased condition of 38 years ago, that we shall compare the flower of the trained, adventurous spirit of the English navy, raised by Parry, Franklin, Richardson, and Back? Nearly 300 years ago, a celebrated case of famine occurred in the Jacques, a French ship homeward bound from Brazil, with 45 persons on board, of whom 25 were the ship's company. She was a crazy old vessel, fit for nothing but firewood, and had been out 4 months, and was still upon the weary seas, far from land, when her whole stock of provisions was exhausted. The very maggots in the dust of the bread-room had been eaten up, and the parrots and monkeys brought from Brazil by the men on board had been killed and eaten, when 2 of the men died. Their bodies were committed to the deep. At least 20 days afterwards, when they had had perpetual cold and stormy weather, and were grown too weak to navigate the ship, when they had eaten pieces of the dried skin of the wild hog, and leather jackets and shoes, and the horn plates of the ship lanterns, and all the wax candles, the gunner died. His body likewise was committed to the deep. They then began to hunt for mice, so that it became a common thing on board to see skeleton men watching eagerly and silently at mouse-holes, like cats. They had no wine and no water, nothing to drink but 1 little glass of cider each per day. When they were come to this pass, 2 more of the sailors died of hunger. Their bodies likewise were committed to the deep. So long and doleful were these experiences on the barren sea, that the people conceived the extraordinary idea that another deluge had happened, and there was no land left. Yet this ship drifted to the coast of Brittany, and no last resource had ever been appealed to. It is worth remarking that after they were saved, the captain declared he had meant to kill somebody privately next day. Whosoever has been placed in circumstances of peril with companions will know the infatuated pleasure some imaginations take in enhancing them and all their remotest possible consequences after they are escaped from, and will know what value to attach to this declaration. In the reign of Queen Elizabeth, a ship's master and 15 men escaped from a wreck in an open boat, which they weighed down very heavy, and were at sea with no fresh water and nothing to eat but the floating seaweed 7 days and nights. "We will all live or die together," said the master on the 3rd day, when one of the men proposed to draw lots, not who should become the last resource, but who should be thrown overboard to lighten the boat. On the 5th day that man and another died. The rest were "very weak and praying for death," but these bodies also were committed to the deep. In the reign of George III, the Wager, man of war, one of a squadron badly found and provided in all respects, sailing from England for South America, was wrecked on the coast of Patagonia. She was commanded by a brutal though bold captain, and manned by a turbulent crew, most of whom were exasperated to a readiness for all mutiny by having been pressed in the Downs in the hour of their arrival at home from long and hard service. When the ship struck, they broke open the officers' chests, dressed themselves in the officers' uniforms, and got drunk in the old Smollett manner. About 150 of them made their way ashore and divided into parties. Great distress was experienced from want of food, and one of the boys, "having picked up the liver of one of the drowned men whose carcass had been dashed to pieces against the rocks, could be with difficulty withheld from making a meal of it." One man in a quarrel on a spot which, in remembrance of their sufferings there, they called Mount Misery, stabbed another mortally, and left him dead on the ground. Though a third of the whole number were no more, chiefly through want, in 8 or 10 weeks, and though they had in the meantime eaten a midshipman's dog, and were now glad to feast on putrid morsels of seal that had been thrown away, certain men came back to this Mount Misery expressly to give this body, which throughout had remained untouched, decent burial, assigning their later misfortunes "to their having neglected this necessary tribute." Afterwards, in an open boat navigation, when rowers died at their oars of want and its attendant weakness, and there was nothing to serve out but bits of rotten seal, the starving crew went ashore to bury the bodies of their dead companions in the sand. At such a condition did even these ill-nurtured, ill-commanded, ill-used men arrive, without appealing to the last resource, that they were so much emaciated, "as hardly to have the shape of men," while the captain's legs "resembled posts, though his body appeared to be nothing but skin and bone," and he had fallen into that feeble state of intellect that he had positively forgotten his own name. In the same reign, an East Indiaman bound from Surah to Mosha and Jeddah in the Dead Sea took fire when 200 leagues distant from the nearest land, which was the coast of Malabar. The mate and 95 other people, white, brown, and black, found themselves in the long boat, with this voyage before them, and neither water nor provisions on board. The account of the mate who conducted the boat day and night is, "We were never hungry, though our thirst was extreme. On the 7th day our throats and tongues swelled to such a degree that we conveyed our meaning by signs. 16 died on that day, and almost the whole people became silly and began to die laughing. I earnestly petitioned God that I might continue in my senses to my end, which he was pleased to grant, I being the only person on the 8th day that preserved them. 20 more died that day. On the 9th I observed land, which overcame my senses, and I fell into a swoon with thankfulness of joy." Again, no last resource, and can the reader doubt that they would all have died without it? In the same reign, and within a few years of the same date, the Philip Orbin, barque of 80 tons, bound from Barbados to Surinam, broached to at sea, and foundered. The captain, the mate, and 2 seamen got clear of the wreck, and into "a small boat 12 or 13 feet long." In accomplishing this escape they all, but particularly the captain, showed great coolness, courage, sense, and resignation. They took the captain's dog on board, and picked up 13 onions which floated out of the ship after she went down. They had no water, no mast, sail, or oars, nothing but the boat, what they wore, and a knife. The boat had sprung a leak, which was stopped with a shirt. They cut pieces of wood from the boat itself, which they made into a mast. They rigged the mast with strips of the shirt, and they hoisted a pair of wide trousers for a sail. The little boat being cut down almost to the water's edge, they made a bulwark against the sea of their own backs. The mate steered with a topmast he had pushed before him to the boat, when he swam to it. On the 3rd day they killed the dog and drank his blood out of a hat. On the 4th day the 2 men gave in, saying they would rather die than toil on, and one persisted in refusing to do his part in bailing the boat, though the captain implored him on his knees. But a very decided threat from the mate to steer him into the other world with the topmast, by bringing it down upon his skull, induced him to turn to again. On the 5th day the mate exhorted the rest to cut a piece out of his thigh and quench their thirst, but no one stirred. He had eaten more of the dog than any of the rest, and would seem from this wild proposal to have been the worse for it, though he was quite steady again next day, and derived relief, as the captain did, from turning a nail in his mouth, and often sprinkling his head with salt water. The captain, first and last, took only a few mouthfuls of the dog, and one of the seamen only tasted it, and the other would not touch it. The onions they all thought of small advantage to them, as engendering greater thirst. On the 8th day the 2 seamen, who had soon relapsed and become delirious and quite oblivious of their situation, died within 3 hours of each other. The captain and mate saw the island of Tobago that evening, but could not make it until late in the ensuing night. The bodies were found in the boat, unmutilated by the last resource. In the same reign still, and within 3 years of this disaster, the American brig Tyrrell sailed from New York for the island of Antigua. She was a miserable tub, grossly unfit for sea, and turned bodily over in a gale of wind 5 days after her departure. 17 people took to a boat 19 feet and a half long and less than 6 feet and a half broad. They had half a peck of white biscuit changed into salt dough by the sea water, and a peck of common ship biscuit. They steered their course by the polar star. Soon after sunset on the 9th day, the second mate and the carpenter died very peacefully. "All betook themselves to prayers, and then, after some little time, stripped the bodies of their 2 unfortunate comrades and threw them overboard." Next night a man aged 64, who had been 50 years at sea, died, asking to the last for a drop of water. Next day 2 more died in perfect repose. Next night the gunner, 4 more in the succeeding 24 hours. 5 others followed in 1 day. And all these bodies were quietly thrown overboard, though with great difficulty at last, for the survivors were now exceeding weak, and not one had strength to pull an oar. On the 14th or 15th morning, when there were only 3 left alive, and the body of the cabin boy, newly dead, was in the boat, the chief mate "asked his 2 companions whether they thought they could eat any of the boy's flesh. They signified their inclination to try, whence, the body being quite cold, he cut a piece from the inside of its thigh, a little above the knee. Part of this he gave to the captain and boatswain, and reserved a small portion to himself. But on attempting to swallow the flesh it was rejected by the stomachs of all, and the body was therefore thrown overboard." Yet that captain and that boatswain both died of famine in the night, and another whole week elapsed before a schooner picked up the chief mate, left alone in the boat with their unmolested bodies, the dumb evidence of his story. Which bodies the crew of that schooner saw, and buried in the deep. Only 4 years ago, in the autumn of 1850, a party of British missionaries were most indiscreetly sent out by a society to Patagonia. They were 7 in number, and all died near the coast, as nothing but a miracle could have prevented their doing, of starvation. An exploring party under Captain Moorshead of Her Majesty's ship Dido came upon their traces, and found the remains of 4 of them lying by their 2 boats which they had hauled up for shelter. Captain Gardner, their superintendent, who had probably expired the last, had kept a journal until the pencil had dropped from his dying hand. They had buried 3 of their party like Christian men, and the rest had faded away in quiet resignation and without great suffering. They were kind and helpful to one another to the last. One of the common men, just like Adam with Franklin, was cast down at the loss of his comrades, and wandering in his mind, before he passed away. Against this strong case in support of our general position, we will faithfully set 4 opposite instances we have sought out. The first is the case of the New Horn, Dutch vessel, which was burnt at sea and blew up with a great explosion upwards of 200 years ago. 72 people escaped in 2 boats. The old Dutch captain's narrative being rather obscure, and, as we believe, scarcely traceable beyond a French translation, it is not easy to understand how long they were at sea before the people fell into the state to which the ensuing description applies. According to our calculation, however, they had not been shipwrecked many days. We take the period to have been less than a week, and they had 7 or 8 pounds of biscuit on board. Our misery daily increased, and the rage of hunger urging us to extremities, the people began to regard each other with ferocious looks. Consulting among themselves, they secretly determined to devour the boys on board, and after their bodies were consumed, to throw lots who should next suffer death, that the lives of the rest might be preserved." The captain dissuading them from this with the utmost loathing and horror, they reconsidered the matter, and decided "that should we not get sight of land in 3 days, the boys should be sacrificed." On the last of the 3 days the land was made, so whether any of them would have executed this intention can never be known. The second case runs thus. In the last year of the last century, 6 men were induced to desert from the English artillery at St. Helena. A deserter from any honest service is not a character from which to expect much, and to go on board an American ship, the only vessel then lying in those roads. After they got on board in the dark, they saw lights moving about on shore, and fearful that they would be missed and taken, went over the side with the connivance of the ship's people, got into the whaleboat, and made off, purposing to be taken up again by and by when the ship was under way. But they missed her, and rowed and sailed about for 16 days, at the end of which their provisions were all consumed. After chewing bamboo and gnawing leather, and eating a dolphin, one of them proposed, when 10 days more had run out, that lots should be drawn which deserter should bleed himself to death to support life in the rest. It was agreed to, and done. They could take very little of this food. The third is the case of the Nottingham galley, trading from Great Britain to America, which was wrecked on a rock called Boone Island off the coast of Massachusetts. About 2 days afterwards, the narrative is not very clear in its details, the cook died on the rock. "Therefore," writes the captain, "we laid him in a convenient place for the sea to carry him away. None then proposed to eat his body, though several afterwards acknowledged that they, as well as myself, had thoughts of it." They were "tolerably well supplied with fresh water throughout." But when they had been upon the rock about a fortnight, and had eaten all their provisions, the carpenter died. And then the captain writes, "We suffered the body to remain with us till morning, when I desired those who were best able to remove it. I crept out myself to see whether Providence had yet sent us anything to satisfy our craving appetites. Returning before noon, and observing that the dead body still remained, I asked the men why they had not removed it, to which they answered that all were not able. I therefore fastened a rope to it, and giving the utmost of my assistance, we, with some difficulty, got it out of the tent. But the fatigue and consideration of our misery together so overcame my spirits, that being ready to faint, I crept into the tent, and was no sooner there than, as the highest aggravation of distress, the men began requesting me to give them the body of their lifeless comrade to eat, the better to support their own existence." The captain ultimately complied. They became brutalized and ferocious, but they suffered him to keep the remains on a high part of the rock, and they were not consumed when relief arrived. The fourth and last case is the wreck of the St. Lawrence, bound from Quebec for New York. An ensign of foot, bringing home despatches, relates how he went ashore on a desolate part of the coast of North America, and how those who were saved from the wreck suffered great hardships, both by land and sea, and were thinned in their numbers by death, and buried their dead. All this time they had some provisions, though they ran short, but at length they were reduced to live upon weeds and tallow and melted snow. The tallow being all gone, they lived on weed and snow for 3 days, and then the ensign came to this: "The time was now arrived when I thought it highly expedient to put the plan before mentioned, casting lots who should be killed, into execution. But on feeling the pulse of my companions, I found some of them rather averse to the proposal. The desire of life still prevailed above every other sentiment, notwithstanding the wretchedness of our condition, and the impossibility of preserving it by any other method. I thought it an extraordinary instance of infatuation that men should prefer the certainty of a lingering and miserable death to the distant chance of escaping one more immediate and less painful. However, on consulting with the mate what was to be done, I found that although they objected to the proposal of casting lots for the victim, yet all concurred in the necessity of some one being sacrificed for the preservation of the rest. The only question was how it should be determined, when by a kind of reasoning more agreeable to the dictates of self-love than justice, it was agreed that as the captain was now so exceedingly reduced as to be evidently the first who would sink under our present complicated misery, as he had been the person to whom we considered ourselves in some measure indebted for all our misfortunes, and further, as he had ever since our shipwreck been the most remiss in his exertions towards the general good, he was undoubtedly the person who should be the first sacrificed." The design of which the ensign writes with this remarkable coolness was not carried into execution, by reason of their falling in with some Indians, but some of the party who were afterwards separated from the rest declared when they rejoined them that they had eaten of the remains of their deceased companions. Of this case it is to be noticed that the captain is alleged to have been a mere kidnapper, sailing under false pretences, and therefore not likely to have had by any means a choice crew; that the greater part of them got drunk when the ship was in danger, and that they had not a very sensitive associate in the ensign, on his own highly disagreeable showing. It appears to us that the influence of great privation upon the lower and least disciplined class of character is much more bewildering and maddening at sea than on shore. The confined space, the monotonous aspect of the waves, the mournful winds, the monotonous motion, the dead uniformity of colour, the abundance of water that cannot be drunk to quench the raging thirst, which the ancient mariner perceived to be one of his torments, these seemed to engender a diseased mind with greater quickness and of a worse sort. The conviction on the part of the sufferers that they hear voices calling for them, that they descry ships coming to their aid, that they hear the firing of guns and see the flash, that they can plunge into the waves without injury to fetch something or to meet somebody, is not often paralleled among suffering travellers by land. The mirage excepted, a delusion of the desert, which has its counterpart upon the sea, not included under these heads, we remember nothing of this sort experienced by Bruce, for instance, or by Mungo Park, least of all by Franklin in the memorable book we have quoted. Our comparison of the records of the two kinds of trial leads us to believe that even men who might be in danger of the last resource at sea would be very likely to pine away by degrees and never come to it ashore. In his published account of the ascent of Mont Blanc, which is an excellent little book, Mr. Albert Smith describes with very humorous fidelity that when he was urged on by the guides, in a very drowsy state when he would have given the world to lie down and go to sleep for ever, he was conscious of being greatly distressed by some difficult and altogether imaginary negotiations respecting a non-existent bedstead. Also by an impression that a familiar friend in London came up with the preposterous intelligence that the King of Prussia objected to the party's advancing because it was his ground. But these harmless vagaries are not the present question, being commonly experienced under most circumstances where an effort to fix the attention or exert the body contends with a strong disposition to sleep. We have been their sport thousands of times, and have passed through a series of most inconsistent and absurd adventures while trying hard to follow a short, dull story related by some eminent conversationalist after dinner. No statement of cannibalism, whether on the deep or the dry land, is to be admitted supposititiously or inferentially, or on any but the most direct and positive evidence. No, not even as occurring among savage people, against whom it was in earlier times too often a pretence for cruelty and plunder. Mr. Prescott, in his brilliant history of the conquest of Mexico, observes of a fact so astonishing as the existence of cannibalism among a people who had attained considerable advancement in the arts and graces of life, that "they did not feed on human flesh merely to gratify a brutish appetite, but in obedience to their religion, a distinction," he justly says, "worthy of notice." Besides which, it is to be remarked that many of these feeding practices rest on the authority of narrators who distinctly saw St. James and the Virgin Mary fighting at the head of the troops of Cortes, and who possessed, therefore, to say the least, an unusual range of vision. It is curious to consider, with our general impressions on the subject, very often derived, we have no doubt, from Robinson Crusoe, if the oaks of men's beliefs could be traced back to acorns, how rarely the practice even among savages has been proved. The word of a savage is not to be taken for it, firstly, because he is a liar; secondly, because he is a boaster; thirdly, because he often talks figuratively; fourthly, because he is given to a superstitious notion that when he tells you he has his enemy in his stomach, you will logically give him credit for having his enemy's valour in his heart. Even the sight of cooked and dissevered human bodies among this or that tattooed tribe is not proof. Such appropriate offerings to their barbarous, wide-mouthed, goggle-eyed gods savages have been often seen and known to make. And although it may usually be held as a rule that the fraternity of priests lay eager hands upon everything meant for the gods, it is always possible that these offerings are an exception, as at once investing the idols with an awful character, and the priests with a touch of disinterestedness, whereof their order may occasionally stand in need. The imaginative people of the East, in the palmy days of its romance, not very much accustomed to the sea, perhaps, but certainly familiar by experience and tradition with the perils of the desert, had no notion of the last resource among civilized human creatures. In the whole wild circle of the Arabian Nights it is reserved for ghouls, gigantic blacks with one eye, monsters like towers of enormous bulk and dreadful aspect, and unclean animals lurking on the seashore that puffed and blew their way into caves where the dead were interred. Even for Sinbad the Sailor, buried alive, the story-teller found it easier to provide some natural sustenance in the shape of so many loaves of bread and so much water let down into the pit with each of the other people buried alive after him, whom he killed with a bone, for he was not nice, than to invent this dismal expedient. We are brought back to the position almost embodied in the words of Sir John Richardson towards the close of the former chapter. In weighing the probabilities and improbabilities of the last resource, the foremost question is, not the nature of the extremity, but the nature of the men. We submit that the memory of the lost Arctic voyagers is placed, by reason and experience, high above the taint of this so easily allowed connection, and that the noble conduct and example of such men, and of their own great leader himself, under similar endurances, belies it, and outweighs by the weight of the whole universe the chatter of a gross handful of uncivilized people with a domesticity of blood and blubber. Utilitarianism will protest, "They are dead, why care about this?" Our reply shall be, "Because they are dead, therefore we care about this. Because they served their country well, and deserved well of her, and can ask no more on this earth for her justice or her loving kindness, give them both full measure, pressed down, running over. Because no Franklin can come back to write the honest story of their woes and resignation, read it tenderly and truly in the book he has left us. Because they lie scattered on those wastes of snow, and are as defenceless against the remembrance of coming generations as against the elements into which they are resolving, and the winter winds that alone can waft them home, now impalpable air. Therefore cherish them gently, even in the breasts of children. Therefore teach no one to shudder without reason at the history of their end. Therefore confide with their own firmness in their fortitude, their lofty sense of duty, their courage, and their religion. End of The Lost Arctic Voyagers, Part 2.
Preface and the Bashful Young Gentleman from Sketches of Young Gentlemen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Fricker. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Preface and the Bashful Young Gentleman from Sketches of Young Gentlemen by Charles Dickens. To the young ladies of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, also the young ladies of the Principality of Wales, and likewise the young ladies resident in the Isles of Guernsey, Jersey, Alderney, and Sark, the humble dedication of their devoted admirer. Showeth that your dedicator has perused, with feelings of virtuous indignation, a work purporting to be Sketches of Young Ladies, written by Quiz, illustrated by Phiz, and published in 1 volume, square 12mo. That, after an attentive and vigilant perusal of the said work, your dedicator is humbly of opinion that so many libels upon your honourable sex were never contained in any previously published work in 12mo or any other mo. That, in the title page and preface to the said work, your honourable sex are described and classified as animals, and although your dedicator is not at present prepared to deny that you are animals, still he humbly submits that it is not polite to call you so. That, in the aforesaid preface, your honourable sex are also described as troglodytes, which, being a hard word, may, for aught your honourable sex or your dedicator can say to the contrary, be an injurious and disrespectful appellation. That the author of the said work applied himself to the task in malice prepense and with wickedness afterthought, a fact which your dedicator contends is sufficiently demonstrated by his assuming the name of Quiz, which, your dedicator submits, denotes a foregone conclusion and implies an intention of quizzing. That, in the execution of his evil design, the said Quiz, or author of the said work, must have betrayed some trust or confidence reposed in him by some members of your honourable sex, otherwise he never could have acquired so much information relative to the manners and customs of your honourable sex in general. That, actuated by these considerations, and further moved by various slanders and insinuations respecting your honourable sex contained in the said work, square 12mo, entitled Sketches of Young Ladies, your dedicator ventures to produce another work, square 12mo, entitled Sketches of Young Gentlemen, of which he now solicits your acceptance and approval. That, as the young ladies are the best companions of the young gentlemen, so the young gentlemen should be the best companions of the young ladies, and extending the comparison from animals, to quote the disrespectful language of the said Quiz, to inanimate objects, your dedicator humbly suggests that such of your honourable sex as purchased the bane should possess themselves of the antidote, and that those of your honourable sex who were not rash enough to take the first should lose no time in swallowing the last, prevention being in all cases better than cure, as we are informed upon the authority not only of general acknowledgment, but also of traditionary wisdom. That, with reference to the said bane and antidote, your dedicator has no further remarks to make than are comprised in the printed directions issued with Dr. Morrison's pills, namely, that whenever your honourable sex take 25 of number 1, you will be pleased to take 50 of number 2, without delay, and your dedicator shall ever pray, etc. The Bashful Young Gentleman. We found ourselves seated at a small dinner party the other day opposite a stranger of such singular appearance and manner that he irresistibly attracted our attention. This was a fresh coloured young gentleman, with as good a promise of light whisker as one might wish to see, and possessed of a very velvet-like, soft-looking countenance. We do not use the latter term invidiously, but merely to denote a pair of smooth, plump, highly coloured cheeks of capacious dimensions, and a mouth rather remarkable for the fresh hue of the lips than for any marked or striking expression it presented. His whole face was suffused with a crimson blush, and bore that downcast, timid, retiring look, which betokens a man ill at ease with himself. There was nothing in these symptoms to attract more than a passing remark, but our attention had been originally drawn to the bashful young gentleman on his first appearance in the drawing-room above stairs, into which he was no sooner introduced than, making his way towards us, who were standing in a window, and wholly neglecting several persons who warmly accosted him, he seized our hand with visible emotion and pressed it with a convulsive grasp for a good couple of minutes, after which he dived in a nervous manner across the room, oversetting in his way a fine little girl of 6 years and a quarter old, and, shrouding himself behind some hangings, was seen no more, until the eagle eye of the hostess detecting him in his concealment on the announcement of dinner, he was requested to pair off with a lively single lady of 2 or 3 and 30. This most flattering salutation from a perfect stranger would have gratified us not a little as a token of his having held us in high respect, and for that reason being desirous of our acquaintance, if we had not suspected from the first that the young gentleman, in making a desperate effort to get through the ceremony of introduction, had, in the bewilderment of his ideas, shaken hands with us at random. This impression was fully confirmed by the subsequent behaviour of the bashful young gentleman in question, which we noted particularly with the view of ascertaining whether we were right in our conjecture. The young gentleman seated himself at table with evident misgivings, and turning sharp round to pay attention to some observation of his loquacious neighbour, overset his bread. There was nothing very bad in this, and if he had had the presence of mind to let it go and say nothing about it, nobody but the man who had laid the cloth would have been the bit the wiser. But The young gentlemen, in various semi-successful attempts to prevent its fall, played with it a little, as gentlemen in the streets may be seen to do with their hats on a windy day, and then giving the roll a smart rap in his anxiety to catch it, knocked it with great adroitness into a tureen of white soup at some distance, to the unspeakable terror and disturbance of a very amiable bald gentleman who was dispensing the contents. We thought the bashful young gentleman would have gone off in an apoplectic fit, consequent upon the violent rush of blood to his face at the occurrence of this catastrophe. From this moment we perceived, in the phraseology of the fancy, that it was all up with the bashful young gentleman, and so indeed it was. Several benevolent persons endeavoured to relieve his embarrassment by taking wine with him, but finding that it only augmented his sufferings, and that after mingling sherry, champagne, hock, and moselle together, he applied the greater part of the mixture externally instead of internally, then gradually dropped off, and left him to the exclusive care of the talkative lady, who, not noting the wildness of his eye, firmly believed she had secured a listener. He broke a glass or two in the course of the meal, and disappeared shortly afterwards. It is inferred that he went away in some confusion, inasmuch as he left the house in another gentleman's coat and the footman's hat. This little incident led us to reflect upon the most prominent characteristics of bashful young gentlemen in the abstract, and as this portable volume will be the great text-book of young ladies in all future generations, we record them here for their guidance and behoof. If the bashful young gentleman, in turning a street corner, chance to stumble suddenly upon 2 or 3 young ladies of his acquaintance, nothing can exceed his confusion and agitation. His first impulse is to make a great variety of bows and dart past them, which he does until, observing that they wish to stop, but are uncertain whether to do so or not, he makes several feints of returning, which causes them to do the same, and at length, after a great quantity of unnecessary dodging and falling up against the other passengers, he returns and shakes hands most affectionately with all of them, in doing which he knocks out of their grasp sundry little parcels, which he hastily picks up, and returns very muddy and disordered. The chances are that the bashful young gentleman then observes it is very fine weather, and being reminded that it has only just left off raining for the first time these 3 days, he blushes very much, and smiles as if he had said a very good thing. The young lady, who was most anxious to speak, here inquires, with an air of great commiseration, how his dear sister Harriet is to-day, to which the young gentleman, without the slightest consideration, replies, with many thanks, that she is remarkably well. "Well, Mr. Hopkins," cries the young lady, "why, we heard she was bled yesterday evening, and have been perfectly miserable about her." "Oh, ah!" says the young gentleman, "so she was. Oh, she's very ill indeed." The young gentleman then shakes his head and looks very desponding (he has been smiling perpetually up to this time), and, after a short pause, gives his glove a great wrench at the wrist, and says, with a strong emphasis on the adjective, "Good morning, good morning," and, making a great number of bows in acknowledgment of several little messages to his sister, walks backwards a few paces, and comes with great violence against a lamp-post, knocking his hat off in the contact, which, in his mental confusion and bodily pain, he is going to walk away without, until a great roar from a carter attracts his attention, when he picks it up, and tries to smile cheerfully to the young ladies who are looking back, and who, he has the satisfaction of seeing, are all laughing heartily. At a quadrille party, the bashful young gentleman always remains as near the entrance of the room as possible, from which position he smiles at the people he knows as they come in, and sometimes steps forward to shake hands with more intimate friends, a process which on each repetition seems to turn him a deeper scarlet than before. He declines dancing the first set or two, observing, in a faint voice, that he would rather wait a little, but at length is absolutely compelled to allow himself to be introduced to a partner, when he is led, in a great heat and blushing furiously, across the room to a spot where half a dozen unknown ladies are congregated together. "Miss Lambert, let me introduce Mr. Hopkins for the next quadrille." Miss Lambert inclines her head graciously. Mr. Hopkins bows, and his fair conductress disappears, leaving Mr. Hopkins, as he too well knows, to make himself agreeable. The young lady more than half expects that the bashful young gentleman will say something, and the bashful young gentleman, feeling this, seriously thinks whether he has got anything to say, which, upon mature reflection, he is rather disposed to conclude he has not, since nothing occurs to him. Meanwhile, the young lady, after several inspections of her bouquet, all made in the expectation that the bashful young gentleman is going to talk, whispers her mamma, who is sitting next her, which whisper the bashful young gentleman immediately suspects, and possibly with very good reason, must be about him. In this comfortable condition he remains until it is time to stand up, when, murmuring "Will you allow me?" he gives the young lady his arm, and after inquiring where she will stand, and receiving a reply that she has no choice, conducts her to the most remotest corner of the quadrille, and, making one attempt at conversation, which turns out a desperate failure, preserves a profound silence until it is all over, when he walks her twice round the room, deposits her in her old seat, and retires in confusion. A married bashful young gentleman, for these bashful gentlemen do get married sometimes. How it is ever brought about is a mystery to us. A married bashful gentleman either causes his wife to appear bold by contrast, or merges her proper importance in his own insignificance. Bashful young gentlemen should be cured or avoided. They are never hopeless, and never will be, while female beauty and attractions retain their influence, as any young lady will find who may think it worth while, on this confident assurance, to take a patient in hand. End of Preface and The Bashful Young Gentleman, from Sketches of Young Gentlemen. Recording by John Fricker.
The Island of Silver Store, Part 1, From the Perils of Certain English Prisoners, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Island of Silver Store, Part 1. From the Perils of Certain English Prisoners, by Charles Dickens. It was in the year of our Lord 1744 that I, Gill Davis to command, his mark, having then the honour to be a private in the Royal Marines, stood a-leaning over the bulwarks of the armed sloop Christopher Columbus, in the South American waters off the Mosquito shore. My lady remarks to me, before I go any further, that there is no such Christian name as Gill, and that her confident opinion is, that the name given to me in the baptism wherein I was made, etc., was Gilbert. She is certain to be right, but I never heard of it. I was a foundling child, picked up somewhere or another, and I always understood my Christian name to be Gill. It is true that I was called Gills when employed at Snorridge Bottom, betwixt Chatham and Maidstone, to frighten the birds, but that had nothing to do with the baptism wherein I was made, etc., and wherein a number of things were promised for me by somebody, who let me alone ever afterwards as to perform in any of them, and who, I consider, must have been the beadle. Such name of Gills was entirely owing to my cheeks or gills, which at that time of my life were of a raspy description. My lady stops me again, before I go any further, by laughing exactly in her old way, and waving the feather of her pen at me. That action on her part calls to my mind as I look at her hand with the rings on it. Well, I won't. To be sure, it will come in its own place. But it's always strange to me, noticing the quiet hand, and noticing it, as I have done, you know, so many times, of fondling children and grandchildren asleep, to think that when blood and honour were up, there, I won't, not at present. Scratch it out. She won't scratch it out, and quite honourable, because we have made an understanding that everything is to be taken down, and that nothing that is once taken down shall be scratched out. I have the great misfortune not to be able to read and write, and I am speaking my true and faithful account of those adventures, and my lady is writing it, word for word. I say, there I was, a-leaning over the bulwarks of the sloop Christopher Columbus in the South American waters off the Mosquito shore, a subject of His Gracious Majesty King George of England, and a private in the Royal Marines. In those climates you don't want to do much. I was doing nothing. I was thinking of the shepherd, My father, I wonder? On the hillsides by Snorridge Bottom, with a long staff, and with a rough white coat in all weathers and all year round, who used to let me lie in a corner of his hut by night, and who used to let me go about with him and his sheep by the day when I could get nothing else to do, and who used to give me so little of his victuals and so much of his staff that I ran away from him, which was what he wanted all along, I expect, to be knocked about in the world in preference to Snorridge Bottom. I had been knocked about the world for 29 years in all, when I stood looking along those bright blue South American waters, looking after the shepherd, I may say, watching him in a half-waking dream, with my eyes half shut, as he and his flock of sheep and his 2 dogs seemed to move away from the ship's side, far away over the blue water, to go right down into the sky. "It's rising out the water steady," a voice said close to me. I had been thinking on so that it like woke me with a start, though it was no stranger voice than the voice of Harry Charker, my own comrade. "What's rising out the water steady?" I asked my comrade. "What?" says he. "The island." "Oh, the island," says I, turning my eyes towards it. "True, I forgot the island." "Forgot the port you're going to? That's odd, ain't it?" "It is odd," says I. "And odd," he said, slowly considering with himself, "ain't even, is it, Gill?" He had always a remark just like that to make, and seldom another. As soon as he had brought a thing round to what it was not, he was satisfied. He was one of the best of men, and, in a certain sort of way, one with the least to say for himself. I qualify it because, besides being able to read and write like a quartermaster, he had always one most excellent idea in his mind. That was duty. Upon my soul, I don't believe, though I admire learning beyond everything, that he could have got a better idea out of all the books in all the world, if he had learnt them every word, and had been the cleverest of scholars. My comrade and I had been quartered in Jamaica, and from there we had been drafted off to the British settlement of Belize, lying away west and north of the Mosquito Coast. At Belize there had been a great alarm of one cruel gang of pirates. There was always more pirates than enough in those Caribbean seas, and as they got the better of our English cruisers by running into out-of-the-way creeks and shallows, and taking the land when they were hotly pressed, the governor of Belize had received orders from home to keep a sharp look-out for them along shore. Now, there was an armed sloop came once a year from Port Royal, Jamaica, to the island, laden with all manner of necessaries to eat, and to drink, and to wear, and to use in various ways, and it was aboard of that sloop which had touched at Belize that I was a-standing, leaning over the bulwarks. The island was occupied by a very small English colony. It had been given the name of Silver Store. The reason of its being so called was that the English colony owned and worked a silver mine over on the mainland, in Honduras, and used this island as a safe and convenient place to store their silver in, until it was annually fetched away by the sloop. It was brought down from the mine to the coast on the backs of mules, attended by friendly Indians and guarded by white men. From thence it was conveyed over to Silver Store, when the weather was fair, in the canoes of that country. From Silver Store it was carried to Jamaica by the armed sloop once a year, as I have already mentioned. From Jamaica it went, of course, all over the world. How I came to be aboard the armed sloop is easily told. 24 marines under the command of a lieutenant, that officer's name was Linderwood, had been told off at Belize to proceed to Silver Store in aid of boats and seamen stationed there for the chase of the pirates. The island was considered a good post of observation against the pirates, both by land and sea. Neither the pirate ship nor yet her boats had been seen by any of us, but they had been so much heard of that the reinforcement was sent. Of that party I was one. It included a corporal and a sergeant. Charker was corporal, and the sergeant's name was Druce. He was the most tyrannical non-commissioned officer in His Majesty's service. The night came on soon after I had the foregoing words with Charker. All the wonderful bright colours went out of the sea and sky in a few minutes, and all the stars in the heavens seemed to shine out together, and to look down at themselves in the sea, over one another's shoulders, millions deep. Next morning we cast anchor off the island. There was a snug harbour within a little reef. There was a sandy beach. There were cocoa-nut trees, with high straight stems, quite bare, and foliage at the top, like plumes of magnificent green feathers. There were all the objects that are usually seen in those parts, and I am not going to describe them, having something else to tell about. Great rejoicings, to be sure, were made on our arrival. All the flags in the place were hoisted, and all the guns of the place were fired, and all the people in the place came down to look at us. One of those Sambo fellows, they call those native Sambos, when they are half negro and half Indian, had come off outside the reef to pilot us in, and remained on board after we had let go our anchor. He was called Christian George King, and was fonder of all hands than anybody else was. Now I confess for myself that on that first day, if I had been captain of the Christopher Columbus instead of private in the Royal Marines, I should have kicked Christian George King, who was no more a Christian than he was a King or a George, over the side, without exactly knowing why, except that it was the right thing to do. But I must likewise confess that I was not in a particularly pleasant humour when I stood under arms that morning aboard the Christopher Columbus in the harbour of the island of Silver Store. I had had a hard life, and the life of the English on the island seemed too easy and too gay to please me. Here you are, I thought to myself, good scholars and good livers, able to read what you like, able to write what you like, able to eat and drink what you like, and spend what you like, and do what you like, and much you care for a poor ignorant private in the Royal Marines. Yet it's hard too, I think, that you should have all the halfpence, and I all the kicks, you all the smooth, and I all the rough, you all the oil, and I all the vinegar. It was as envious a thing to think as might be, let alone its being nonsensical, but I thought it. I took it so much amiss that when a very beautiful young English lady came aboard, I grunted to myself, "Ah, you have got a lover, I'll be bound." As if there was any new offence to me in that, if she had. She was sister to the captain of our sloop, who had been in a poor way for some time, and who was so ill then that he was obliged to be carried ashore. She was the child of a military officer, who had come out there with her sister, who was married to one of the owners of the silver mine, and who had 3 children with her. It was easy to see that she was the light and spirit of the island. After I had got a good look at her, I grunted to myself again, in an even worse state of mind than before, "I'll be damned if I don't hate him, whoever he is." My officer, Lieutenant Linderwood, was as ill as the captain of the sloop, and was carried ashore too. They were both young men of about my age, who had been delicate in the West India climate. I even took that in bad part. I thought that I was much fitter for the work than they were, and that if all of us had our deserts, I should be both of them rolled into one. It may be imagined what sort of an officer of marines I should have made without the power of reading a written order. And as to any knowledge of how to command the sloop, Lord, I should have sunk her in a quarter of an hour. However, such were my reflections, and when we men were ashore and dismissed, I strolled about the place along with Charker, making my observations in a similar spirit. It was a pretty place, in all its arrangements partly South American and partly English, and very agreeable to look at on that account, being like a bit of home that had got chipped off and had floated away to that spot, accommodating itself to circumstances as it drifted along. The huts of the Sambos, to the number of 25 perhaps, were down by the beach to the left of the anchorage. On the right was a sort of barrack, with a South American flag and the Union Jack flying from the same staff, where the little English colony could all come together if they saw occasion. It was a walled square of building, with a sort of pleasure ground inside, and inside that again a sunken block like a powder magazine, with a little square trench around it, and steps down to the door. Charker and I were looking in at the gate, which was not guarded, and I had said to Charker in reference to the bit like a powder magazine, "That's where they keep the silver, you see." And Charker had said to me, after thinking it over, "And silver ain't gold, is it, Gill?" when the beautiful young English lady I had been so bilious about looked out of a door or window, at all events looked out, from under a bright awning. She no sooner saw us two in uniform than she came out so quickly that she was still putting on her broad Mexican hat of plaited straw when we saluted. "Would you like to come in," she said, "and see the place? It is rather a curious place." We thanked the young lady, and said we didn't wish to be troublesome, but she said it would be no trouble to an English soldier's daughter to show English soldiers how their countrymen and countrywomen fared so far away from England. and consequently we saluted again and went in. Then, as we stood in the shade, she showed us, being as affable as beautiful, how the different families lived in their separate houses, and how there was a general house for the stores, and a general reading room, and a general room for music and dancing, and a room for church, and how there were other houses on the rising ground called Signal Hill, where they lived in the hotter weather. "Your officer has been carried up there," she said, "and my brother too, for the better air. At present our few residents are dispersed over both spots, deducting, that is to say, such of our numbers as we are always going to, or coming from, or staying at, the mine." He is among one of those parties, I thought, and I wish somebody would knock his head off. "Some of our married ladies live here," she said, "during at least half the year, as lonely as widows with their children." "Many children here, ma'am?" 17. There are 13 married ladies, and there are 8 like me." There were not 8 like her. There was not one like her in the world. She meant single. "Which, with about 30 Englishmen of various degrees," said the young lady, "form the little colony now on the island. I don't count the sailors, for they don't belong to us, nor the soldiers." She gave us a gracious smile when she spoke of the soldiers, "for the same reason." "Nor the Sambos, ma'am?" said I. "No." "Under your favour, and with your leave, ma'am," said I, "are they trustworthy?" "Oh, perfectly. We are all very kind to them, and they are very grateful to us." "Indeed, ma'am. Now, Christian George King?" "Very much attached to us all. Would die for us." She was, as in my uneducated way I have observed, a very beautiful woman, almost always to be so composed that her composure gave great weight to what she said, and I believed it. Then she pointed out to us the building like a powder magazine, and explained to us in what manner the silver was brought from the mine, and was brought over from the mainland, and was stored here. The Christopher Columbus would have a rich lading, she said, for there had been a great yield that year, a much richer yield than usual, and there was a chest of jewels besides the silver. When we had looked about us, and were getting sheepish through fearing we were troublesome, she turned us over to a young woman, English born but West India bred, who served her as her maid. This young woman was the widow of a non-commissioned officer in the regiment of the line. She had got married and widowed at St. Vincent, with only a few months between the two events. She was a little saucy woman, with a bright pair of eyes, rather a neat little foot and figure, and rather a neat little turned-up nose. The sort of young woman I considered at the time who appeared to invite you to give her a kiss, and who would have slapped your face if you accepted the invitation. I couldn't make out her name at first, for when she gave it in answer to my inquiry it sounded like Beltot, which didn't sound right, but when we became better acquainted, which was while Charker and I were drinking sugar-cane sangaree, which she made in a most excellent manner, I found that her Christian name was Isabella, which they shortened into Bell, and that the name of the deceased non-commissioned officer was Tot. Being the kind of neat little woman it was natural to make a toy of, I never saw a woman so like a toy in my life, she had got the plaything name of Bell Tot. In short, she had no other name on the island. Even Mr. Commissioner Pordage, and he was a grave one, formerly addressed her as Mrs. Beltot, but I shall come to Mr. Commissioner Pordage presently. The name of the captain of the sloop was Captain Marion, and therefore it was no news to hear from Mrs. Beltot that his sister, the beautiful unmarried young English lady, was Miss Marion. The novelty was that her Christian name was Marion too. Marion. Many a time have I run off those two names in my thoughts, like a bit of verse. Oh, many and many and many a time. We saw out all the drink that was produced, like good men and true, and then took our leaves, and went down to the beach. The weather was beautiful, and the wind steady, low, and gentle. The island a picture, the sea a picture, the sky a picture. In that country there are 2 rainy seasons in the year. One sets in at about our English midsummer, the other about a fortnight after our English Michaelmas. It was the beginning of August at that time. The first of these rainy seasons was well over, and everything was in its most beautiful growth, and had its loveliest look upon it. "They enjoy themselves here," I says to Charker, turning surly again. "This is better than private soldiering." We had come down to the beach to be friendly with the boat's crew, who were camped and hutted there, and we were approaching towards their quarters over the sand when Christian George King comes up from the landing place at a wolf's trot, crying "Yup, soldier," which was that Sambo pilot's barbarous way of saying "Hello, soldier." I have stated myself to be a man of no learning, and if I entertain prejudices, I hope allowance may be made. I will now confess to one. It may be a right one, or it may be a wrong one, but I never did like natives, except in the form of oysters. So when Christian George King, who was individually unpleasant to me besides, comes a-trotting along the sand, clucking, "Yup, soldier!" I had a thundering good mind to let fly at him with my right. I certainly should have done it, but that it would have exposed me to reprimand. "Yup, soldier," says he. "Bad job." "What do you mean?" says I. "Yup, soldier," says he. "Ship leaky." "Ship leaky?" says I. "Iss," says he, with a nod that looked as if it was jerked out of him by a most violent hiccup, which is the way with those savages. I cast my eyes at Charker, and we both heard the pumps going aboard the sloop, and saw the signal run up. "Come on board, hands wanted from the shore." In no time some of the sloop's Liberty men were already running down to the water's edge, and the party of seamen, under orders against the pirates, were putting off to the Columbus in 2 boats. "Oh, Christian George King, sir, very sorry," says that Sambo vagabond then. "Christian George King cry, English fashion." His English fashion of crying was to screw his black knuckles into his eyes, howl like a dog, and roll himself on his back in the sand. It was trying not to kick him, but I gave Charker the word, "Double quick, Harry," and we got down to the water's edge and got on board the sloop. By some means or other she had sprung such a leak that no pumping would keep her free, and what between the two fears that she would go down in the harbour, and that, even if she did not, all the supplies she had bought for the little colony would be destroyed by the sea water as it rose in her, there was great confusion. In the midst of it, Captain Marion was heard hailing from the beach. He had been carried down in his hammock and looked very bad, but he insisted on being stood there on his feet, and I saw him myself come off in the boat, sitting upright in the stern sheets as if nothing was wrong with him. A quick sort of council was held, and Captain Marion soon resolved that we must all fall to work to get the cargo out, and that when that was done the guns and heavy matters must be got out, and that the sloop must be hauled ashore and careened, and the leak stopped. We were all mustered, the pirate chase party volunteering, and told off into parties, with so many hours of spell and so many hours of relief, and we all went at it with a will. Christian George King was entered one of the party in which I worked, at his own request, and he went at it with as good a will as any of the rest. He went at it with so much hardiness, to say the truth, that he rose in my good opinion almost as fast as the water rose in the ship, which was fast enough, and faster. Mr. Commissioner Pordage kept in a red and black Japan box, like a family lump sugar box, some document or other, which some Sambo chief or other had got drunk and spilt some ink over, as well as I could understand the matter, and by that means had given up lawful possession of the island. Through having hold of this box, Mr. Pordage got his title of Commissioner. He was styled Consul too, and spoke of himself as Government. He was a stiff-jointed, high-nosed old gentleman, without an ounce of fat on him, of a very angry temper, and a very yellow complexion. Mrs. Commissioner Pordage, making allowance for a difference of sex, was much the same. Mr. Kitten, a small, youngish, bald, botanical and mineralogical gentleman, also connected with the mine, but everybody there was that, more or less, was sometimes called by Mr. Commissioner Pordage his Vice-Commissioner, and sometimes his Deputy Consul, or sometimes he spoke of Mr. Kitten merely as being under Government. The beach was beginning to be a lively scene with the preparations for careening the sloop, and with cargo and spars and rigging and watercasks dotted about it, and with the temporary quarters for the men rising up there out of such sails and odds and ends as could best set on one side to make them, when Mr. Commissioner Pordage comes down in a high fluster and asks for Captain Marion. The captain, ill as he was slung in his hammock betwixt 2 trees that he might direct, and he raised his head and answered for himself. "Captain Marion," cries Mr. Commissioner Pordage, "this is not official. This is not regular." "Sir," says the captain, "it hath been arranged with the clerk and the supercargo that you should be communicated with, and requested to render any little assistance that may lie in your power. I am quite certain that hath been duly done." "Captain Marion," replied Mr. Commissioner Pordage, "there hath been no written correspondence. No documents have passed. No memoranda have been made. No minutes have been made. No entries and counter-entries appear in the official muniments. This is indecent. I call upon you, sir, to desist until all is regular, or Government will take this up." "Sir," says Captain Marion, chafing a little as he looked out of his hammock, "between the chances of Government taking this up, my ship taking herself down, I much prefer to trust myself to the former." "You do, sir?" cries Mr. Commissioner Pordage. "I do, sir," says Captain Marion, lying down again. "Then, Mr. Kitten," says the Commissioner, "send up instantly for my diplomatic coat." He was dressed in a linen suit at that moment, but Mr. Kitten started off himself and brought down the diplomatic coat, which was a blue cloth one, gold-laced, and with a crown on the button. "Now, Mr. Kitten," says Pordage, "I instruct you, as Vice Commissioner and Deputy Consul of this place, to demand of Captain Marion, of the sloop Christopher Columbus, whether he drives me to the act of putting this coat on." "Mr. Pordage," said Captain Marion, looking out of his hammock again, "as I can hear what you say, I can answer it without troubling the gentleman. I should be sorry that you should be at the pains of putting on too hot a coat on my account, but otherwise you may put it on hindside, before or inside out, or with your legs in the sleeves, or your head in the skirts, for any objection that I have to offer to your thoroughly pleasing yourself." "Very good, Captain Marion," says Pordage, in tremendous passion. "Very good, sir. Be the consequences on your own head. Mr. Kitten, as it has come to this, help me on with it." When he had given that order he walked off in the coat, and all our names were taken, and I was afterwards told that Mr. Kitten wrote from his dictation more than a bushel of large paper on the subject, which cost more before it was done with than ever could be calculated, and which only got done with after all by being lost. End of Part 1. The Island of Silver Store, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Island of Silver Store, Part 2. Our work went on merrily, nevertheless, and the Christopher Columbus, hauled up, lay helpless on her side like a great fish out of water. While she was in that state there was a feast, or a ball, or an entertainment, or, more properly, all three together, given us in honour of the ship, and the ship's company, and the other visitors. At that assembly, I believe, I saw all the inhabitants then upon the island, without any exception. I took no particular notice of more than a few, but I found it very agreeable in that little corner of the world to see the children, who were of all ages and mostly very pretty, as they mostly are. There was one handsome elderly lady, with very dark eyes and grey hair, that I inquired about. I was told that her name was Mrs. Venning, and her married daughter, a fair slight thing, was pointed out to me by the name of Fanny Fisher. Quite a child she looked, with a little copy of herself holding on to her dress. And her husband, just come back from the mine, exceeding proud of her. They were a good-looking set of people on the whole, but I didn't like them. I was out of sorts. In conversation with Charker, I found fault with all of them. I said of Mrs. Venning she was proud. Of Mrs. Fisher she was a delicate little baby fool. What did I think of this one? Why, he was a fine gentleman. What did I say to that one? Why, she was a fine lady. What could you expect them to be, I asked Charker, nursed in that climate, with the tropical night shining for them, musical instruments playing to them, great trees bending over them, soft lamps lighting them, fireflies sparkling in among them, bright flowers and birds brought into existence to please their eyes, delicious drinks to be had for the pouring out, delicious fruits to be got for the picking, and every one dancing and murmuring happily on the scented air, with the sea breaking low on the reef for a pleasant chorus. "Fine gentlemen and fine ladies, Harry," I says to Charker. "Yes, I think so. Dolls. Dolls. Not the sort of stuff for wear that comes of poor private soldiering in the Royal Marines." However, I could not gainsay that they were very hospitable people, and that they treated us uncommonly well. Every man of us was at the entertainment, and Mrs. Beltot had more partners than she could dance with, though she danced all night too. As to Jack, whether of the Christopher Columbus, or of the Pirate Pursuit Party, it made no difference. He danced with his brother Jack, danced with himself, danced with the moon, the stars, the trees, the prospect, anything. I didn't greatly take to the chief officer of that party, with his bright eyes, brown face, and easy figure. I didn't much like his way when he first happened to come where we were, with Miss Marion on his arm. "Oh, Captain Carton," she says, "here are two friends of mine." He says, "Indeed! These two marines?" meaning Charker and self. "Yes," says she, "I showed these two friends of mine, when they first came, all the wonders of silver store." He gave us a laughing look, and says he, "You are in luck, men. I would be disrated and go before the mast to-morrow to be shown the way upward again by such a guide. You are in luck, men." When we had saluted, and he and the lady had waltzed away, I said, "You were a pretty fellow, too, to talk of luck. You may go to the devil." Mr. Commissioner Porridge and Mrs. Commissioner showed among the company on that occasion like the King and Queen of a much greater Britain than Great Britain. Only two other circumstances in that jovial night made much separate impression on me. One was this. A man in our draft of marines, named Tom Packer, a wild, unsteady young fellow, but the son of a respectable shipwright in Portsmouth Yard, and a good scholar who had been well brought up, comes to me after a spell of dancing, and takes me aside by the elbow, and says, swearing angrily, "Gil Davis, I hope I may not be the death of Sergeant Druce one day." Now, I knew Druce had always borne particularly hard on this man, and I knew this man to be of a very hot temper. So I said, "Tut nonsense, don't talk so to me. If there's a man in the corps who scorns the name of an assassin, that man and Tom Packer are one." Tom wipes his head, being in a mortal sweat, and says he, "I hope so, but I can't answer for myself when he lords it over me, as he has just now done, before a woman. I tell you what, Gil, mark my words, it will go hard with Sergeant Druce if ever we are in an engagement together, and he has to look to me to save him. Let him say a prayer then, if he knows one, for it's all over with him, and he is on his death-bed. Mark my words." I did mark his words, and very soon afterwards too, as will shortly be taken down. The other circumstance that I noticed at that ball was the gaiety and attachment of Christian George King. The innocent spirits that Sambo Pilot was in, and the impossibility he found himself under of showing all the little colony, but especially the ladies and children, how fond he was of them, how devoted to them, and how faithful to them for life and death, for present, future, and everlasting, made a great impression on me. If ever a man, Sambo or no Sambo, was trustful and trusted, to what may be called quite an infantine and sweetly beautiful extent, surely I thought that morning when I did at last lie down to rest, it was that Sambo Pilot, Christian George King. This may account for my dreaming of him. He stuck in my sleep cornerwise, and I couldn't get him out. He was always flitting about me, dancing round me, and peeping in over my hammock, though I woke and dozed off again 50 times. At last, when I opened my eyes, there he really was, looking in at the open side of the little dark hut, which was made of leaves, and had Charker's hammock slung in it as well as mine. "Sodger," he says, in a sort of low croak. "Yup." "Hello," says I, starting up. "What, you are there, are you?" "Yes," says he. "Christian George King got news." "What news has he got?" "Pirates out." I was on my feet in a second. So was Charker. We were both aware that Captain Carton, in command of the boats, constantly watched the mainland for a secret signal, though of course it was not known to such as us what that signal was. Christian George King had vanished before we touched the ground, but the word was already passing from hut to hut to turn out quietly, and we knew that the nimble barbarian had got hold of the truth, or something near it. In a space among the trees behind the encampment of us visitors, naval and military, was a snugly screened spot where we kept the stores that were in use, and did our cookery. The word was passed to assemble there. It was very quickly given, and was given, so far as we were concerned, by Sergeant Druce, who was as good in a soldier point of view as he was bad in a tyrannical one. We were ordered to drop into this space quietly behind the trees, one by one. As we assembled there, the seamen assembled too. Within 10 minutes, as I should estimate, we were all there, except the usual guard upon the beach. The beach, we could see it through the wood, looked as it always had done in the hottest time of the day. The guard were in the shadow of the sloop's hull, and nothing was moving but the sea, and that moved very faintly. Work had always been knocked off at that hour, until the sun grew less fierce and the sea breeze rose, so that its being holiday with us made no difference just then in the look of the place. But I may mention that it was a holiday, and the first we had had since our hard work began. Last night's ball had been given, on the leaks being repaired and the careening done. The worst of the work was over, and to-morrow we were to begin to get the sloop afloat again. We marines were now drawn up here under arms. The chase party were drawn up separate. The men of the Columbus were drawn up separate. The officers stepped out into the midst of the three parties and spoke so as all might hear. Captain Carton was the officer in command, and he had a spy-glass in his hand. His coxswain stood by him with another spy-glass, and with a slate on which he seemed to have been taking down signals. "Now, men," said Captain Carton, "I have to let you know, for your satisfaction, firstly, that there are 10 pirate boats, strongly manned and armed, lying hidden up a creek yonder on the coast, under the overhanging branches of the dense trees. Secondly, that they will certainly come out this night, when the moon rises, on a pillaging and murdering expedition, of which some part of the mainland is the object. Thirdly, don't cheer, men, that we will give chase, and, if we can get at them, rid the world of them, please God." Nobody spoke that I heard, and nobody moved that I saw. Yet there was a kind of ring, as if every man answered and approved with the best blood that was inside of him. "Sir," said Captain Marion, "I beg to volunteer on this service with my boats. My people volunteer to the ship's buoys." "In His Majesty's name and service," the other answers, touching his hat, "I accept your aid with pleasure. Lieutenant Linderwood, how will you divide your men?" I was ashamed. I give it out to be written down as large and plain as possible. I was heart and soul ashamed of my thoughts of those two sick officers, Captain Marion and Lieutenant Underwood, when I saw them then and there. The spirit in those two gentlemen beat down their illness, and very ill I knew them to be, like St. George beating down the dragon. Pain and weakness, want of ease and want of rest, had no more place in their minds than the fear itself. Meaning now to express for my lady to write down exactly what I felt then and there, I felt this: you two brave fellows that I have been so grudgeful of, I know that if you were dying you would put it off to get up and do your best, and then you would be so modest that in lying down again to die, you would hardly say, "I did it." It did me good. It really did me good. But to go back to where I broke off. Says Captain Carton to Lieutenant Linderwood, "Sir, how will you divide your men? There is not room for all, and a few men should in any case be left here." There was some debate about it. At last it was resolved to leave 8 marines and 4 seamen on the island, beside the sloop's 2 boys. And because it was considered that the friendly Sambos would only want to be commanded in case of any danger, though none at all was apprehended there, the officers were in favour of leaving the 2 non-commissioned officers, Druce and Charker. It was a heavy disappointment to them, just as my being one of the left was a heavy disappointment to me. Then, but not soon afterwards, we men drew lots for it, and I drew Island. So did Tom Packer. So, of course, did 4 more of our rank and file. When this was settled, verbal instructions were given to all hands to keep the intended expedition secret, in order that the women and children might not be alarmed, or the expedition put in difficulty by more volunteers. The assembly was to be on that same spot at sunset. Every man was to keep up an appearance meanwhile of occupying himself in his usual way. That is to say, every man excepting 4 old trusty seamen, who were appointed with an officer to see to the arms and ammunition, and to muffle the rullocks of the boats, and to make everything as trim and swift and silent as it could be made. The Sambo pilot had been present all the while, in case of his being wanted, and had said to the officer in command 500 times, if he had said it once, that Christian George King would stay with the Sojiers, and take care of the Boofer ladies and the Boofer childs, Boofer being that native's expression for beautiful. He was now asked a few questions concerning the putting off of the boats, and in particular whether there was any way of embarking at the back of the island, which Captain Carton would have half liked to do, and then have dropped round in its shadow and slanted across to the main. But "No," says Christian George King, "no, no, told you so 10 time, no, 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 all reef, all rock, all swim, all drown," striking out as he said it like a swimmer gone mad, and turning over on his back on dry land and spluttering himself to death, in a manner that made him quite an exhibition. The sun went down, after appearing to be a long time about it, and the assembly was called. Every man answered to his name, of course, and was at his post. It was not yet black dark, and the roll was only just gone through, when up comes Mr. Commissioner Portage, with his diplomatic coat on. "Captain Carton," says he. "Sir, what is this?" "This, Mr. Commissioner," he was very short with him, "is an expedition against the pirates. It is a secret expedition, so please to keep it a secret." "Sir," says Commissioner Portage, "I trust there is going to be no unnecessary cruelty committed." "Sir," returns the officer, "I trust not." "That is not enough, sir," cries Commissioner Porridge, getting wroth. "Captain Carton, I give you notice. Government requires you to treat the enemy with great delicacy, consideration, clemency, and forbearance." "Sir," says Captain Carton, "I am an English officer commanding English men, and I hope I am not likely to disappoint the Government's just expectations, but I presume you know that these villains under their black flag have despoiled our countrymen of their property, burnt their homes, barbarously murdered them and their little children, and worse than murdered their wives and daughters." "Perhaps I do, Captain Carton," answers Porridge, waving his hand with dignity. "Perhaps I do not. It is not customary, sir, for Government to commit itself." "It matters very little, Mr. Porridge, whether or no. Believing that I hold my commission by the allowance of God, and not that I have received it direct from the devil, I shall certainly use it, with all avoidance of unnecessary suffering, and with all merciful swiftness in execution, to exterminate these people from the face of the earth. Let me recommend you to go home, sir, and to keep out of the night air." Never another syllable did the officer say to the Commissioner, but turned away to his men. The Commissioner buttoned his diplomatic coat to the chin, said, "Mr. Kitten, attend me," gasped, half-choked himself, and took himself off. It now fell very dark indeed. I have seldom, if ever, seen it darker, nor yet so dark. The moon was not due until 1 in the morning, and it was but a little after 9 when our men lay down there where they were mustered. It was pretended that they were to take a nap, but everybody knew that no nap was to be got under the circumstances. Though all were very quiet, there was a restlessness among the people, much what I have seen among the people on a racecourse when the bell has rung for the saddling for the great race with large stakes on it. At 10 they put off, only one boat putting off at a time, another following in 5 minutes, both then lying on their oars until another followed. Ahead of all, paddling his own outlandish little canoe without a sound, went the Sambo pilot, to take them safely outside the reef. No light was shown but once, and that was in the commanding officer's own hand. I lighted the dark lantern for him, and he took it from me when he embarked. They had blue lights and such like with them, but kept themselves as dark as murder. The expedition got away with wonderful quietness, and Christian George King soon came back dancing with joy. "Yup, soldier," says he to myself in very objectionable kind of convulsions. "Christian George Kings are very glad. Parrots all be blown to pieces. Yup, yup." My reply to that cannibal was, "However glad you may be, hold your noise, and don't dance jigs and slap your knees about it, for I can't bear to see you do it." I was on duty then, we 12 who were left being divided into 4 watches of 3 each, 3 hours' spell. I was relieved at 12. A little before that time I had challenged, and Miss Marion and Miss Beltot had come in. "Good Davis," says Mr. Marion, "what is the matter? Where's my brother?" I told her what was the matter, and where her brother was. "Oh, heaven help him," says she, clasping her hands and looking up. She was close in front of me, and she looked most lovely to be sure. "He is not sufficiently recovered, not strong enough for such strife." "If you had seen him, miss," I told her, "as I saw him when he volunteered, you would have known that his spirit is strong enough for any strife. It will bear his body, miss, to wherever duty calls him. It will always bear him to an honourable life or a brave death." "Heaven bless you," says she, touching my arm. "I know it. Heaven bless you." Miss Beltot surprised me by trembling and saying nothing. They were still standing looking towards the sea and listening, after the relief had come round. It continuing very dark, I asked to be allowed to take them back. Miss Marion thanked me, and she put her arm in mine, and I did take them back. I have now got to make a confession that will appear singular. After I had left them, I laid myself down on my face on the beach, and cried, for the first time since I had frightened birds as a boy at Snorridge Bottom, to think what a poor, ignorant, low-placed private soldier I was. It was only for half a minute or so. A man can't at all times be quite master of himself, and it was only for half a minute or so. Then I up and went to my hut, and turned into my hammock, and fell asleep with wet eyelashes and a sore, sore heart, just as I had often done when I was a child, and had been worse used than usual. I slept, as a child under those circumstances might, very sound, and yet very sore at heart all through my sleep. I was awoke by the words, "He is a determined man." I had sprung out of my hammock, and had seized my firelock, and was standing on the ground, saying the words to myself, "He is a determined man." But the curiosity of my state was, that I seemed to be repeating them after somebody, and to have been wonderfully startled by hearing them. As soon as I came to myself, I went out of the hut, and away to where the guard was. Charker challenged. "Who goes there?" "A friend." "Not Gill?" says he, as he shouldered his piece. "Gill," says I. "Why, what the deuce do you do out of your hammock?" says he. "Too hot for sleep," says I. "Is it all right?" "Right," says Charker. "Yes, yes, all's right enough here. What should be wrong here? It's the boats that we want to know of. Except for the fireflies twinkling about, and the lonesome splashes of the great creatures they drop into the water, there's nothing going on here to ease a man's mind from the boats." The moon was above the sea, and had risen, I should say, some half an hour. As Charker spoke, with his face towards the sea, I, looking landward, suddenly laid my right hand on his breast and said, "Don't move. Don't turn. Don't raise your voice. You never saw a Maltese face here." "No. What do you mean?" he asked, staring at me. "Nor yet an English face with one eye and a patch across the nose?" "No. What ails you? What do you mean?" I had seen both, looking at us round the stem of a cocoa nut tree, when the moon struck them. I had seen that Sambo pilot with one hand laid on the stem of the tree, drawing them back into the heavy shadow. I had seen their naked cutlasses twinkle and shine, like bits of the moonshine in the water that had got blown ashore among the trees by the light wind. I had seen it all, in a moment. And I saw in a moment, as any man would, that the signalled move of the pirates on the mainland was a plot and a feint, that the leak had been made to disable the sloop, and that the boats had been tempted away to leave the island unprotected, that the pirates had landed by some secreted way at the back, and that Christian George King was a double-dyed traitor, a most infernal villain. I considered still, all in one and the same moment, that Charker was a brave man, but not quick with his head, and that Sergeant Druce, with a much better head, was close by. All I said to Charker was, "I am afraid we are betrayed. Turn your back full to the moonlight on the sea, and cover the stem of the cocoa-nut tree, which will then be right before you, at the height of a man's heart. Are you right?" "I'm right," says Charker, turning instantly, and falling into position with a nerve of iron. "And right ain't left, is it, Gill?" A few seconds brought me to Sergeant Druce's hut. He was fast asleep, and being a heavy sleeper, I had to lay my hand upon him to rouse him. The instant I touched him he came rolling out of his hammock, and upon me like a tiger. And a tiger he was, except that he knew what he was up to in this utmost heat as well as any man. I had to struggle with him pretty hard to bring him to his senses, panting all the while, for he gave me a breather. "Sergeant, I am Gill Davis. Treachery! Pirates on the island!" The last words brought him round, and he took his hands off. "I have seen 2 of them within this minute," says I, and so I told him what I had told Harry Charker. His soldierly, though tyrannical head was clear in an instant. He didn't waste one word, even of surprise. "Order the guard," says he, "to draw off quietly into the fort." They called the enclosure I have mentioned before the fort, though it was not much of that. "Then get you to the fort as quick as you can. Rouse up every soul there and fasten the gate. I will bring in all those who are at Signal Hill. If we are surrounded before we can join you, you must make a sally and cut us out if you can. The word among our men is women and children." He burst away like fire going before the wind over dry reeds. He roused up the 7 men who were off duty, and had them bursting away with him before they knew that they were not asleep. I reported orders to Charker, and ran to the fort as I have never run at any other time in all my life, no, not even in a dream. The gate was not fast, and had no good fastening, only a double wooden bar, a poor chain, and a bad lock. Those I secured as well as they could be secured in a few seconds by one pair of hands, and so ran to that part of the building where Miss Marion lived. I called to her loudly by the name until she answered. I then called loudly all the names I knew: Miss Macey, Miss Marion's married sister, Mr. Macey, Mrs. Venning, Mr. and Mrs. Fisher, even Mr. and Mrs. Pordage. Then I called out, "All you gentlemen here, get up and defend the place. We are caught in a trap. Pirates have landed. We are attacked." At the terrible word "pirates," for those villains had done such deeds in those seas as never can be told in writing, and can scarcely be so much as thought of, cries and screams rose up from every part of the place. Quickly lights moved about from window to window, and cries moved about with them, and men, women, and children came flying down into the square. I remarked to myself even then what a number of things I seemed to see at once. I noticed Mrs. Macey coming towards me, carrying all her 3 children together. I noticed Mr. Pordage in the greatest terror, in vain trying to get on his diplomatic coat. and Mr. Kitten respectfully tying his pocket handkerchief over Mrs. Portage's nightcap. I noticed Mrs. Beltot running out screaming, and shrink upon the ground near me, and cover her face with her hands, and lie all of a bundle shivering. But what I noticed with the greatest pleasure was, the determined eyes with which those men, of that mind that I had thought fine gentlemen, came round me with what arms they had, to the full and cool and resolute as I could be, for my life, ay, and for my soul too, into the bargain. The chief person being Mr. Macey, I told him how the 3 men of the guard would be at the gate directly, if they were not already there, and how Sergeant Druce and the other 7 were gone to bring in the outlying part of the people of Silver Store. I next urged him, for the love of all who were dear to him, to trust no Sambo, and above all, if he could get any good chance at Christian George King, not to lose it, but to put him out of the world. "I will follow your advice to the letter, Davis," says he. "What next?" My answer was, "I think, sir, I would recommend you next to order down such heavy furniture and lumber as can be moved, and make a barricade within the gate." "That's good again," says he. "Will you see it done?" "I'll willingly help to do it," says I, "unless or until my superior, Sergeant Druce, gives me other orders." He shook me by the hand, and having told off some of his companions to help me, bestirred himself to look to the arms and ammunition. A proper quick, brave, steady, ready gentleman. One of their 3 little children was deaf and dumb. Miss Marion had been from the first with all the children, soothing them, and dressing them, poor little things, they had been brought out of their beds, and making them believe that it was a game of play, so that some of them were now even laughing. I had been working hard with all the others at the barricade, and had got up pretty good breastwork within the gate. Druce and the 7 men had come back, bringing in the people from the Signal Hill, and had worked along with us, but I had not so much as spoken a word to Druce, nor had Druce so much as spoken a word to me, for we were both too busy. The breastwork was now finished, and I found Miss Marion at my side, with a child in her arms. Her dark hair was fastened around her head with a band. She had a quantity of it, and it looked even richer and more precious, put up hastily out of her way, than I had seen it look when it was carefully arranged. She was very pale, but extraordinarily quiet and still. "Dear good Davis," says she, "I have been waiting to speak one word to you." I turned to her directly. If I had received a musket ball in the heart, and she had stood there, I almost believe I should have turned to her before I dropped. "This pretty little creature," said she, kissing the child in her arms, who was playing with her hair and trying to pull it down, "cannot hear what we say, can hear nothing. I trust you so much, and have such great confidence in you, that I want you to make me a promise." "What is it, miss?" "That if we are defeated, and you are absolutely sure of my being taken, you will kill me." "I shall not be alive to do it, miss. I shall have died in your defence before it comes to that. They must step across my body to lay a hand on you." "But if you are alive, you brave soldier," how she looked at me, "and if you cannot save me from the pirates, living, you will save me dead. Tell me so." Well, I told her I would do that at the last, if all else failed. She took my hand, my rough, coarse hand, and put it to her lips. She put it to the child's lips, and the child kissed it. I believe I had the strength of 6 men in me from that moment until the fight was over. End of The Island of Silver Store, Part 2. The Island of Silver Store, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Island of Silver Store, Part 3. All this time, Mr. Commissioner Portage had been wanting to make a proclamation to the pirates to lay down their arms and go away, and everybody had been hustling him about and tumbling over him while he was calling for pen and ink to write it with. Mrs. Portage, too, had some curious ideas about the British respectability of her nightcap, which had as many frills to it, growing in layers one inside another, as if it was a white vegetable of the artichoke sort, and she wouldn't take the nightcap off, and would be angry when it got crushed by the other ladies who were handing things about, and, in short, she gave as much trouble as her husband did. But as we were now forming for the defence of the place, they were both poked out of the way with no ceremony. The children and ladies were got into the little trench which surrounded the Silver House. We were afraid of leaving them in any of the light buildings, lest they should be set on fire, and we made the best disposition we could. There was a pretty good store, in point of amount, of tolerable swords and cutlasses. Those were issued. There were also perhaps a score or so of spare muskets. Those were brought out. To my astonishment, little Mrs. Fisher, that I had taken for a doll and a baby, was not only very active in that service, but volunteered to load the spare arms. "For I understand it well," says she cheerfully, without a shake in her voice. "I am a soldier's daughter and a sailor's sister, and I understand it too," says Miss Marion, just in the same way. Steady and busy behind where I stood, those two beautiful and delicate young women fell to handling the guns, hammering the flints, looking to the locks, and quietly directing others to pass up powder and bullets from hand to hand, as unflinching as the best of tried soldiers. Sergeant Druce had brought in word that the pirates were very strong in numbers. Over 100 was his estimate, and that they were not, even then, all landed, for he had seen them in a very good position on the further side of Signal Hill, evidently waiting for the rest of their men to come up. In the present pause, the first we had had since the alarm, he was telling this over again to Mr. Macey, when Mr. Macey suddenly cried out, "The signal! Nobody has thought of the signal!" We know of no signal, so we could not have thought of it. "What signal may you mean, sir?" says Sergeant Druce, looking sharp at him. "There is a pile of wood upon the Signal Hill. If it could be lighted, which never has been done yet, it would be a signal of distress to the mainland." Charker cries directly, "Sergeant Druce, dispatch me on that duty. Give me the 2 men who were on guard with me tonight, and I'll light the fire, if it can be done." "And if it can't, Corporal?" Mr. Macey strikes in. "Look at these ladies and children, sir," says Charker. "I'd sooner light myself than not try any chance to save them." We gave him a hurrah. It burst from us, come of it what might, and he got his 2 men, and was led out at the gate and crept away. I had no sooner come back to my place from being one of the party to handle the gate, than Miss Marion said, in a low voice behind me, "Davis, will you look at this powder? This is not right." I turned my head. Christian George King again, and treachery again. Sea water had been conveyed into the magazine, and every grain of powder was spoiled. "Stay a moment," said Sergeant Druce, when I had told him, without causing a movement in a muscle of his face. "Look to your pouch, my lad. You, Tom Packer, look to your pouch, confound you. Look to your pouches, all you marines." The same artful savage had got at them, somehow or another, and the cartridges were all unservable. Said the sergeant. "Look to your loading, men. You were right so far?" Yes, we were right so far. "Well, my lads and gentlemen all," says the sergeant, "this will be a hand-to-hand affair, and so much the better." He treated himself to a pinch of snuff, and stood up, square-shouldered and broad-chested, in the light of the moon, which was now very bright, as cool as if he were waiting for a play to begin. He stood quiet, and we all stood quiet, for a matter of something like half an hour. I took notice from such whispered talk as there was, how little we that the silver did not belong to thought about it, and how much the people that it did belong to thought about it. At the end of the half hour, it was reported from the gate that Charker and the 2 were falling back on us, pursued by about a dozen. "Sally! Gate party under Gill Davis," says the sergeant, "and bring 'em in, like men now." We were not long about it, and we brought them in. "Don't take me," says Charker, holding me round the neck, and stumbling down at my feet when the gate was fast. "Don't take me near the ladies or the children, Gill. They had better not see death, till it can't be helped. They'll see it soon enough." "Harry," I answered, holding up his head. "Comrade!" He was cut to pieces. The signal had been secured by the first pirate party that landed. His hair was all singed off, and his face was blackened with the running pitch from a torch. He made no complaint of pain or of anything. "Good-bye, old chap," was all he said, with a smile. "I've got my death, and death ain't life, is it, Gill?" Having helped to lay his poor body on one side, I went back to my post. Sergeant Druce looked at me, with his eyebrows a little lifted. I nodded. "Close up here, men, and gentlemen all," said the sergeant. "A place too many in the line." The pirates were so close upon us at this time that the foremost of them were already before the gate. More and more came up with a great noise, and shouting loudly. When we believed from the sound that they were all there, we gave 3 English cheers. The poor little children joined, and were so fully convinced of our being at play, that they enjoyed the noise, and were heard clapping their hands in the silence that followed. Our disposition was this. Beginning with the rear, Mrs. Venning, holding her daughter's child in her arms, sat on the steps of the little square trench surrounding the Silver House, encouraging and directing those women and children as she might have done in the happiest and easiest time of her life. Then there was an armed line, under Mr. Macey, across the width of the enclosure, facing that way and having their backs toward the gate, in order that they might watch the walls and prevent our being taken by surprise. Then there was the space of 8 or 10 feet deep, in which the spare arms were, and in which Miss Marion and Mrs. Fisher, their hands and dresses blackened with the spoilt gunpowder, worked on their knees, tying such things as knives, old bayonets, and spearheads to the muzzles of the useless muskets. Then there was a second armed line, under Sergeant Druce, also across the width of the enclosure, but facing to the gate. Then came the breastwork we had made, with a zigzag way through it for me and my little party to hold good in retreating as long as we could, when we were driven from the gate. We all knew that it was impossible to hold the place long, and that our only hope was in the timely discovery of the plot by the boats, and in their coming back. I and my men were now thrown forward to the gate. From a spy-hole I could see the whole crowd of pirates. There were Malays among them, Dutch, Maltese, Greeks, Sambos, Negroes, and convict Englishmen from the West India Islands. Among the last, him with the one eye and the patch across the nose. There were some Portuguese too, and a few Spaniards. The captain was a Portuguese, a little man with very large earrings under a very broad hat, and a great bright shawl twisted about his shoulders. They were all strongly armed, but like a boarding party, with pikes, swords, cutlasses, and axes. I noticed a good many pistols, but not a gun of any kind among them. This gave me to understand that they had considered that a continued roll of musketry might perhaps have been heard on the mainland. Also that, for the reason that fire would be seen from the mainland, they would not set the fort in flames and roast us alive, which was one of their favourite ways of carrying on. I looked about for Christian George King, and if I had seen him, I am much mistaken if he would not have received my one round of ball cartridge in his head. But no Christian George King was visible. A sort of wild Portuguese demon, who seemed either fierce mad or fierce drunk, but they all seemed one or the other, came forward with the black flag, and gave it a wave or two. After that the Portuguese captain called out in shrill English, "I say, you English fools, open the gate! Surrender!" As we kept close and quiet, he said something to his men which I didn't understand, and when he had said it, the one-eyed English rascal with the patch, who had stepped out when he began, said it again in English. It was only this: "Boys of the Black Flag, this is to be quickly done. Take all the prisoners you can. If they don't yield, kill the children to make them. Forward!" Then they all came on at the gate, and in another half-minute were smashing and splitting it in. We struck at them through the gaps and shivers, and we dropped many of them too, but their very weight would have carried such a gate if they had been unarmed. I soon found Sergeant Druce at my side, forming us 6 remaining marines in line, Tom Packer next to me, and ordering us to fall back 3 paces, and as they broke in, to give them our one little volley at short distance. "Then," says he, "receive them behind your breastwork on the bayonet, and at least let every man of you pin one of the cursed cockchafers through the body." We checked them by our fire, slight as it was, and we checked them at the breastwork. However, they broke over it like swarms of devils. They were, really and truly, more devils than men. And then it was hand to hand indeed. We clubbed our muskets and laid about us. Even then those 2 ladies, always behind me, were steady and ready with the arms. I had a lot of Maltese and Malays upon me, and, but for a broadsword that Miss Marion's own hand put in mine, should have got my end from them. But was that all? No. I saw a heap of banded dark hair and a white dress come thrice between me and them, under my own raised right arm, which each time might have destroyed the wearer of the white dress, and each time one of the lot went down, struck dead. Druce was armed with a broadsword too, and did such things with it that there was a cry in 6 languages of "Kill that sergeant!" as I knew by the cry being raised in English and taken up in other tongues. I had received a severe cut across the left arm a few moments before, and should have known nothing of it, except supposing that somebody had struck me a smart blow, if I had not felt weak, and seen myself covered with spouting blood, and at the same instant of time seen Miss Marion tearing her dress and binding it with Mrs. Fisher's help around the wound. They called to Tom Packer, who was scouring by, to stop and guard me for 1 minute while I was bound, or I should bleed to death in trying to defend myself. Tom stopped directly, with a good sabre in his hand. In that same moment, all things seemed to happen in that same moment, at such a time, half a dozen had rushed howling at Sergeant Druce. The sergeant, stepping back against the wall, stopped one howl for ever with such a terrible blow, and waited for the rest to come on with such a wonderfully unmoved face that they stopped and looked at him. "See him now!" cried Tom Packer. "Now, when I could cut him out! Gil, did I tell you to mark my words?" I implored Tom Packer in the Lord's name, as well as I could in my faintness, to go to the sergeant's aid. "I hate and detest him," says Tom, moodily wavering. "Still, he is a brave man." Then he calls out, "Sergeant Druce! Sergeant Druce! Tell me you have driven me too hard and are sorry for it." The sergeant, without turning his eyes from his assailants, which would have been instant death to him, answers, "No, I won't." "Sergeant Druce," cries Tom, in a kind of agony, "I have passed my word that I would never save you from death, if I could, but would leave you to die. Tell me you have driven me too hard and are sorry for it, and that shall go for nothing." One of the group laid the sergeant's bald bare head open. The sergeant laid him dead. "I tell you," says the sergeant, breathing a little short and waiting for the next attack, "no, I won't. If you are not man enough to strike for a fellow soldier because he wants help, and because of nothing else, I'll go into the other world and look for a better man." Tom swept up upon them and cut him out. Tom and he fought their way through another knot of them, and sent them flying, and came over to where I was beginning again to feel, with inexpressible joy, that I had got a sword in my hand. They had hardly come to us when I heard, above all the other noises, a tremendous cry of women's voices. I also saw Miss Marion, with quite a new face, suddenly clap her 2 hands over Mrs. Fisher's eyes. I looked towards the Silver House, and saw Mrs. Venning, standing upright on top of the steps of the trench, with her grey hair and her dark eyes, hide her daughter's child behind her, among the folds of her dress, strike a pirate with her other hand, and fall, shot by his pistol. The cry rose again, and there was a terrible and confusing rush of women into the midst of the struggle. In another moment something came tumbling down upon me that I thought was the wall. It was a heap of Sambos who had come over the wall, and of 4 men who clung to my legs like serpents, one who clung to my right leg was Christian George King. "Yup, soldier," says he. "Christian George King, sir, very glad soldier a prisoner. Christian George King been waiting for soldier such a long time. Yup, yup." What could I do, with 25 of them on me, but be tied hand and foot? So I was tied hand and foot. It was all over now. Boats not come back. All lost. When I was fast bound and was put up against a wall, the one-eyed English convict came up with the Portuguese captain to have a look at me. "See," says he, "here's the determined man. If you had slept sounder last night, you'd have slept your soundest last night, my determined man." The Portuguese captain laughed in a cool way, and with the flat of his cutlass hit me crosswise, as if I were the bough of a tree that he played with. First on the face, then across the chest and the wounded arm. I looked him steady in the face without tumbling while he looked at me, I am happy to say, but when they went away I fell and lay there. The sun was up when I was roused and told to come down to the beach and be embarked. I was full of aches and pains, and could not at first remember, but I remembered quite soon enough. The killed were lying about all over the place, and the pirates were burying their dead, and taking away their wounded on hastily made litters to the back of the island. As for us prisoners, some of their boats had come round to the usual harbour to carry us off. We looked a wretched few, I thought, when I got down there. Still, it was another sign that we had fought well, and made the enemy suffer. The Portuguese captain had all the women already embarked on the boat he himself commanded, which was just putting off when I got down. Miss Marion sat on one side of him, and gave me a moment's look, as full of quiet courage and pity and confidence as if it had been an hour long. On the other side of him was poor little Mrs. Fisher, weeping for their child and her mother. I was shoved into the same boat with Druce and Packer, and the remainder of our party of marines, of whom we had lost 2 privates besides Charker, my poor brave comrade. We all made a melancholy passage under the hot sun over to the mainland. There we landed in a solitary place, and were mustered on the sea sand. Mr. and Mrs. Macey and their children were amongst us, Mr. and Mrs. Porridge, Mr. Kitten, Mr. Fisher, and Mrs. Beltot. We mustered only 14 men, 15 women, and 7 children. Those were all that remained of the English who had lain down to sleep last night, unsuspecting and happy, on the island of Silver Store. End of the Island of Silver Store, Part 3.
Subjects for Painters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Subjects for Painters, after Peter Pindar, from the Complete Poems of Charles Dickens. To you, Sir Martin, and your co-R.A.'s, I dedicate in meek, suggestive lays some subjects for your academic palates, hoping by dint of these my scanty jobs to fill with novel thoughts your teeming knobs, as though I beat them in with wooden mallets. To you, Maclise, who Eve's fair daughters paint with nature's hand, and want the maudlin taint of the sweet Chalon school of silk and ermine. To you, E. Landseer, who from year to year delight in beasts and birds and dogs and deer, and seldom give us any human vermin. To all who practise art or make believe, I offer subjects they may take or leave. Great Sibthorpe and his butler in debate, Arcades Amber, on affairs of state, not altogether gone, but rather funny, cursing the Whigs for leaving in the lurch our damned good pleasant gentlemanly church, would make a picture, cheap at any money. Or Sibthorpe as the Tories second war, encouraging his mates with loud yaw yaw from Treasury bench's most conspicuous end. Or Sib's mustachios curling with a smile, as an expectant Premier without guile calls him his honourable and gallant friend. Or Sibthorpe travelling in foreign parts through that rich portion of our Eastern charts where lies the land of popular tradition, and fairly worshipped by the true devout in all his comings in and goings out, because of the old Turkish superstition. Fame with her trumpet blowing very hard, and making earth rich with celestial lard in puffing deeds done through Lord Chamberlain Howe, while some few thousand persons of small gains, who give their charities without such pains, look up, much wondering what may be the row. Behind them Joseph Hume, who turns his pate to where great Marlborough House in princely state shelters a host of lackeys, lords, and pages, and says he knows of dowagers a crowd, who, without trumpeting so very loud, would do as much and more for half the wages. Lim, sirs, the highest lady in the land, when Joseph Surface, fawning, cap in hand, delivers in his list of patriot mortals, those gentlemen of honour, faith, and truth, who foul-mouthed spat upon her maiden youth, and dog-like did defile her palace portals. Paint me the Tories full of grief and woe, weeping to voters over Frost and Co., their suffering, erring, much enduring brothers. And in the background don't forget to pack, each grinning ghastly from its bloody sack, the heads of Thistlewood, Despard, and others. Paint, squandering the Club's election gold, fierce lovers of our Constitution old, lords who are that sacred lady's greatest debtors, and let the law, forbidding any voice or act of peer to influence the choice of English people, flourish in bright letters. Paint that same dear old lady ill at ease, weak in her second childhood, hard to please, unknowing what she ails or what she wishes, with all her Carlton nephews at the door, deafening both aunt and nurses with their roar, fighting already for the loaves and fishes. Leaving these hints for you to dwell upon, I shall presume to offer more anon. End of Subjects for Painters.
An Italian Dream, Chapter 7 of Pictures from Italy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. An Italian Dream, by Charles Dickens. I had been traveling for some days, resting very little in the night, and never in the day. The rapid and unbroken succession of novelties that had passed before me came back like half-formed dreams, and a crowd of objects wandered in the greatest confusion through my mind, as I travelled on by a solitary road. At intervals, some one among them would stop, as it were, in its restless flitting to and fro, and enable me to look at it quite steadily, and behold it in full distinctness. After a few moments it would dissolve, like a view in a magic lantern, and while I saw some part of it quite plainly, and some faintly, and some not at all, would show me another of the many places I had lately seen, lingering behind it and coming through it. This was no sooner visible than, in its turn, it melted into something else. At one moment I was standing again before the brown old rugged churches of Modena. As I recognized the curious pillars with grim monsters for their bases, I seemed to see them standing by themselves in the quiet square at Padua, where there were the staid old university, and the figures, demurely gowned, grouped here and there in the open space about it. Then I was strolling in the outskirts of that pleasant city, admiring the unusual neatness of the dwelling-houses, gardens, and orchards, as I had seen them a few hours before. In their stead arose immediately the two towers of Bologna, and the most obstinate of all these objects failed to hold its ground. A minute before the monstrous moated castle of Ferrara, which, like an illustration to a wild romance, came back again in the red sunrise, lording it over the solitary, grass-grown, withered town. In short, I had that incoherent but delightful jumble in my brain which travellers are apt to have, and are indolently willing to encourage. Every shake of the coach in which I sat, half dozing in the dark, appeared to jerk some new recollection out of its place, and to jerk some other new recollection into it, and in this state I fell asleep. I was awakened after some time, as I thought, by the stopping of the coach. It was now quite night, and we were at the waterside. There lay here a black boat, with a little house or cabin in it of the same mournful colour. When I had taken my seat in this, the boat was paddled by two men towards a great light lying in the distance on the sea. Ever and again there was a dismal sigh of wind. It ruffled the water, and rocked the boat, and sent the dark clouds flying before the stars. I could not but think how strange it was to be floating away at that hour, leaving the land behind, and going on towards this light upon the sea. It soon began to burn brighter, and from being one light became a cluster of tapers, twinkling and shining out of the water, as the boat approached towards them by a dreamy kind of track, marked out upon the sea by posts and piles. We had floated on 5 miles or so over the dark water, when I heard it rippling in my dream against some obstruction near at hand. Looking out attentively, I saw through the gloom a something black and massive, like a shore, but lying close and flat upon the water, like a raft, which we were gliding past. The chief of the two rowers said it was a burial place. Full of the interest and wonder which a cemetery lying out there in the lonely sea inspired, I turned to gaze upon it as it should recede in our path, when it was quickly shut out from my view. Before I knew by what or how, I found that we were gliding up a street, a phantom street, the houses rising on both sides from the water, and the black boat gliding on beneath their windows. Lights were shining from some of these casements, plumbing the depth of the black stream with their reflected rays, but all was profoundly silent. So we advanced into this ghostly city, continuing to hold our course through narrow streets and lanes, all filled and flowing with water. Some of the corners where our way branched off were so acute and narrow that it seemed impossible for the long, slender boat to turn them, but the rowers, with a low, melodious cry of warning, sent it skimming on without a pause. Sometimes the rowers of another black boat like our own echoed the cry, and slackening their speed, as I thought we did ours, would come flitting past us like a dark shadow. Other boats of the same sombre hue were lying moored, I thought, to painted pillars, near to dark, mysterious doors that opened straight upon the water. Some of these were empty, in some the rowers lay asleep. Towards one I saw some figures coming down a gloomy archway from the interior of a palace, gaily dressed and attended by torch-bearers. It was but a glimpse I had of them, for a bridge so low and close upon the boat that it seemed ready to fall down and crush us, one of the many bridges that perplex the dream, blotted them out instantly. On we went, floating towards the heart of this strange place, with water all about us, where never water was elsewhere. Clusters of houses, churches, heaps of stately buildings growing out of it, and everywhere the same extraordinary silence. Presently we shot across a broad and open stream, and passing, as I thought, before a spacious paved quay, where the bright lamps with which it was illuminated showed long rows of arches and pillars, of ponderous construction and great strength, but as light to the eye as garlands of hoarfrost or gossamer, and where, for the first time, I saw people walking, arrived at a flight of steps leading from the water to a large mansion, where, having passed through corridors and galleries innumerable, I lay down to rest, listening to the black boat stealing up and down below the window on the rippling water, till I fell asleep. The glory of the day that broke upon me in this dream, its freshness, motion, buoyancy, its sparkles of the sun in water, its clear blue sky and rustling air, no waking words can tell. But from my window I looked down on boats and barks, on masts, sails, cordage, flags, on groups of busy sailors working at the cargoes of these vessels, on wide quays strewn with bales, casks, merchandise of many kinds, on great ships lying near at hand in stately indolence, on islands crowned with gorgeous domes and turrets, and where golden crosses glittered in the light, atop of wondrous churches springing from the sea. Going down upon the margin of the green sea, rolling on before the door, and filling all the streets, I came upon a place of such surpassing beauty and such grandeur, that all the rest was poor and faded in comparison with its absorbing loveliness. It was a great piazza, as I thought, anchored like all the rest in the deep ocean. On its broad bosom was a palace, more majestic and magnificent in its old age than all the buildings of the earth in the high prime and fullness of their youth. Cloisters and galleries, so light they might have been the work of fairy hands, so strong that centuries had battered them in vain, wound round and round this palace, and enfolded it with a cathedral, gorgeous in the wild, luxuriant fancies of the East. At no great distance from its porch, a lofty tower, standing by itself and rearing its proud head alone into the sky, looked out upon the Adriatic Sea. Near to the margin of the stream were two ill-omened pillars of red granite, one having on its top a figure with a sword and shield, the other a winged lion. Not far from these again, a second tower, richest of the rich in all its decorations, even here, where all was rich, sustained aloft a great orb gleaming with gold and deepest blue, the 12 signs painted on it, and a mimic sun revolving in its course around them, while above, 2 bronze giants hammered out the hours upon a sounding bell. An oblong square of lofty houses of the whitest stone, surrounded by a light and beautiful arcade, formed part of this enchanted scene, and here and there gay masts for flags rose, tapering from the pavement of the unsubstantial ground. I thought I entered the cathedral and went in and out among its many arches, traversing its whole extent. A grand, dreamy structure of immense proportions, golden with old mosaics, redolent of perfumes, dim with the smoke of incense, costly in treasure of precious stones and metals, glittering through iron bars, holy with the bodies of deceased saints, rainbow-hued with windows of stained glass, dark with carved woods and colored marbles, obscure in its vast heights and lengthened distances, shining with silver lamps and winking lights, unreal, fantastic, solemn, inconceivable throughout. I thought I entered the old palace, pacing silent galleries and council chambers, where the old rulers of this mistress of the waters looked sternly out in pictures from the walls, and where her high-prowed galleys, still victorious on canvas, fought and conquered as of old. I thought I wandered through its halls of state and triumph, bare and empty now, and musing on its pride and might, extinct. For that was past, all past. Heard a voice say, "Some tokens of its ancient rule and some consoling reasons for its downfall may be traced here yet." I dreamed that I was led on, then, into some jealous rooms, communicating with a prison near the palace, separated from it by a lofty bridge crossing a narrow street, and called, I dreamed, the Bridge of Sighs. But first I passed 2 jagged slits in a stone wall, the lions' mouths, now toothless, where, in the distempered horror of my sleep, I thought denunciations of innocent men to the old wicked council had been dropped through many a time when the night was dark. So when I saw the council room to which such prisoners were taken for examination, and the door by which they passed out when they were condemned, a door that never closed upon a man with life and hope before him, my heart appeared to die within me. It was smitten harder, though, when, torch in hand, I descended from the cheerful day into two ranges, one below another, of dismal, awful, horrible stone cells. They were quite dark. Each had a loophole in its massive wall, where, in the old time, every day, a torch was placed, I dreamed, to light the prisoner within, for half an hour. The captives, by the glimmering of these brief rays, had scratched and cut inscriptions in the blackened vaults. I saw them, for their labor with the rusty nail's point had outlived their agony and them through many generations. One cell I saw, in which no man remained for more than 24 hours, being marked for dead before he entered it. Hard by another, and a dismal one, whereto at midnight the confessor came, a monk, brown-robed and hooded, ghastly in the day, and free bright air, but in the midnight of that murky prison, hope's extinguisher, and murder's herald. I had my foot upon the spot where, at the same dread hour, the shriven prisoner was strangled, and struck my hand upon the guilty door, low-browed and stealthy, through which the lumpish sack was carried out into a boat, and rowed away and drowned where it was death to cast a net. Around this dungeon stronghold, and above some part of it, licking the rough walls without, and smearing them with damp and slime within, stuffing dank weeds and refuse into chinks and crevices, as if the very stones and bars had mouths to stop, furnishing a smooth road for the removal of the bodies of the secret victims of the state, a road so ready that it went along with them and ran before them like a cruel officer, flowed the same water that filled this dream of mine, and made it seem one even at the time. Descending from the palace by a staircase called, I thought, the Giant's, I had some imaginary recollection of an old man abdicating, coming more slowly and more feebly down it, when he heard the bell proclaiming his successor. I glided off in one of the dark boats, until we came to an old arsenal guarded by 4 marble lions. To make my dream more monstrous and unlikely, one of these had words and sentences upon its body, inscribed there at an unknown time, and in an unknown language, so that their purport was a mystery to all men. There was little sound of hammers in this place for building ships, and little work in progress, for the greatness of the city was no more, as I have said. Indeed, it seemed a very wreck found drifting on the sea, a strange flag hoisted in its honorable stations, and strangers standing at its helm. A splendid barge in which its ancient chief had gone forth, pompously at certain periods, to wed the ocean, lay here, I thought, no more, but in his place there was a tiny model made from recollection like the city's greatness, and it told of what had been. So are the strong and weak confounded in the dust, almost as eloquently as the massive pillars, arches, roofs, reared to overshadow stately ships that had no other shadow now upon the water of the earth. An armory was there yet, plundered and despoiled, but an armory, with a fierce standard taken from the Turks, drooping in the dull air of its cage. Rich suits of mail worn by great warriors were hoarded there, crossbows and bolts, quivers full of arrows, spears, swords, daggers, maces, shields, and heavy-headed axes, plates of wrought steel and iron to make the gallant horse a monster cased in metal scales, and one spring weapon, easy to be carried in the breast, designed to do its office noiselessly, and made for shooting men with poisoned darts. One press or case I saw full of accursed instruments of torture, horribly contrived to cramp, and pinch, and grind, and crush men's bones, and tear and twist them with the torment of 1,000 deaths. Before it were 2 iron helmets, with breastpieces made to close up tight and smooth upon the heads of living sufferers, and fastened onto each was a small knob or anvil, where the directing devil could repose his elbow at his ease, and listen near the walled-up ear to the lamentations and confessions of the wretch within. There was that grim resemblance in them to the human shape. They were such molds of sweating faces, pained and cramped, that it was difficult to think them empty, and terrible distortions lingering within them seemed to follow me, when, taking to my boat again, I rowed off to a kind of garden or public walk in the sea, where there were grass and trees. But I forgot them when I stood upon its farthest brink. I stood there in my dream, and looked along the ripple to the setting sun before me in the sky and on the deep, a crimson flush, and behind me the whole city resolving into streaks of red and purple on the water. In the luxurious wonder of so rare a dream, I took but little heed of time, and had but little understanding of its flight. But there were days and nights in it, and when the sun was high, and when the rays of lamps were crooked in the running water, I was still afloat, I thought, plashing the slippery walls and houses with the cleavings of the tide, as my black boat, borne upon it, skimmed along the streets. Sometimes, alighting at the doors of churches and vast palaces, I wandered on from room to room, from aisle to aisle, through labyrinths of rich altars, ancient monuments, decayed apartments, where the furniture, half awful, half grotesque, was mouldering away. Pictures were there, replete with such enduring beauty and expression, with such passion, truth, and power, that they seemed so many young and fresh realities among a host of spectres. I thought these often intermingled with the old days of the city, with its beauties, tyrants, captains, patriots, merchants, counters, priests, nay, with its very stones and bricks and public places, all of which lived again about me on the walls. Then, coming down some marble staircase where the water lapped and oozed against the lower steps, I passed into my boat again, and went on in my dream, floating down narrow lanes, where carpenters, at work with plane and chisel in their shops, tossed the light shaving straight upon the water, where it lay like weed, or ebbed away before me in a tangled heap, past open doors, decayed and rotten from long steeping in the wet, through which some scanty patch of vine shone green and bright, making unusual shadows on the pavement with its trembling leaves, past quays and terraces, where women, gracefully veiled, were passing and repassing, and where idlers were reclining in the sunshine, on flagstones and on flights of steps, past bridges where there were idlers too, loitering and looking over, below stone balconies, erected at a giddy height before the loftiest windows of the loftiest houses, past plots of garden, theatres, shrines, prodigious piles of architecture, Gothic, Saracenic, fanciful with all the fancies of all times and countries, past buildings that were high and low, and black and white, and straight and crooked, mean and grand, crazy and strong, twining among a tangled lot of boats and barges, and shooting out at last into a grand canal. There, in the errant fancy of my dream, I saw old Shylock passing to and fro upon a bridge, all built upon with shops and humming with the tongues of men. The form I seemed to know for Desdemona's, leaned down through a lattice blind to pluck a flower. And in the dream I thought that Shakespeare's spirit was abroad upon the waters somewhere, stealing through the city. At night, when 2 votive lamps burnt before an image of the Virgin, in a gallery outside the great cathedral near the roof, I fancied that the great piazza of the Winged Lion was a blaze of cheerful light, and that its whole arcade was thronged with people, while crowds were diverting themselves in splendid coffee-houses opening from it, which were never shut, I thought, but open all night long. When the bronze giants struck the hour of midnight on the bell, I thought the life and animation of the city were all centered here, and as I rode away, abreast the silent quays, I only saw them dotted here and there with sleeping boatmen wrapped up in their cloaks, and lying at full length upon the stones. But close about the quays and churches, palaces and prisons sucking at their walls, and welling up into the secret places of the town, crept the water always, noiseless and watchful, coiled round and round it in its many folds like an old serpent, waiting for the time, I thought, when people should look down into its depths for any stone of the old city that had claimed to be its mistress. Thus it floated me away until I awoke in the old market-place at Verona. I have many and many a time thought since of this strange dream upon the water, half wondering if it lie there yet, and if its name be Venice. End of An Italian Dream. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
The Long Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Mills. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. The Long Voyage, by Charles Dickens. When the wind is blowing, and the sleet or rain is driving against the dark windows, I love to sit by the fire, thinking of what I have read in books of voyage and travel. Such books have had a strong fascination for my mind from my earliest childhood, and I wonder it should have come to pass that I never have been round the world, never have been shipwrecked, ice-environed, tomahawked, or eaten. Sitting on my ruddy hearth in the twilight of New Year's Eve, I find incidents of travel rise around me from all the latitudes and longitudes of the globe. They observe no order or sequence, but appear and vanish as they will, come like shadows, so depart. Columbus, alone upon the sea with his disaffected crew, looks over the waste of waters from his high station on the poop of his ship, and sees the first uncertain glimmer of the light, rising and falling with the waves, like a torch in the bark of some fisherman, which is the shining star of a new world. Bruce is caged in Abyssinia, surrounded by the gory horrors which will often startle him out of his sleep at home when years have passed away. Franklin, come to the end of his unhappy overland journey, would that it had been his last, lies perishing of hunger with his brave companions, each emaciated figure stretched upon its miserable bed, without the power to rise, all dividing the weary days between their prayers, their remembrances of the dear ones at home, and conversation on the pleasures of eating, the last-named topic being ever present to them likewise in their dreams. All the African travellers, wayworn, solitary, and sad, submit themselves again to drunken, murderous, man-selling despots of the lowest order of humanity; and Mungo Park, fainting under a tree, and succoured by a woman, gratefully remembers how his good Samaritan has always come to him in woman's shape, the wide world over. A shadow on the wall, in which my mind's eye can discern some traces of a rocky sea-coast, recalls to me a fearful story of travel, derived from that unpromising narrator of such stories, a parliamentary blue book. A convict is its chief figure, and this man escapes with other prisoners from a penal settlement. It is an island, and they seize a boat and get to the mainland. Their way is by a rugged and precipitous sea-shore, and they have no earthly hope of ultimate escape, for the party of soldiers, dispatched by an easier course to cut them off, must inevitably arrive at their distant bourne long before them, and retake them, if by any hazard they survive the horrors of the way. Famine, as they all must have foreseen, besets them early in their course. Some of the party die, and are eaten. Some are murdered by the rest, and eaten. This one awful creature eats his fill, and sustains his strength, and lives on to be recaptured and taken back. The unrelatable experiences through which he has passed have been so tremendous that he is not hanged as he might be, but goes back to his old chained-gang work. A little time, and he tempts one other prisoner away, seizes another boat, and flies once more, necessarily in the old hopeless direction, for he can take no other. He is soon cut off, and met by the pursuing party, face to face, upon the beach. He is alone. In his former journey he acquired an inappeasable relish for his dreadful food. He urged the new man away expressly to kill him and eat him. In the pockets on one side of his coarse convict dress are portions of the man's body, on which he is regaling. In the pockets on the other side is an untouched store of salted pork, stolen before he left the island, for which he has no appetite. He is taken back, and he is hanged. But I shall never see that sea beach, on the wall, or in the fire, without him, solitary monster, eating as he prowls along, while the sea rages and rises at him. Captain Bligh, a worse man to be entrusted with arbitrary power there could scarcely be, is handed over the side of the Bounty, and turned adrift on the wide ocean in an open boat, by order of Fletcher Christian, one of his officers, at this very minute. Another flash of my fire, and Thursday October Christian, 25 years of age, son of the dead and gone Fletcher by a savage mother, leaps aboard His Majesty's ship Britain, hove to of Pitcairn's Island, says his simple grace before eating in good English, and knows that a pretty little animal on board is called a dog, because in his childhood he had heard of such strange creatures from his father and the other mutineers, grown grey under the shade of the breadfruit trees, speaking of their lost country far away. See the Haleswell, East Indiaman, outward bound, driving madly on a January night towards the rocks near Seacombe, on the island of Purbeck. The captain's 2 dear daughters are aboard, and 5 other ladies. The ship has been driving many hours, has 7 feet water in her hold, and her mainmast has been cut away. The description of her loss, familiar to me from my early boyhood, seems to be read aloud as she rushes to her destiny. About 2 in the morning of Friday the 6th of January, the ship still driving, and approaching very fast to the shore, Mr. Henry Merriton, the second mate, went again into the cuddy, where the captain then was. Another conversation taking place, Captain Pierce expressed extreme anxiety for the preservation of his beloved daughters, and earnestly asked the officer if he could devise any method of saving them. On his answering with great concern that he feared it would be impossible, but that their only chance would be to wait for the morning, the captain lifted up his hands in silent and distressful ejaculation. At this dreadful moment the ship struck, with such violence as to dash the heads of those standing in the cuddy against the deck above them, and the shock was accompanied by a shriek of horror that burst at one instant from every quarter of the ship. Many of the seamen, who had been remarkably inattentive and remiss in their duty during great part of the storm, now poured upon deck, where no exertions of the officers could keep them while their assistance might have been useful. They had actually skulked in their hammocks, leaving the working of the pumps and other necessary labours to the officers of the ship and the soldiers, who had made uncommon exertions. Roused by a sense of their danger, the same seamen at this moment, in frantic exclamations, demanded of Heaven and their fellow sufferers that succour which their own efforts, timely made, might possibly have procured. The ship continued to beat on the rocks, and soon bilging, fell with her broadside towards the shore. When she struck, a number of the men climbed up the ensign staff, under an apprehension of her immediately going to pieces. Mr. Merriton, at this crisis, offered to these unhappy beings the best advice which could be given. he recommended that all should come to the side of the ship lying lowest on the rocks, and singly to take the opportunities which might then offer of escaping to the shore. Having thus provided, to the utmost of his power, for the safety of the desponding crew, he returned to the round house, where, by this time, all the passengers and most of the officers had assembled. The latter were employed in offering consolation to the unfortunate ladies, and with unparalleled magnanimity, suffering their compassion for the fair and amiable companions of their misfortunes to prevail over the sense of their own danger. In this charitable work of comfort, Mr. Meriton now joined by assurances of his opinion that the ship would hold together till the morning, when all would be safe. Captain Pierce, observing one of the young gentlemen loud in his exclamations of terror, and frequently cried that the ship was parting, cheerfully bid him be quiet, remarking that, though the ship should go to pieces, he would not, but would be safe enough. It is difficult to convey a correct idea of the scene of this deplorable catastrophe, without describing the place where it happened. The Haleswell struck on the rocks, at a part of the shore where the cliff is of vast height, and rises almost perpendicular from its base. But at this particular spot, the foot of the cliff is excavated into a cavern of 10 or 12 yards in depth, and of breadth equal to the length of a large ship. The sides of the cavern are so nearly upright as to be of extremely difficult access, and the bottom is strewed with sharp and uneven rocks, which seem, by some convulsion of the earth, to have been detached from its roof. The ship lay with her broadside opposite to the mouth of this cavern, with her whole length stretched almost from side to side of it. But when she struck, it was too dark for the unfortunate persons on board to discover the real magnitude of the danger, and the extreme horror of such a situation. In addition to the company already in the round house, they had admitted 3 black women and 2 soldiers' wives, who, with the husband of one of them, had been allowed to come in, though the seaman, who had tumultuously demanded entrance to get the lights, had been opposed and kept out by Mr. Rogers and Mr. Brimer, the 3rd and 5th mates. The numbers there were, therefore, now increased to near 50. Captain Pierce sat on a chair, a cot, or some other movable, with a daughter on each side, whom he alternately pressed to his affectionate breast. The rest of the melancholy assembly were seated on the deck, which was strewed with musical instruments, and the wreck of furniture and other articles. Here also Mr. Meriton, after having cut several wax candles in pieces, and stuck them up in various parts of the round house, and lighted up all the glass lanthorns he could find, took his seat, intending to wait the approach of dawn, and then assist the partners of his dangers to escape. But observing that the poor ladies appeared parched and exhausted, he brought a basket of oranges, and prevailed on some of them to refresh themselves by sucking a little of the juice. At this time they were all tolerably composed, except Miss Mansell, who was in hysteric fits on the floor of the deck of the round house. But on Mr. Meriton's return to the company, he perceived a considerable alteration in the appearance of the ship. The sides were visibly giving way, the deck seemed to be lifting, and he discovered other strong indications that she could not hold much longer together. On this account he attempted to go forward to look out, but immediately saw that the ship had separated in the middle, and that the forepart, having changed its position, lay rather further out towards the sea. In such an emergency, when the next moment might plunge him into eternity, he determined to seize the present opportunity, and follow the example of the crew and the soldiers, who were now quitting the ship in numbers, and making their way to the shore, though quite ignorant of its nature and description. Among other expedients, the ensign staff had been unshipped, and attempted to be laid between the ship's side and some of the rocks, but without success, for it snapped asunder before it reached them. However, by the light of a lanthorn, which a seaman handed through the skylight of the round house to the deck, Mr. Meriton discovered a spar which appeared to be laid from the ship's side to the rocks, and on this spar he resolved to attempt his escape. Accordingly, lying down upon it, he thrust himself forward. However, he soon found that it had no communication with the rock. He reached the end of it, and then slipped off, receiving a very violent bruise in his fall, and before he could recover his legs he was washed off by the surge. He now supported himself by swimming, until a returning wave dashed him against the back part of the cavern. Here he laid hold of a small projection in the rock, but was so much benumbed that he was on the point of quitting it, when a seaman, who had already gained a footing, extended his hand, and assisted him until he could secure himself a little on the rock, from which he clambered on a shelf still higher, and out of reach of the surf. Mr. Rogers, the 3rd mate, remained with the captain and the unfortunate ladies, and their companions, nearly 20 minutes after Mr. Meriton had quitted the ship. Soon after the latter left the round house, the captain asked what was become of him, to which Mr. Rogers replied that he was gone on deck to see what could be done. After this, a heavy sea breaking over the ship, the ladies exclaimed, "Oh, poor Meriton! He is drowned!" Had he stayed with us he would have been safe." And they all, particularly Miss Mary Pierce, expressed great concern at the apprehension of his loss. The sea was now breaking in at the forepart of the ship, and reached as far as the mainmast. Captain Pierce gave Mr. Rogers a nod, and they took a lamp, and went together into the stern gallery, where, after viewing the rocks for some time, Captain Pierce asked Mr. Rogers if he thought there was any possibility of saving the girls, to which he replied, he feared there was none. For they could only discover the black face of the perpendicular rock, and not the cavern which afforded shelter to those who escaped. They then returned to the round house, where Mr. Rogers hung up the lamp, and Captain Pierce sat down between his two daughters. The sea continuing to break in very fast, Mr. McManus, a midshipman, and Mr. Schultz, a passenger, asked Mr. Rogers what they could do to escape. "Follow me," he replied, and they all went into the stern gallery, and from thence to the upper quarter gallery on the poop. While there, a very heavy sea fell on board, and the round house gave way. Mr. Rogers heard the ladies shriek at intervals, as if the water reached them, the noise of the sea at other times drowning their voices. Mr. Brimer had followed him to the poop, where they remained together about 5 minutes, when on the breaking of this heavy sea they jointly seized a hen-coop. The same wave which proved fatal to some of those below carried him and his companion to the rock, on which they were violently dashed, and miserably bruised. Here on the rock were 27 men, but it now being low water, and as they were convinced that on the flowing of the tide all must be washed off, many attempted to get to the back or the sides of the cavern, beyond the reach of the returning sea. Scarcely more than 6, besides Mr. Rogers and Mr. Brimer, succeeded. Mr. Rogers, on gaining this station, was so nearly exhausted that had his exertions been protracted only a few minutes longer, he must have sunk under them. He was now prevented from joining Mr. Meriton by at least 20 men between them, none of whom could move without the imminent peril of his life. They found that a very considerable number of the crew, seamen and soldiers, and some petty officers, were in the same situation as themselves, though many who had reached the rocks below perished in attempting to ascend. They could yet discern some part of the ship, and in their dreary station solaced themselves with the hopes of its remaining entire until daybreak, for, in the midst of their own distress, the sufferings of the females on board affected them with the most poignant anguish, and every sea that broke inspired them with terror for their safety. But alas, their apprehensions were too soon realized. Within a very few minutes of the time that Mr. Rogers gained the rock, an universal shriek, which long vibrated in their ears, in which the voice of female distress was lamentably distinguished, announced the dreadful catastrophe. In a few moments all was hushed, except the roaring of the winds and the dashing of the waves. The wreck was buried in the deep, and not an atom of it was ever afterwards seen. The most beautiful and affecting incident I know, associated with a shipwreck, succeeds this dismal story for a winter night. The Grosvenor, East Indiaman, homeward bound, goes ashore on the coast of Caffraria. It is resolved that the officers, passengers, and crew, in number 135 souls, shall endeavour to penetrate on foot, across trackless deserts, infested by wild beasts and cruel savages, to the Dutch settlements at the Cape of Good Hope. With this forlorn object before them, they finally separate into 2 parties, never more to meet on earth. There is a solitary child among the passengers, a little boy of 7 years old, who has no relation there, and when the first party is moving away, he cries after some member of it who has been kind to him. The crying of a child might be supposed to be a little thing to men in such great extremity, but it touches them, and he is immediately taken into that detachment. From which time forth this child is sublimely made a sacred charge. He is pushed on a little raft across broad rivers by the swimming sailors. They carry him by turns through the deep sand and long grass, he patiently walking at all other times. They share with him such putrid fish as they find to eat. They lie down and wait for him when the rough carpenter, who becomes his especial friend, lags behind. Beset by lions and tigers, by savages, by thirst, by hunger, by death in a crowd of ghastly shapes, they never, O Father of all mankind, thy name be blessed for it, forget this child. The captain stops exhausted, and his faithful coxswain goes back and is seen to sit down by his side, and neither of the 2 shall be any more beheld until the great last day. But as the rest go on for their lives, they take the child with them. The carpenter dies of poisonous berries eaten in starvation, and the steward, succeeding to the command of the party, succeeds to the sacred guardianship of the child. God knows all he does for the poor baby. How he cheerfully carries him in his arms when he himself is weak and ill. How he feeds him when he himself is griped with want. how he folds his ragged jacket round him, lays his little worn face with a woman's tenderness upon his sunburnt breast, soothes him in his sufferings, sings to him as he limps along, unmindful of his own parched and bleeding feet. Divided for a few days from the rest, they dig a grave in the sand, and bury their good friend the cooper, these two companions alone in the wilderness. And then the time comes when they both are ill, and beg their wretched partners in despair, reduced and few in number now, to wait by them one day. They wait by them one day. They wait by them 2 days. On the morning of the third, they move very softly about, in making their preparations for the resumption of their journey, for the child is sleeping by the fire, and it is agreed with one consent that he shall not be disturbed until the last moment. The moment comes. The fire is dying, and the child is dead. His faithful friend the steward lingers but a little while behind him. His grief is great. He staggers on for a few days, lies down in the desert, and dies. But he shall be reunited in his immortal spirit, who can doubt it, with the child, when he and the poor carpenter shall be raised up with the words, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these, ye have done it unto me." As I recall the dispersal and disappearance of nearly all the participators in this once famous shipwreck, a mere handful being recovered at last, and the legends that were long afterwards revived from time to time among the English officers at the Cape, of a white woman with an infant, said to have been seen weeping outside a savage hut far in the interior, who was whisperingly associated with the remembrance of the missing ladies saved from the wrecked vessel, and who was often sought but never found, thoughts of another kind of travel came into my mind. Thoughts of a voyager unexpectedly summoned from home, who travelled a vast distance, and could never return. Thoughts of this unhappy wayfarer in the depths of his sorrow, in the bitterness of his anguish, in the helplessness of his self-reproach, in the desperation of his desire to set right what he had left wrong, and do what he had left undone. For there were many, many things he had neglected. Little matters while he was at home and surrounded by them, but things of mighty moment when he was at an immeasurable distance. There were many, many blessings that he had inadequately felt. There were many trivial injuries that he had not forgiven. There was love that he had but poorly returned. There was friendship that he had too lightly prized. There were a million kind words that he might have spoken, a million kind looks that he might have given, uncountable slight easy deeds in which he might have been most truly great and good. "Oh, for a day," he would exclaim, "for but one day to make amends!" But the sun never shone upon that happy day, and out of his remote captivity he never came. Why does this traveller's fate obscure, on New Year's Eve, the other histories of travellers with which my mind was filled but now, and cast a solemn shadow over me? Must I one day make his journey? Even so. Who shall say that I may not then be tortured by such late regrets, that I may not then look from my exile on my empty place and undone work? I stand upon a seashore where the waves are years. They break and fall, and I may little heed them, but with every wave the sea is rising, and I know that it will float me on this traveller's voyage at last. End of The Long Voyage. Recording by Jason Mills.
Part 1 of Dr. Marigold by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Dr. Marigold by Charles Dickens. Part 1. I am a Cheap Jack, and my own father's name was Willum Marigold. It was in his lifetime supposed by some that his name was William, but my own father always consistently said, no, it was Willum, on which point I content myself with looking at the argument this way. If a man is not allowed to know his own name in a free country, how much is he allowed to know in a land of slavery? As to looking at the argument through the medium of the register, Willum Marigold come into the world before registers come up much, and went out of it too. They wouldn't have been greatly in his line neither, if they had chanced to come up before him. I was born on the Queen's Highway, but it was the King's at that time. A doctor was fetched to my own mother by my own father, and when it took place on a common, and in consequence of his being a very kind gentleman, and accepting no fee but a tea-tray, I was named Doctor, out of gratitude and compliment to him. There you have me, Dr. Marigold. I am at present a middle-aged man of a broadish build, in cords, leggings, and a sleeved waistcoat, strings of which have always gone behind. Repair them how you will, they go like fiddle-strings. You have been to the theatre, and you have seen one of them violin players screw up his violin, after listening to it as if it had been whispering the secret to him that it feared it was out of order, and then you have heard it snap. That's as exactly similar to my waistcoat as a waistcoat and a violin can be like one another. I am partial to a white hat, and I like a shawl round my neck, wore loose and easy. Sitting down is my favourite posture. If I have a taste in point of personal jewellery, it is mother-of-pearl buttons. There you have me again, as large as life. The doctor having accepted a tea-tray, you'll guess that my father was a cheap-jack before me. You are right. He was. It was a pretty tray. It represented a large lady going along a serpentining uphill gravel walk to attend a little church. Two swans had likewise come astray with the same intentions. When I call her a large lady, I don't mean in point of breadth, for there she fell well below my views, but she more than made it up in height. Her height and slimness was, in short, the height of both. I often saw that tray, after I was the innocently smiling cause, or more likely screeching one, of the doctor's standing up on a table against the wall in his consulting room. Whenever my father and mother were in that part of the country, I used to put my head, I have heard my own mother say it was flaxen curls at that time, though you wouldn't know an old half-broom from it now till you come to the handle and found it wasn't me, in at the doctor's door, and the doctor was always glad to see me, and said, "Aha, my brother practitioner! Come in, little M.D. How are your inclinations as to sixpence?" You can't go on for ever, you'll find, nor yet could my father, nor yet my mother. If you don't go off as a whole when you are about due, you're liable to go off in part, and 2 to 1 your head's the part. Gradually my father went off his, and my mother went off hers. It was in a harmless way, but it put out a family where I boarded them. The old couple, though retired, got to be wholly and solely devoted to the cheap-jack business, and were always selling the family off. Whenever the cloth was laid for dinner, my father began rattling the plates and dishes, as we do in our line when we put up crockery for a bid, only he had lost the trick of it, and mostly let 'em drop and broke 'em. As the old lady had been used to sit in the cart, and hand the articles out one by one to the old gentleman on the footboard to sell, just in the same way she handed him every item of the family's property, and they disposed of it in their own imaginations from morning to night. At last the old gentleman, lying bedridden in the same room with the old lady, cries out in the old patter, fluent after having been silent for 2 days and nights, "Now hear, my jolly companions, every one, which the Nightingale Club in a village was held, at the sign of the Cabbage and Shears, where the singers no doubt would have greatly excelled, but for want of taste, voices, and ears. Now hear, my jolly companions, every one, is a working model of a used-up old cheap-jack, without a tooth in his head, and with a paint in every bone, so lifelike it would be just as good if it wasn't better, just as bad if it wasn't worse, and just as new if it wasn't worn out. Bid for the working model of the old cheap-jack, who has drunk more gunpowder tea with the ladies in his time than would blow the lid off a washwoman's copper, and carry it as many thousands of miles higher than the moon as nought nix nought, divided by the national debt, carry nothing to the poor rates, 3 under and 2 over. Now, my hearts of oak and men of straw, what do you say for the lot? 2 shillings, a shilling, 10pence, 8pence, 6pence, 4pence? 2pence? Who said 2pence? The gentleman in the scarecrow's hat? I'm ashamed of the gentleman in the scarecrow's hat. I really am ashamed of him for his want of public spirit. Now I'll tell you what I'll do with you. Come! I'll throw you in a working model of an old woman that was married to the old cheap-jack so long ago that, upon my word and honour, it took place in Noah's Ark, before the unicorn could get in to forbid the banns by blowing a tune on his horn. There now! Come! What do you say for both? I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I don't bear you malice for being so backward. Here, if you make me a bid that'll only reflect a little credit on your town, I'll throw in a warming pan for nothing, and lend you a toasting fork for life. Now come, what do you say after that splendid offer? Say £2, say 30 shillings, say a pound, say 10 shillings, say 5, say 2 and 6. You don't even say 2 and 6? You say 2 and 3? No, you shan't have the lot for 2 and 3. I'd rather give it to you if you was good looking enough. Here, missus, chuck the old man and woman into the car, put the horse to, and drive 'em away and bury 'em. Such were the last words of Willum Marigold, my own father, and they were carried out by him and his wife, my own mother, on one and the same day, as I ought to know, having followed as mourner. My father had been a lovely one in his time at the Cheap Jack work, as his dying observations went to prove, but I top him. I don't say because it's myself, but because it has been universally acknowledged by all that has had the means of comparison. I have worked at it. I have measured myself against other public speakers, members of Parliament, platforms, pulpits, counsel learned in the law, and where I have found 'em good, I have took a bit of imagination from 'em, and where I have found 'em bad, I have let 'em alone. Now I'll tell you what, I mean to go down into my grave declaring that of all the callings ill-used in Great Britain, the Cheap Jack calling is the worst used. Why ain't we a profession? Why ain't we endowed with privileges? Why are we forced to take out a hawker's licence when no such thing is expected of the political hawkers? Where's the difference betwixt us? Except that we are Cheap Jacks and they are Dear Jacks, I don't see any difference but what's in our favour. For, look here, say it's election time. I am on the footboard of my cart in the market-place. On a Saturday night I put up a general miscellaneous lot. I say, now here, my free and independent woters, I'm a-going to give you such a chance as you never had in all your born days, nor yet the days preceding. Now I'll show you what I'm a-going to do with you. Here's a pair of razors that'll shave you closer than the Board of Guardians. Here's a flat iron worth its weight in gold. Here's a frying pan artificially flavoured with essence of beefsteaks to that degree that you've only got for the rest of your lives to fry bread and dripping in it, and there you are replete with animal food. Here's a genuine chronometer watch in such a solid silver case that you may knock at the door with it when you come home late from a social meeting, and rouse your wife and family, and save up your knocker for the postman. And here's half a dozen dinner plates that you may play the cymbals with to charm baby when it's fractious. Stop! I'll throw in another article, and I'll give you that, and it's a rolling pin. And if the baby can only get it well into its mouth when its teeth is coming, and rub the gums once with it, they'll come through double, in a fit of laughter equal to being tickled. Stop again! I'll throw in another article, 'cause I don't like the looks of you, 'cause you haven't the appearance of buyers, unless I lose by you, and because I'd rather lose than not take money to-night, and there's a looking-glass in which you may see how ugly you look when you don't bid. What do you say now? Come! Do you say a pound? Not you, for you haven't got it. Do you say 10 shillings? Not you, for you owe more to the tallyman. Well, then, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll heap 'em all on the footboard of the cart. There they are. Razors, flat watch, dinner plates, rolling pin, and away, for 4 shillings, and I'll give you 6pence for your trouble. This is me, the Cheap Jack. But on the Monday morning, in the same market-place, comes the Dear Jack on the hustings, his cart, and what does he say? Now, my free and independent woters, I am a-going to give you such a chance, he begins just like me, as you never had in all your born days, and that's the chance of sending myself to Parliament. Now I'll tell you what I'm a-going to do for you. Here's the interests of this magnificent town promoted above all the rest of the civilised and uncivilised earth. Here's your railways carried, and your neighbours' railways jockeyed. Here's all your sons in the post office. Here's Britannia smiling on you. Here's the eyes of Europe on you. Here's a universal property for you, repletion of animal food, golden cornfields, gladsome homesteads, and rounds of applause from your own hearts, all in one lot, and that's myself. Will you take me as I stand? You won't? Well then, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. Come now, I'll throw in anything you ask for. There, church rates, abolition of more malt tax, no malt tax, universal education to the highest mark, or universal ignorance to the lowest, total abolition of flogging in the army, or a dozen for every private once a month all round. Wrongs of men or rights of women, only say what he shall be, take 'em or leave 'em, and I'm of your opinion altogether, and the lot's your own on your own terms. There. You won't take it yet? Well then, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. Come. You are such free and independent woters, and I am so proud of you. You are such a noble and enlightened constituency, and I am so ambitious of the honour and dignity of being your member, which is by far the highest level to which the wings of the human mind can soar, that I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll throw in all the public houses in your magnificent town for nothing. Will that content you? It won't? You won't take the lot yet? Well then, before I put the horse in and drive away, and make the offer to the next most magnificent town that can be discovered, I'll tell you what I'll do. Take the lot, and I'll drop £2,000 in the streets of your magnificent town for them for pick up that can. Not enough? Now look here, this is the very farthest that I'm a-going to. I'll make it 2,500. And still you won't? Here, missus, put the horse. No, stop half a minute. I shouldn't like to turn my back upon you neither for a trifle. I'll make it £2,750. There. Take the lot on your own terms, and I'll count out £2,750 on the footboard of the cart to be dropped in the streets of your magnificent town for them to pick up that can. What do you say? Come now, you won't do better, and you may do worse. You take it? Hooray! Sold again, and got the seat. These dear jacks soap the people shameful, but we cheap jacks don't. We tell 'em the truth about themselves to their faces, and scorn to court 'em. As to wenchumness in the way of puffing up the lots, the dear jacks beat us hollow. It is considered in the cheap jack calling that better patter can be made out of a gun than any article we put up from the cart, except a pair of spectacles. I often hold forth about a gun for a quarter of an hour, and feel as if I need never leave off. But when I tell them what the gun can do, and what the gun has brought down, I never go half so far as the dear jacks do when they make speeches in praise of their guns, their great guns that set 'em on to do it. Besides, I'm in business for myself. I ain't sent down to the market-place to order, as they are. Besides, again, my guns don't know what I say in their laudation, and their guns do, and the whole concern of 'em have reason to be sick and ashamed all round. These are some of my arguments for declaring that the cheap jack calling is treated ill in Great Britain, and for turning warm when I think of the other jacks in question setting themselves up to pretend to look down upon it. I courted my wife from the footboard of the cart. I did indeed. She was a Suffolk young woman, and it was in Ipswich market-place right opposite the corn chandler's shop. I had noticed her up at a winder last Saturday that was, appreciating highly. I had took to her, and I said to myself, if not already disposed of, I'll have that lot. Next Saturday that come, I pitched the cart on the same pitch, and I was in very high feather indeed, keeping 'em laughing the whole of the time, and getting off the goods briskly. At last I took out of my waistcoat pocket a small lot wrapped in soft paper, and I put it this way, looking up at the window where she was. Now here, my blooming English maidens, is an article, the last article of the present evening's sale, which I offer to only you, the lovely Suffolk dumplings biling over with beauty, and I won't take a bid of £1,000 for, from any man alive. Now what is it? Why, I'll tell you what it is. It's made of fine gold, and it's not broke, though there's a hole in the middle of it, and it's stronger than any fetter that ever was forged, though it's smaller than any finger in my set of 10. Why 10? Because when my parents made over my property to me, I tell you true, there was 12 sheets, 12 towels, 12 tablecloths, 12 knives, 12 forks, 12 tablespoons, and 12 teaspoons, but my set of fingers was too short of a dozen, and could never since be matched. Now, what else is it? Come, I'll tell you. It's a hoop of solid gold, wrapped in a silver curl paper that I myself took off the shining locks of the ever beautiful old lady in Threadneedle Street, London City. I wouldn't tell you so if I hadn't the paper to show, or you mightn't believe it even of me. Now, what else is it? It's a man-trap and a handcuff, the parish stocks and a leg lock, all in gold and all in one. Now, what else is it? It's a wedding ring. Now I tell you what I'm going to do with it. I'm not a-going to offer this lot for money, but I mean to give it to the next of your beauties that laughs, and I'll pay her a visit to-morrow morning at exactly half after 9 o'clock as the chimes go, and I'll take her out for a walk to put up the banns. She laughed and got the ring handed up to her. When I called in the morning, she says, "Oh dear, it's never you, and you never mean it." "It's ever me," says I am ever yours, and I ever mean it." So we got married, after being put up 3 times, which, by the by, is quite in the Cheap Jack way again, and shows once more how the Cheap Jack customs pervade society. She wasn't a bad wife, but she had a temper. If she could have parted with that one article at a sacrifice, I wouldn't have swapped her away in exchange for any other woman in England. Not that I ever did swap her away, for we lived together till she died, and that was 13 year. Now, my lords and ladies and gentlefolks all, I'll let you into a secret, though you won't believe it. 13 year of temper in a palace would try the worst of you, but 13 year of temper in a cart would try the best of you. You are kept so very close to it in a cart, you see. There's thousands of couples among you getting on like a sweet oil upon a whetstone in houses 5 and 6 pairs of stairs high, that would go to the divorce court in a cart. Whether the jolting makes it worse, I don't undertake to decide. But in a cart it does come home to you and stick to you. Violence in a cart is so violent, and aggravation in a cart is so aggravating. We might have had such a pleasant life. A roomy cart, with the large goods hung outside, and the bed slung underneath it when on the road, an iron pot and a kettle, a fireplace for the cold weather, a chimney for the smoke, a hanging shelf and a cupboard, a dog and a horse. What more do you want? You draw off upon a bit of turf in a green lane, or by the roadside, you hobble your old horse and turn him grazing, you light your fire upon the ashes of the last visitors, you cook your stew, and you wouldn't call the Emperor of France your father, but have a temper in the cart, flinging language and hardest goods in stock at you, and where are you then? Put a name to your feelings. My dog knew as well when she was on the turn as I did. Before she broke out, he would give a howl and bolt. How he knew it was a mystery to me, but the sure and certain knowledge of it would wake him up out of his soundest sleep, and he would give a howl and bolt. At such times I wish I was him. The worst of it was, we had a daughter born to us, and I loved children with all my heart. When she was in her furies, she beat the child. This got to be so shocking, as the child got to be 4 or 5 year old, that I have many a time gone on with my whip over my shoulder at the old horse's head, sobbing and crying worse than ever little Sophy did. For how could I prevent it? Such a thing is not to be tried with such a temper, in a cart, without coming to a fight. It's in the natural size and formation of a cart to bring it to a fight. And then the poor child got worse terrified than before, as well as worse hurt generally, and her mother made complaints to the next people we lighted on, and the word went round, "Here's a wretch of a Cheap Jack been a-beating his wife." Little Sophy was such a brave child. She grew to be quite devoted to her poor father, though he could do so little to help her. She had a wonderful quantity of shining dark hair, all curling natural about her. It's quite astonishing to me now that I didn't go tearing mad when I used to see her run from her mother before the car and her mother catch her by this hair and pull her down to it and beat her. Such a brave child I said she was. Ah, with reason. Don't you mind next time, father dear, she would whisper to me, with her little face still flushed and her bright eyes still wet. If I don't cry out, you may know I am not much hurt, and if I do cry out, it will be only to get mother to let go and leave off. What I've seen this little spirit bear for me without crying out. Yet in other respects her mother took great care of her. Her clothes were always clean and neat, and her mother was never tired of working at them. Such is the inconsistency of things. Our being down in the marsh country in unhealthy weather, I consider the cause of Sophy's taking bad low fever. But however she took it, once she got it, she turned away from her mother for evermore, and nothing would ever persuade her to be touched by her mother's hand. She would shiver and say, "No, no, no," when it was offered at, and would hide her face at my shoulder and hold me tighter round the neck. The Cheap Jack business had been worse than ever I had known it, what with one thing and what with another, and not least with railroads, which will cut it all to pieces, I expect, at last, and I was run dry of money. For which reason, one night at that period of little Sophy's being so bad, either we must come to a deadlock for victuals and a drink, or I must have pitched the cart, as I did. I couldn't get the dear child to lie down, or leave go of me, and indeed I hadn't the heart to try, and I stepped out on the footboard with her holding round my neck. They all set up a laugh when they see us, and one chuckled at a Joshkin, that I hated for it, made the bidding. "Twopence for her." "Now you country boobies," says I, feeling as if my heart was a heavy weight at the end of a broken sash line, "I give you notice that I'm a-going to charm the money out of your pockets and give you so much more than your money's worth that you'll only persuade yourselves to draw your Saturday night's wages ever again afterwards by the hope of meeting me to lay 'em out with, which you never will, and why not? Because I've made my fortunes by selling my goods on a large scale for 75% less than I give for 'em, and I'm consequently to be elevated to the House of Peers next week by the title of the Duke of Cheap and Marcus Jacquelarule. Now let us know what you want to-night, and she'll have it. But first of all, shall I tell you why I've got this little girl round my neck? You don't want to know? Then you shall. She belongs to the fairies. She's a fortune-teller. She can tell me all about you in a whisper, and can put me up to whether you are going to buy a lot or leave it. Now, do you want a saw? No, she says you don't, because you're too clumsy to use one. Else here's a saw which would be a lifelong blessing to a handy man, at 4 shillings, at 3 and 6, at 3, at 2 and 6, at 2, at 18 pence. But none of you shall have it at any price on account of your well-known awkwardness, which would make it manslaughter. The same objection applies to this set of 3 planes, which I won't let you have neither, so don't bid for 'em. Now I'm going to ask you what you want." Then I whispered, "Your head burns so that I'm afraid it hurts you bad, my pet," and she answered, without opening her heavy eyes, "Just a little, father." "Oh, this little fortune-teller says there's a memorandum book you want. Then why didn't you mention it? Here it is. Look at it. 200 superfine hot-pressed wire-wove pages. If you don't believe me, count 'em. Ready ruled for your expenses. An everlastingly pointed pencil to put them down with. A double-bladed penknife to scratch 'em out with. A book of printed tables to calculate your income with, and a camp-stool to sit down upon while you give your mind to it. Stop! And an umbrella to keep the moon off when you give your mind to it on a pitch-dark night. Now, I won't ask you how much for the lot, but how little are you thinking of? Don't be ashamed to mention it, because my fortune-teller knows already." Then, making believe to whisper, I kissed her, and she kissed me. "Why," she says, "you're already thinking of as little as 3 and 3pence. I couldn't have believed it, even of you, unless she told me. 3 and 3pence! And a set of printed tables in the lot that'll calculate your income up to 40,000 a year. With an income of 40,000 a year, you grudge 3 and 6pence. Well then, I'll tell you my opinion. I so despise the 3pence that I'd rather take 3 shillings. There, for 3 shillings, 3 shillings, 3 shillings. Gone. Hand 'em over to the lucky man." As there had been no bid at all, everyone looked about and grinned at everybody, while I touched little Sophie's face and asked her if she felt faint or giddy. "Not very, father. It will soon be over." Then turning from the pretty patient eyes, which were open now, and seeing nothing but grins across my lighted grease pot, I went on again in my Cheap Jack style. "Where's the butcher?" My sorrowful eye just caught sight of a fat young butcher on the outside of the crowd. "She says good luck is the butcher's." "Where is he?" Everyone handed on the blushing butcher to the front, and there was a roar, and the butcher felt himself obliged to put his hand in his pocket and take the lot. The party so picked out, in general, does feel obliged to take the lot. Good 4 times out of 6. Then we had another lot, the counterpart of that one, and sold at 6pence cheaper, which is always very much enjoyed. Then we had the spectacles. It ain't a special profitable lot, but I put 'em on, and I see what the Chancellor of the Exchequer is going to take off the taxes, and I see what the sweetheart of the young woman in the shawl is doing at home, and I see what the bishops has got for dinner, and a deal more that seldom fails to fetch 'em up in their spirits, and the better their spirits, the better their bids. Then we had the ladies' lot, the teapot, tea caddy, glass, sugar basin, half a dozen spoons, and caudle cup, and all the time I was making similar excuses to give a look or two or say a word or two to my poor child. It was while the second lady's lot was holding him in chains I felt her lift herself a little on my shoulder, to look across the dark street. "What troubles you, darling?" "Nothing troubles me, father. I'm not at all troubled. But don't I see a pretty churchyard over there?" "Yes, my dear. Kiss me twice, dear father, and lay me down to rest upon that churchyard grass so soft and green." I staggered back into the car with her head dropped on my shoulder, and I says to her mother, "Quick, shut the door. Don't let those laughing people see." "What's the matter?" she cries. "Oh, woman, woman," I tells her, "you'll never catch my little Sophie by her hair again, for she has flown away from you." Maybe those were harder words than I meant them, but from that time forth my wife took to brooding, and will sit in the car or walk beside it, hours at a stretch, with her arms crossed and her eyes looking on the ground. When her furies took her, which was rather seldomer than before, they took her in a new way, and she banged herself about to that extent that I was forced to hold her. She got none the better for a little drink now and then, and through some years I used to wonder, as I plodded along at the old horse's head, whether there were many carts upon the road that held so much dreariness as mine, for all my being looked up to as the king of the Cheap Jacks. So sad our lives went on till one summer evening when, as we were coming into Exeter, out of the farther west of England, we saw a woman beating a child in a cruel manner, who screamed, "Don't beat me! Oh, mother, mother, mother!" Then my wife stopped her ears, ran away like a wild thing, and next day she was found in the river. Me and my dog were all the company left in the cart now, and the dog learned to give a short bark when they wouldn't bid, and to give another and a nod of his head when I asked him, "Who said 1/2 crown? Are you the gentleman, sir, that offered 1/2 crown?" He attained to an immense height of popularity, and I shall always believe taught himself entirely out of his own head to growl at any person in the crowd that bid as low as 6pence. But he got to be well on in years, and one night when I was conwulsing York with the spectacles, he took a convulsion on his own account upon the very footboard by me, and it finished him. Being naturally of a tender turn, I had dreadful lonely feelings on me arter this. I conquered 'em at selling times, having a reputation to keep, not to mention keeping myself, but they got me down in private and rolled upon me. That's often the way with us public characters. See us on the footboard, and you'd give pretty well anything you possess to be us. See us off the footboard, and you'd add a trifle to be off your bargain. It was under these circumstances that I became acquainted with a giant. I might have been too high to fall in conversation with him, had it not been for my lonely feelings. For the general rule is, going round the country, to draw the line at dressing up. When a man can't trust his getting a living to his undisguised abilities, you consider him below your sort, and this giant, when on view, figured as a Roman. He was a languid young man, which I attribute to the distance betwixt his extremities. He had a little head and less in it, he had weak eyes and weak knees, and altogether you couldn't look at him without feeling that there was greatly too much of him both for his joints and his mind. But he was an amiable though timid young man. His mother let him out and spent the money, and we became acquainted when he was walking to ease the horse twixt two fairs. He was called Rinaldo de Velasco, his name being Pickleson. This giant, otherwise Pickleson, mentioned to me under the seal of confidence that, beyond his being a burden to himself, his life was made a burden to him by the cruelty of his master towards a stepdaughter who was deaf and dumb. Her mother was dead, and she had no living soul to take her part, and was used most hard. She travelled with his master's caravan only because there was nowhere to leave her, and this giant, otherwise Pickleson, did go so far to believe that his master often tried to lose her. He was such a very languid young man, that I don't know how long it didn't take him to get this story out, but it passed through his defective circulation to his top extremity in course of time. When I heard this account from the giant, otherwise Pickleson, and likewise that the girl had beautiful long dark hair, and was often pulled down by it and beaten, I couldn't see the giant through what stood in my eyes. Having wiped him, I give him sixpence, for he was kept as short as he was long, and he laid it out in 2 penn'orth of gin and water, which so brisked him up that he sang his favourite comic of Shivery Shaky, Ain't Ye Cold, a popular effect which his master had tried every other means to get out of him as a Roman wholly in vain. His master's name was Mim, a wery hoarse man, and I knew him to speak to. I went to that fair as a mere civilian, leaving the car outside the town, and I looked about the back of the vans while the performing was going on, and at last, sitting dozing against a muddy cart-wheel, I come across the poor girl who was deaf and dumb. At the first look I might have almost judged that she had escaped from the wild beast show, but at the second I thought better of her, and thought that if she were more cared for and more kindly used, she would be like my child. She was just the same age as my own daughter would have been if her pretty head had not fell down upon my shoulder that unfortunate night. To cut it short, I spoke confidential to Mim, while he was beating the gong outside betwixt 2 lots of Pickleson's publics, and I put it to him. She lies heavy on your own hands. What'll you take for her? Mim was a most ferocious swearer. Suppressing that part of his reply which was much the longest part, his reply was, "A pair of braces." "Now I'll tell you," says I, "what I'm a-going to do with you. I'm a-going to fetch you 1/2 of the primest braces in the cart, and then to take her away with me." Says Mim, again ferocious, "I'll believe it when I got the goods, and no sooner." I made all the haste I could, lest he should think twice of it, and the bargain was completed, which Pickleson he was thereby so relieved in his mind that he come out at his little back door, long ways like a serpent, and give a shivery shaky in a whisper among the wheels a parting. End of Part 1 of Dr. Marigold, by Charles Dickens. Part 2 of Dr. Marigold, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3. Dr. Marigold, by Charles Dickens. Part 2. It was happy days for both of us when Sophie and me began to travel in the cart. I at once give her the name of Sophie to put her ever towards me in the attitude of my own daughter. We soon made it out to begin to understand one another, through the goodness of the heavens, when she knowed that I meant true and kind by her. In a very little time she was wonderful fond of me. You have no idea what it is to have anybody wonderful fond of you, unless you have been got down and rolled upon by the lonely feelings that I have mentioned as having once got the better of me. You'd have laughed, or the reverse, as according to your disposition, if you could have seen me trying to teach Sophie. At first I was helped, you'd never guess by what. Milestones. I got some large alphabets in a box, all the letters separate on bits of bone, and saying we was going to Windsor, I give her those letters in that order, and then at every milestone I showed her those same letters in that same order again, and pointed towards the abode of royalty. At another time I give her a cart, then I chalked the same upon the cart. Another time I give her Dr. Marigold, and hung a corresponding inscription outside my waistcoat. People that met us might stare a bit and laugh, but what did I care if she caught the idea? She caught it after long patience and trouble, and then we did begin to get along swimmingly, I believe you. At first she was a little given to consider me the cart, and the cart abode royalty, but that soon wore off. We had our signs too, and they was hundreds in number. Sometimes she would sit looking at me and considering hard how to communicate with me about something fresh, how to ask me what she wanted explained, and then she was, or I thought she was, what does it signify, so like my child with all those years added to her that I half believed it was herself, trying to tell me where she had been to up in the skies, and what she had seen since that unhappy night when she flied away. She had a pretty face, and now that there was no one to drag at her bright dark hair, and it was all in order, there was something touching in her looks that made the cart most peaceful and most quiet, though not at all melancholy. In the Cheap Jack patter we generally sound it lemon jolly, and it gets a laugh. The way she learnt to understand any look of mine was truly surprising. When I told her of a night, she would sit in the car unseen by them outside, and would give an eager look into my eyes when I looked in, and would hand me straight the precise article or articles I wanted. And then she would clap her hands and laugh for joy. And as for me, seeing her so bright and remembering what she was when I first lighted on her, starved and beaten and ragged, leaning asleep against the muddy cart wheel, it give me such heart that I gained an extra height of reputation than ever, and I put Pickleson down, by the name of Mim's travelling giant, otherwise Pickleson, for a £5 note in me will. This happiness went on in the cart till she was 16 year old, by which time I began to feel not satisfied that I had done my whole duty by her, and to consider she ought to have better teaching than I could give her. It drew a many tears on both sides when I commenced explaining my views to her, but what's right is right, and you can't neither by tears nor laughter do away with its character. So I took her hand in mine, and I went with her one day to the deaf and dumb establishment in London, and when the gentleman come to speak to us, I says to him, "Now I'll tell you what I'll do with you, sir. I am nothing but a Cheap Jack, but of late years I have laid by for a rainy day notwithstanding. This is my only daughter, adopted, and you can't produce a deafer nor a dumber. Teach her the most that can be taught her in the shortest separation that can be named, state the figure for it, and I am game to put the money down. I won't bate you a single farthing, sir, but I'll put the money down here and now, and I'll thankfully throw you in £1 to take it. There!" The gentleman smiled and said, "Well, well," says he, "I must first know what she has learnt already. How do you communicate with her?" Then I showed him, and she wrote in printed writing many names of things and so forth, and we held some sprightly conversation, Sophy and me, about a little story in a book which the gentleman showed her and which she was able to read. "This is most extraordinary," says the gentleman. "Is it possible that you have been her only teacher?" "I have been her only teacher, sir," I says, "besides herself." "Then," says the gentleman, and more acceptable words was never spoke to me, "you're a clever fellow, and a good fellow." Then he makes known to Sophy, who kisses his hands, claps her own, and laughs and cries upon it. We saw the gentleman 4 times in all, and when he took down my name and asked how in the world it ever chanced to be a doctor, it come out that he was own nephew by the sister's side, if you'll believe me, to the very doctor that I was called after. This made our footing still easier, and he says to me, "Now, Marigold, tell me more of what you want your adopted daughter to know." "I want her, sir, to be cut off from the world as little as can be, considering her deprivations, and therefore able to read whatever is wrote with perfect ease and pleasure." "My good fellow," urges the gentleman, opening his eyes wide, "why, I can't do that myself." I took his joke, and gave him a laugh, knowing by experience how flat you fall without it, and I mended my words accordingly. "What do you mean to do with her afterwards?" asked the gentleman, with a sort of doubtful eye. "To take her about the country?" In the cart, sir, but only in the cart. She will live a private life, you understand, in the cart. I should never think of bringing her infirmities before the public. I wouldn't make a show of her for any money." The gentleman nodded and seemed to approve. "Well," says he, "can you part with her for 2 years?" "To do her that good, yes, sir." "There's another question," says the gentleman, looking towards her. "Can she part with you for 2 years?" I don't know that was a harder matter of itself, for the other was hard enough to me, but it was harder to get over. However, she was pacified to it at last, and the separation betwixt us was settled. How it cut up both of us when it took place, and when I left her at the door in the dark of an evening, I don't tell. But I know this, remembering that night, I shall never pass that same establishment without a heartache and a swelling in the throat, and I couldn't put you up for the best of lots in sight of it with my usual spirit. No, not even the gun nor the pair of spectacles, for £500 reward from the Secretary of State for the Home Department, and throw in the honour of putting my legs under his mahogany afterwards. Still, the loneliness that followed in the car was not the old loneliness, because there was a term put to it, however long, to look forward to, and because I could think, when I was anyways down, that she belonged to me and I belonged to her. Always planning for her coming back, I bought in a few months' time another cart, and what do you think I planned to do with it? I'll tell you. I planned to fit it up with shelves and books for her reading, and to have a seat in it where I could sit and see her read, and think that I had been her first teacher. Not hurrying over the job, I had the fittings knocked together in contriving ways under my own inspection, and here was her bed in a berth with curtains, and there was her reading table, and here was her writing desk, and elsewhere was her books in rows upon rows, pictures and no pictures, bindings and no bindings, gilt-edged and plain, just as I could pick 'em up for her in lots up and down the country, north and south and west and east. Winds like best and winds like least, here and there and gone astray, over the hills and far away. And when I had got together pretty well as many books as the cart would neatly hold, a new scheme come into my head, which, as it turned out, kept my time and attention a good deal employed, and helped me over the 2 years' stile. Without being of an avaricious temper, I like to be the owner of things. I shouldn't wish, for instance, to go partners with yourself in the Cheap Jack cart. It's not that I mistrust you, but that I'd rather know it was mine. Similarly, very likely you'd rather know it was yours. Well, a kind of a jealousy began to creep into my mind when I reflected that all those books would have been read by other people long before they was read by her. It seemed to take away from her being the owner of them, like. In this way, the question got into my head. Couldn't I have a book new made express for her, which she should be the first to read? It pleased me, that thought did, and as I was never a man to let a thought sleep, you must wake up all the whole family of thoughts you've got and burn their nightcaps, or you won't do in the Cheap Jack line. I set to work at it. Considering that I was in the habit of changing so much about the country, and that I should have to find out a literary character here to make a deal with, and another literary character there to make a deal with, as opportunities presented, I hit upon the plan this very same book should be a general miscellaneous lot, like the razors, flat irons, chronometer watch, dinner plates, rolling pin and looking glass, and shouldn't be offered as a single individual article like the spectacles or the gun. When I had come to that conclusion, I come to another, which shall likewise be yours. Often had I regretted that she had never heard me on the footboard, and that she could never hear me. It wasn't that I am vain, but that you don't like to put your own light under a bushel. What's the worth of your reputation if you can't convey the reason for it to the person you most wish to value it? Now I put it to you, is it worth sixpence, fippence, fourpence, threepence, twopence, a penny, a halfpenny, a farthing? No, it ain't. Not worth a farthing. Very well then. My conclusion was that I'd begin her book with some account of myself, so that through reading a specimen or two of me on the footboard she might form an idea of my merits there. I was aware that I couldn't do myself justice. A man can't write his eye, at least I don't know how to, nor can a man write his voice, nor the rate of his talk, nor the quickness of his action, nor his general spicy way. But he can write his turns of speech when he is a public speaker, and indeed I have heard that he very often does, before he speaks them. Well, having formed that resolution, then come the question of a name. How did I hammer that on iron into shape? This way. The most difficult explanation I ever had with her was how I come to be called Doctor, and yet was no doctor. After all, I felt that I had failed of getting it correctly into her mind, with my utmost pains. But trusting to her improvement in the 2 years, I thought that I might trust to her understanding when she should come to read it, as put down by my own hand. Then I thought I would try a joke with her and watch how it took, which of itself I might rightfully judge of her understanding it. We have first discovered the mistake we had dropped into, through her having asked me to prescribe for her, when she had supposed me to be a doctor in a medical point of view. So thinks I, now if I give this book the name of my prescriptions, and if she catches the idea that my only prescriptions are for her amusement and interest, to make her laugh in a pleasant way, or to make her cry in a pleasant way, it will be a delightful proof to both of us that we have got over our difficulty. It fell out to absolute perfection. For when she saw the book, as I had it got up, the printed and press book, lying on her desk in the cart, and saw the title, Dr. Marigold's Prescriptions, she looked at me for a moment with astonishment, then fluttered the leaves, then broke out a-laughing in the charmingest way, then felt her pulse and shook her head, then turned the pages, pretending to read them most attentive, then kissed the book to me, and put it to her bosom with both her hands. I never was better pleased in all my life. But let me not anticipate. I take that expression out of a lot of romances I bought for her. I never opened a single one of them, and I have opened many, but I found the romance of saying, let me not anticipate. Which being so, I wonder why he did anticipate, or who asked him to it. Let me not, I say, anticipate. This same book took up all my spare time. It was no play to get the other articles together in the general miscellaneous lot, but when it came to my own article, there! I couldn't have believed the blotting, nor yet the buckling to at it, nor the patience over it, which again is like the footboard. The public have no idea. At last it was done, and the 2 years' time was gone after all the other time before it, and where it's all gone to, who knows? The new cart was finished, yellow outside, relieved with vermilion and brass fittings, the old horse was put in it, a new one and a boy being laid on for the Cheap Jack cart, and I cleaned myself up to go and fetch her. Bright cold weather it was, cart chimneys smoking, carts pitched private on a piece of waste ground over there at Wandsworth, where you may see 'em from the South Western Railway when not upon the road. Look out the right-hand window going down. Marigold, says the gentleman, giving his hand hearty, I am very glad to see you. Yet I have my doubts, sir, says I, if you can be half as glad to see me as I am to see you. The time has appeared so long, has it, Marigold? I wouldn't say that, sir, considering its real length, but what a start, my good fellow! Ah, I should think it was. Grown such a woman, so pretty, so intelligent, so expressive. I knew then she must be really like my child, or I could never have known her standing quiet by the door. You are affected, says the gentleman, in a kindly manner. I feel, sir, says I, that I am but a rough chap in a sleeved waistcoat. I feel, says the gentleman, that it was you who raised her from misery and degradation and brought her into communication with her kind. But why do we converse alone together when we can converse so well with her? Address her in your own way. I am such a rough chap in a sleeved waistcoat, sir, says I, and she is such a graceful woman, and she stands so quiet at the door. Try if she moves at the old sign, says the gentleman. They got it up together a purpose to please me. For when I give her the old sign she rushed to my feet and dropped upon her knees, holding up her hands to me with pouring tears of love and joy. And when I took her hands and lifted her, she clasped me round the neck and lay there. And I don't know what a fool I didn't make of myself, till we all three settled down into talking without sound, as if there was a something soft and pleasant spread over all the world for us. A portion is here omitted from the text, having reference to the sketches contributed by other authors, but the reader will be pleased to have what follows retained in a note. Now, I'll tell you what I'm a-going to do with you. I'm a-going to offer you the general miscellaneous lot, her own book, never read by anyone else but me, added to and completed by me after her first reading of it, 840 printed pages, 690 columns, Whiting's own work, Beaufort House to wit, thrown off by the steam engine, best of paper, beautiful green wrapper, folded like clean linen come home from the clear starches, and so exquisitely stitched that, regarded as a piece of needlework alone, it's better than the sampler of a seamstress undergoing competitive examination for starvation before the Civil Service Commissioners. And I offer the lot for what? For £8? Not so much. For £6? Less. For £4? Why, I hardly expect you to believe me, but that's the sum. £4. The stitching alone cost half as much again. Here's 48 original pages, 96 original columns for £4. You want more for the money? Take it. 3 old pages of advertisements of thrilling interest thrown in for nothing. Read 'em and believe 'em. More? My best of wishes for your Merry Christmases and your Happy New Years, your long lives and your true prosperities. Worth £20 good if they are delivered as I send them. Remember, here's a final prescription added, to be taken for life, which will tell you how the cart broke down and where the journey ended. You think £4 too much? And still you think so? Come, I'll tell you what then. Say fourpence, and keep the secret. So every item of my plan was crowned with success. Our reunited life was more than all we had looked forward to. Content and joy went with us as the wheels of the 2 carts went round, and the same stopped with us when the 2 carts stopped. I was as pleased and as proud as a pug dog with his muzzle black-leaded for an evening party, and his tail extra curled by machinery. But I had left something out of my calculations. Now, what had I left out? To help you to guess, I'll say a figure. Come, make a guess and guess right. 0? No. 9? No. 8? No. 7? No. 6? No. 5? No. 4? No. 3? No. 2? No. 1? No. Now I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll say it's another sort of figure altogether. There. Why then, says you, it's a mortal figure. No, nor yet a mortal figure. By such means you got yourself pinned into a corner, and you can't help guessing an immortal figure. That's about it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Yes, it was an immortal figure that I had altogether left out of my calculations. Neither man's nor woman's, but a child's. Girls or boys? Boys. I, says the sparrow, with my bow and arrow. Now you have got it. We were down at Lancaster, and I had done 2 nights more than fair average business, though I can't in honour recommend them as a quick audience, in the open square there, near the end of the street where Mr. Sly's King's Arms and the Royal Hotel stands. Mim's travelling giant, otherwise Pickleson, happened at the self-same time to be trying it on in the town. The genteel lay was adopted with him. No hint of a van. Green baize alcove leading up to Pickleson in an auction room. Printed poster. Free list suspended, with the exception of that proud boast of me light and country, a free press. Schools admitted by private arrangement. Nothing to raise a blush in the cheek of a youth or shock the most fastidious. Mim swearing most horrible and terrific in a pink calico pay place at the slackness of the public. serious handbill in the shops, importing that it was all but impossible to come to a right understanding of the history of David without seeing Pickleson. I went to the auction room in question, and I found it entirely empty of everything but echoes and mouldiness, with the single exception of Pickleson on a piece of red drugget. This suited my purpose, as I wanted a private and confidential word with him, which was, "Pickleson, owing much happiness to you, I put you in my will for a 5 note, but to save trouble here's 4 down, which may equally suit your views, and so let us conclude the transaction." Pickleson, who up to that remark had the dejected appearance of a long Roman rushlight that couldn't anyhow get lighted, brightened up at his top extremity, and made his acknowledgments in a way which, for him, was parliamentary eloquence. He likewise did add that having ceased to draw as a Roman, Mim had made proposals for his going as a converted Indian giant worked upon by the dairyman's daughter. This, Pickleson, having no acquaintance with the tract named after that young woman, and not being willing to couple gag with his serious views, had declined to do, thereby leading to words and a total stoppage of the unfortunate young man's beer. All of which, during the whole of the interview, was confirmed by the ferocious growling of Mim down below in the pay place, which shook the giant like a leaf. But what was to the present point in the remarks of the travelling giant, otherwise Pickleson, was this: "Dr. Marigold, I give you his words without a hope of conweying their feebleness. Who is that strange young man that hangs about your carts?" "The strange young man?" I gives him back, thinking that he meant her, and his languid circulation had dropped a syllable. "Doctor," he returns, with a pathos calculated to draw a tear from even a manly eye, "I am weak, but not so weak yet as I don't know my words. I'll repeat 'em, Doctor. The strange young man." It then appeared that Pickleson, being forced to stretch his legs, not that they wanted it, only at times when he couldn't be seen for nothing, to wit in the dead of the night and towards daybreak, had twice seen hanging about my carts, in that same town of Lancaster where I had been only 2 nights, this same unknown young man. He put me rather out of sorts. What it meant as to particulars I no more foreboded then than you forebode now, but it put me rather out of sorts. Howsoever, I made light of it to Pickleson, and I took leave of Pickleson, advising him to spend his legacy in getting up his stamina, and to continue to stand by his religion. Towards morning I kept a look out for the strange young man, and what was more, I saw the strange young man. He was well dressed and well looking. He loitered very nigh my carts, watching him like as if he was taking care of 'em, and soon after daybreak turned and went away. I sent a ale after him, but he never started or looked around, or took the smallest notice. We left Lancaster within an hour or two, on our way towards Carlisle. Next morning at daybreak I looked out again for the strange young man. I did not see him. But next morning I looked out again, and there he was once more. I sent another hail after him, but as before he gave not the slightest sign of being anyways disturbed. This put a thought into my head. Acting on it, I watched him in different manners and at different times not necessary to enter into, till I found this strange young man was deaf and dumb. The discovery turned me over, because I knew that a part of the establishment where she had been was allotted to young men, some of 'em well off, and I thought to myself, if she favours him, where am I? Where is all that I have worked and planned for? Hoping, I must confess to the selfishness, that she might not favour him, I set myself to find out. At last I was by accident present at a meeting between them in the open air, looking on leaning behind a fir tree without their knowing of it. It was a moving meeting for all the three parties concerned. I knew every syllable that passed between them as well as they did. I listened with my eyes, which had come to be as quick and as true with deaf and dumb conversation as my ears with the talk of people that can speak. He was a-going out to China as clerk in a merchant's house, which his father had been before him. He was in circumstances to keep a wife, and he wanted her to marry him and go along with him. She persisted, no. He asked if she didn't love him. Yes, she loved him dearly, dearly, but she could never disappoint her beloved, good, noble, generous, and I don't know what all father. meaning me, the Cheap Jack in the sleeved waistcoat, and she would stay with him, heaven bless him, though it was to break her heart. Then she cried most bitterly, and that made up my mind. While my mind had been in an unsettled state about her favouring this young man, I had felt that unreasonable towards Pickleson, that it was well for him he had got his legacy down, for I often thought, if it hadn't been for this same weak-minded giant, I might never have come to trouble my head and vex my soul about a young man. But once I knew that she loved him, once I had seen her weep for him, it was a different thing. I made it right in my mind with Pickleson on the spot, and I shook myself together to do what was right by all. She had left the young man by that time, for it took a few minutes to get me thoroughly well shook together, and the young man was leaning against another of the fir trees, of which there was a cluster, with his face upon his arm. I touched him on the back. Looking up and seeing me, he says, in our deaf and dumb talk, "Do not be angry." "I am not angry, good boy. I am your friend. Come with me." I left him at the foot of the steps of the library cart, and I went up alone. She was drying her eyes. "You have been crying, my dear." "Yes, father." "Why?" "A headache." "Not a heartache." "I said a headache, father. Dr. Marigold must prescribe for that headache." She took up a book of my prescriptions and held it up with a forced smile, but seeing me keep still and look earnest, she softly laid it down again, and her eyes were very attentive. "The prescription is not there, Sophy." "Where is it?" "Here, my dear." I brought her young husband in, and I put her hand in his, and my only farther words to both of them were these: Dr. Marigold's last prescription, to be taken for life. After which I bolted. When the wedding come off, I mount her coat, blue and bright buttons, for the first and last time in all my days, and I give Sophy away with my own hand. There were only us three, and a gentleman who had had charge of her for those 2 years. I give the wedding dinner of 4 in the library cart, pigeon pie, a leg of pickled pork, a pair of fowls, and suitable garden stuff. The best of drinks. I give him a speech, and the gentleman give us a speech, and all our jokes told, and the whole went off like a skyrocket. In the course of the entertainment I explained to Sophy that I should keep the library cart as my living cart when not upon the road, and that I should keep all her books for her just as they stood till she should come back to claim 'em. So she went to China with her young husband, and it was a parting sorrowful and heavy, and I got the boy I had another service. And so as of old, when my child and wife were gone, I went plodding along alone, with my whip over my shoulder at the old horse's head. Sophy wrote me many letters, and I wrote her many letters. About the end of the first year she sent me one in an unsteady hand. "Dearest father, not a week ago I had a darling little daughter, but I am so well that they let me write these words to you. Dearest and best father, I hope my child may not be deaf and dumb, but I do not yet know." When I wrote back, I hinted the question, but as Sophy never answered that question, I felt it to be a sad one, and I never repeated it. For a long time our letters were regular, but then they got irregular, through Sophy's husband being moved on to another station, and through my being always on the move. But we were in one another's thoughts, I am equally sure, letters or no letters. 5 years odd months had gone since Sophy went away. I was still the king of the Cheap Jacks, and a greater height of popularity than ever. I had had a first-rate autumn of it, and on the 23rd of December, 1864, I found myself at Uxbridge, Middlesex, clean sold out. So I jogged up to London with the old horse, light and easy, to have my Christmas Eve and Christmas Day alone by the fire in the library cart, and then to buy a regular new stock of goods all round, to sell 'em again and get the money. I'm a neat hand at cookery, and I'll tell you what I knocked up for my Christmas Eve dinner in the library cart. I knocked up a beefsteak pudding for one, with 2 kidneys, a dozen oysters, and a couple of mushrooms thrown in. It's a pudding to put a man in a good humour with everything, except the 2 bottom buttons of his waistcoat. Having relished that pudding and cleared away, I turned the lamp low, and sat down by the light of the fire, watching it as it shone upon the backs of Sophy's books. Sophy's books so brought Sophy's self that I saw her touching face quite plainly before I dropped off dozing by the fire. This may be a reason why Sophy, with her deaf and dumb child in her arms, seemed to stand silent by me all through my nap. I was on the road, off the road, in all sorts of places, north and south, and west and east, winds like best and winds like least, here and there and gone astray, over the hills and far away. And still she stood silent by me, with her silent child in her arms. Even when I woke with a start, she seemed to vanish, as if she had stood by me in that very place only a single instant before. I started at a real sound, and the sound was on the steps of the cart. It was the light hurried tread of a child coming clambering up. That tread of a child had once been so familiar to me that for half a moment I believed I was going to see a little ghost. But the touch of a real child was laid on the out handle of the door, and the handle turned, and the door opened a little way, and a real child peeped in, a bright little comely girl with large dark eyes. Looking full at me, the tiny creature took off her mite of a straw hat, and a quantity of dark curls fell about her face. Then she opened her lips and said in a pretty voice, "Grandfather." "Ah, my God!" I cries out, "she can speak." "Yes, dear grandfather, and I am to ask you whether there was ever any one that I remind you of." In a moment Sophie was round my neck as well as the child, and her husband was wringing my hand with his face hid, and we all had to shake ourselves together before we could get over it. And when we did begin to get over it, and I saw the pretty child a-talking, pleased and quick and eager and busy, to her mother, in the signs that I first taught her mother, the happy yet pitying tears fell rolling down my face. End of Part 2 of Dr. Marigold, by Charles Dickens. End of Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 3.